No, I think what's bad is, anything, in my opinion, anything that is essential, I want to borrow money from you, or you agree, I can't object to that. As long as you and I both agree, I can't object to that. But in the case of the fiat system, it's not just you and the bank who can agree. Everybody who uses the currency is forced to be part of that agreement. If you default, effectively what's protecting from you is the fact that the government can just put a bunch of money and make the bank whole. So effectively, the bank you use is like an agreement between the bank you and the entire population. Exactly. They're forced to provide a safety net for you and me to go and make that loan. And that safety net is evaluated. That's how it actually works. So this is why, I go to Bitcoin standard, explaining Bitcoin, and basically the takeaway message of the Bitcoin standard is you need to stop with Bitcoin as you can, because this is the best money that has been invented. And we'll talk about that, why Bitcoin is a part of money here. With fiat, so even the fiat standard, and again, this is not financial advice on a lowly academic should have listened to me and listened to money, but I think theoretically and intellectually, the conclusion of the fiat system is you need to short fiat if you can. That's just not what he was. So even wisdom over 1,000 years is to save, try and not borrow as much as you can, try and accumulate as much savings as you can. That's reverse to fiat. If you're saving money, you're just subsidizing everybody else taking on loans. If you're taking on loans, you're benefiting from all the people that are borrowing. So the way you do fiat system, this is what rich people do. You borrow. Rich people under the fiat monetary system, they don't hold assets. They're very rich. If you're worth $1 billion today, you don't have $1 billion in a checking account. You've got maybe 100,000, a million, 5 million, something like that. A tiny fraction of your money is held in cash. The majority is mostly held in all kinds of other hard assets. And you're going to be borrowing. The richest people in the world are the biggest borrowers. The most powerful entities in the world, the governments, are the biggest borrowers in the world. And that's how they are the richest and most powerful, because every time you're borrowing, you're giving the bank an excuse to print new money. So you're devaluing everybody else's money, and you're getting a bit of the cut. You're hoping to buy a house with your savings. You're accumulating savings and you're losing value. And if I were to buy the same house with credit, I'm getting the bank to print money for me. So obviously they can cut me in on that deal. And that's why it's much cheaper for everybody to buy with credit. That's why everybody buys everything on credit. So when we look at the global monetary system, the thing you want to do as government is be the sexiest currency out there. So the main currency for development is the one that has the most power in the contract. So you have, if you were to try to summarize what is the global monetary system as it is today, it's a bunch of fiat currencies battling the position for use outside their nation, and so doing trying to gain power in geopolitical sense. Is that if you just zoom out, what is the global monetary system? Like what is it currently outside of the United States, the whole thing? Yeah, you could say that, but I think it's more realistic to look at how it has actually evolved over the past few decades. It's really a dollar system. It's not a system of currencies that buying with one another. It's a dollar system, and all other currencies are just basically, I like to call them dollar plus country. So people, they're always returned home to, there is no competition. There is no second best. I'm not the thing. The money is like that. Gold was ultimately all at the end of the 19th century. The global monetary market is effectively a winner-take-all for the dollar. And if you get it to Bitcoin, I also think digital currencies are also going to be a winner-take-all situation. So money wants to be one. In fact, there is no such thing as multiple currencies. Multiple currencies is just a step back to bottom. Money is one. If you go back to several currencies, you're just reinventing it. So in the case of the dollar system, the global dollar system is built around the dollar, because all central banks have dollar reserves, and because all central banks use the dollar to
So that's why you're basically saying in the water system. This seems to have changed over the last couple of months with sanctions on Russia and the confiscation of Russian reserves. It remains to be seen what that's going to do and how that's going to change. But it is looking like, this dollar system is clearly unsustainable. It's not sustainable for the U.S. It's not sustainable for anybody. Speaking of which, so you do an amazing podcast, have a Bitcoin Standard podcast. Also, episode 108 of that podcast is about the way we just mentioned. And allow me please to read the description of that, and you can ask a couple questions about your thoughts in general. The description reads, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the U.S. confiscated the Russian central bank's significant monetary reserves and banned some Russian banks from the SWIFT network. Serious questions are being asked about the survival of the post-war dollar-based world monetary order. Will Russia, China, and other countries actually build an alternative international settlement system after years of threatening to do so? Will those central banks stop accumulating U.S. Treasury bonds and replace them with gold and commodities? Will we witness the birth of a new commodity gold-based monetary order? In this seminar, we use insights from Bitcoin Standard and fiat standards on temporal and spatial probability to explain why reports of the death of the dollar and the emergence of a new gold standard may be exaggerated. So, I would love to do some analysis on this situation. What are the fundamentals of this? What is SWIFT with a possible future evolution of the global monetary system? Yeah, so SWIFT is the thing that the U.S. Federal Reserve uses for moving money around the world. So basically, the U.S. can move off of SWIFT, as they've done with Russian banks, as they've done with Iran, and as they've done with Afghanistan. Effectively, I mean, this is really the catastrophe of the current monetary system, is that in order to be able to trade as a member, as a citizen of the country, you need your monopoly, your central bank, to be on good terms with the U.S. government, so that they would let you operate. And this is really, on top of the aspect of the hardness of money, this is the other really powerful thing about Bitcoin, which is that it's just purely a technological thing. It doesn't matter if you're Russian, if you're Iranian, if you're American, if you're Chinese. It's a technology. So it's like a spoon or a knife or a car. You operate it properly and it works. So with Bitcoin is the same thing. It doesn't care about your passport. If you have the private key, you click send, and the money goes. Doesn't really go, but effectively it does go anywhere it wants, and the money can move without having to abide by political considerations. And the point here is not to bash U.S. foreign policy, much as that might be deserved. I'm just going to discuss it from a kind of technical perspective. It has to be a political system of fiat, because ultimately it relies on state, and then the government is the one that has the guns, and the government is going to decide who gets to pay their loans anyway. The government going to have to make its own rules about who gets to pay and who doesn't. And so it has to be political as this kind of fiat system. And, when I wrote the Bitcoin Standard, initially I used to be much more of a gold block. And in my mind, gold was spent the last 50 years saying the global monetary system is going to collapse next week and we're going to go back to the gold standard. And writing the fiat standard gave me a very good appreciation for why this doesn't happen and why it's not very likely. And I think the reason, as I said earlier, just gold is very expensive to move around, and perhaps more importantly, it's very expensive to verify. That's really the problem with it. It's very expensive to verify that the gold that you receive is original gold. So the only way to do this properly is to melt the gold bars down and recast them. It's very expensive. So we have this situation now where Russia, maybe one of the biggest economies in the world, has been kicked off to varying degrees off the global monetary system, and the U.S. has confiscated their reserves. I don't have critical opinions about the war. It's not something I'm very familiar with. It's outside of my area of expertise. Just analyzing the monetary aspects of it. It is, on the one hand, whether you think the war is justified or the sanctions is justified is not something I can opine on. But the implication of this is that effectively the U.S. might be shooting itself in the foot, because it's telling everybody in the world, your money in our system is not really your money. It's just a token to play in our space. And any point in time, if you misbehave, we kick you away out of the arcade and we take your tokens. And so, I mean, this is something that China, Russia, Iran, and these countries have made a lot of noise about over the past decades. It got really this year. But it's been decades of China, Iran, and Russia to some extent saying that we want to build an alternative to the dollar-based system. And yet they haven't. And I think there's very good reasons they haven't. And the reason is, what do you do based on? How do you build it? So you can do a credit-based system based on, but then who's going to be the big boss? Is it going to be China? Is it going to be Russia? Is it going to be Iran? Is it going to be India? None of these countries wants to be, or they don't want to jump out of the U.S.-based system to get into somebody else's system. So China doesn't want to use the Russian system. Russia doesn't want to use the Chinese system. And so therefore you can't use their own central bank security system.
Don't you think they have enough leverage? India, China, Russia combined with several other nations have enough leverage and incentive to create their own system. So any one player, yes, but if they collaborate.
Yeah, but then, okay, so what are you based on? Like, who's going to be the boss? Who's going to be the one who can do
In this case, China, right? Because China is becoming increasingly an economic power in the world.
Yeah,
that's hard to deny.
Yes, it's true. And it's the most likely scenario, perhaps, if we were to witness something like this, is going to be a Chinese based
So is it possible to make a split in what is the driving currency of the world?
It's possible, but I don't think it's sustainable. The young money wants to be one, and that's the kind of thing that I actually send out. So you could see this emerge based on what you want. And, likely, I mean, Russia is obviously going to hurt economically from what happened from the confiscation of the reserves and the sanctions. So it's not going to be in a position, and of course, because it's outside of the US-based system, it's not in the strongest negotiating position with the Chinese. So the Chinese might be able to get them to join their yuan-based system. But I don't think that's sustainable in the long run because these governments can issue their laws and make their designs and make their monetary system, but ultimately, there are billions of Chinese people and billions of dollar-based people, and they're going to want to trade with them. And the power to trade with one another is too strong. So we can't just split the world economy into two monetary systems that don't trade with one another. So then they're going to want to trade with one.
Or the dark possibility is the inability to trade as opposed to being a forcing function for trade, you become a forcing function for conflict in cyberspace and potentially outward.
Yes, this is the scary part. And this is basically how World War II happened. Because there's a historian who used to say when, I think it's in Otto Manley, in the difference, and if nukes don't cross borders, then bombs will. If people trade with one another, they have an incentive for each other's well-being, and they have less of an incentive to fight. And it was the death of global trade in the 1930s because of the failure of the fiat system that brought about the rise of the populism and the rise of all those leaders hating each other and how finances were created out. So that is the scary possibility. And of course, yeah, you can't discount that with all the escalation that you see. There is a possibility that it can turn into real war. But then, even so, I think ultimately you can't fight wars forever. It's going to end at some point. And we're going to be back at square one, or not square one, we're going to be back at the same dilemma of who's going to have the global monetary system. And so one alternative is that what the Chinese and the Russians could do is they could base it on commodities. So a lot of people are now saying, well, they can base it on copper and corn, agricultural commodities. And that's the economic stability that we discussed in the Bitcoin standard and fiat standard. I don't think that's right. If you end up basing the monetary system on copper, as we said earlier, doesn't matter how many governments say that we're going to make a new monetary system based on copper, grains, and nickel, and iron, and so on. Doesn't matter. You're just going to stockpile. You're going to have to stockpile those things in order to make the market do nothing. And then if you stockpile those things, you're just raising their price, inviting them to make war, flood the market. I hope they're going to try this because it's going to be a devastating impact on the world economy. You're going to have central banks bidding up the price of essential commodities that people need for real uses in order to back their currencies with them, and then just incentivizing the producers to make more and more and more of it, and then bringing the price back down. So it's going to be a very difficult mistake where we raise the price of copper, destroy a lot of industry dependence on copper, it's not just copper, but also food, and then increase the supply beyond what we need. And the end result is copper miners make out well, governments show broke, and we end up with a lot of rusting copper in government warehouse. That's why I don't think it works for the to use commodities that are not monetary commodities. Then the question is maybe gold. Can we go back on the number of gold stands? And I mean, Russia seems to have done that. I'm not so sure. It's very difficult to get reliable information. I'm trying to think this more. But they seem to have said that they're fixing the price of gold in rubles. So they will buy and sell gold at the fixed ruble rate, which effectively means you're on a gold standard. Now, I'm not sure how serious this is and how they managed to stick to it, but it seems to have stabilized the ruble. In fact, brought it back to its pre-war level, which I found absolutely astonishing, considering all the sanctions that were on. But in the short run, it's obviously much better than having your currency back to nothing. But in the long run, I also don't think gold is cut inflation. Do you think there's any chance they go full gangster move and go into the digital space on the blockchain and go Bitcoin? I think, the point of this discussion is that, we have all these other options. A Chinese-based system, why probably won't work. A commodity-based system, why won't work. A gold-based system, why won't work. I think we might have to learn this the wrong way, the hard way. But eventually, I don't see them doing it now, but eventually I think the way we keep going at Bitcoin because monetary system. But I don't know if everything always has to be the hard way. I'd love it to be, but I mean, it doesn't look like there is any kind of desire in China or in Russia to switch to a Bitcoin basis. So unfortunately, I think we're going to go through a few years, maybe many years, learning the lesson of trying to accumulate these commodities and seeing the limitations that make them unsuitable as points. Today, we're in attention, the increasing amount of hate in the world, yes, and the increasing amount of power centers in the world, fucking douches, between which hate is making a regular appearance, and because the weapons of war become more and more powerful as they have many decades, I'm really concerned about the war. So let us see if Bitcoin can fix this. Yes, Bitcoin fixes all of this. Personally, Bitcoin, if it's a problem, Bitcoin fixes it. Well, I have some personal questions for Bitcoin because my life is pretty fucked up, so I don't think Bitcoin actually quick question about some breaking in. Sure. Let's return to the basics. What is Bitcoin? We started with what is money. What is Bitcoin? Let's talk about hard money, inflation, fiat, the history of money, the history of war, 20th century, and that takes us into the 21st century. What is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is a software, and it's a distributed software to operate peer-to-peer networks between members who are all equal on the network, they're all peers. And what this software does is it allows you to operate a payment network between those peers, and the payment network has its own currency, and that seems like, just a simple software. But the reason this is such a big deal is I believe Bitcoin is the most advanced form of money ever invented. And the reason for that comes from two properties that this network has. The first one is that the currency is the hardest money ever invented. It's the money whose supply is most resistant to inflation. It's the first monetary asset that we've ever invented that is guaranteed to be fixed in its supply. It cannot be increased beyond a certain number. So there's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoins. That's a qualitative leap forward in our technologies of money. All of our money leak essentially because people can always make more and more and more. So the best money is the one that leaks the least, which is gold, because it only leaks 1.5%. In other words, your share of the gold stock is diluted by 1.5% every year. Ideally, we'd like it to be zero. Bitcoin is currently at around 1.8%, headed towards zero. So it's the first money that we've ever had that goes to zero in terms of terminal supply. So there will never be more than 21 million. I think that's a huge deal because, as I said earlier, money is always whatever is the hardest to make, and now Bitcoin is the hardest thing to make. And then the second property, which is extremely important as well, is the fact that it operates without the need to trust anybody. It doesn't have a party that is in charge of it. It doesn't have a central authority that can, as I said, it's peer-to-peer. So it only has users. It doesn't have any admins. There's no authority in charge of Bitcoin that can take your Bitcoin, that can stop you from using Bitcoin, and that can change the rules. They can't make more of it. So it's fixed, it's available for anybody in the world, it's the hardest money ever invented, and it is absolutely, I think, an enormously significant invention, because if you read the fiat standards and the Bitcoin standard as well, you'll see my perspective for why I think a very large number of problems on the world are caused by the easy money and caused by inflation. And caused by government having access to essentially an infinite recourse to people's wealth. And I think Bitcoin fixes this because it allows us to have money that has the stability of gold across time, meaning it holds its value across time, like gold, but much better than gold. But also, it is similar to fiat in that fiat can travel quickly, but Bitcoin can travel even faster than fiat. So it combines gold stability across time with fiat stability across space in one immutable package that nobody can change and nobody can control. Can you define what stability? Stability is the essential property of money. It's the ability of a good to be sold easily on the market, specifically to be sold without much trouble in its value. So houses are great for doing it, but they're not very stable. If you want to sell a house, you can't just click a button and sell a house and have a giant market of people buying houses for you. You need to find somebody who wants the exact house that you have, the exact specification that you have. And because houses are not identical, there's no liquid giant market for people to buy and sell identical houses. So gold just has good stability as money, because it's a liquid, it's uniform, and people are always buying. Fiat dollars have great stability because everybody's always buying and exchanging dollars for other goods. So if you have $100 bill, you can easily get rid of it, and you'll get $100 worth of stuff. If you have $100 worth of stuff, it's harder to get rid of. If you have $100 worth of phone, it's not as easy to get it as $100 bill. That's stability.
What do you mean that Bitcoin, I understand that Bitcoin is just the gold of time,
Better.
better, it's like unlimited or whatever, and then it has the stability of fiat space with that.
So if you remember when you asked me what is the advantage of fiat, I imagine offers us it's cheaper with fiat space than it is to move gold. With the current fiat monetary system, for all of its flaws, you can send money. I can send money from my bank account in the US to a bank account in China in a couple of days, or in Britain, in France, in a day or two, which is much faster than you could do with gold and much cheaper than you could do with gold. But in reality, with fiat, the reason Bitcoin improves on that is that with Bitcoin you're actually you're sending final settlement in a couple of hours. So you send the Bitcoin transaction, you get 6 confirmations in an hour. You get about 12 confirmations in 2 hours on average. With 12 confirmations, you're pretty definitely clearly safe on this. So within a couple of hours, you can send $1 billion across the ocean and have final settlement on it. It's not just that you've sent a credit obligation that's going to need weeks and months to settle, which is the case with fiat. So it is faster than fiat. So it's harder than gold and faster than fiat. It's a good way of putting it.
One other aspect of Bitcoin I have to ask, to me, and the human level, it's fascinating, is it was founded by Satoshi Nakamoto, and then now it was founded, there's no leader. So It's another aspect of the decentralization is leaderless.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it's not a monarchy.
Unfortunately,
Or fortunately, yes. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto, do you think? And first of all, is it you?
it definitely is not me. I don't know who it is.
If it was, would you tell me? Trick question.
Yeah, I know. Trick question. I mean, everybody who knows me knows I can't really code. So you would say that even if you could.
But
That's
fair,
true.
do you think it's one person? Do you think it's multiple people? Is it interesting to you? Do you think it's fundamental to the coin itself, to not the coin, the entirety of the concept, that its founders and animus, and how much guts do you think it takes if it's one person to just walk away from so much money?
I've considered all these questions many times. It's very hard to formulate a definitive answer to all of them. I don't know who it is, and I don't know why he or them, she, are not spending the coins that they most likely have. I think what really matters in Bitcoin about Satoshi is the fact that he's not there. And this is what's truly astonishing about it. The most important fact in Bitcoin is the fact that the creators disappeared and the thing has continued to operate now for almost 12 years without him being there. 11 years, I think it's been since he's left. And this is really the most important thing. And maybe he died or she died or they got into an accident on a road trip or whatever, and that's why they haven't accessed their coins. Maybe they're incapacitated for some reason. But whatever reason it is, I really think it's fate or serendipity that is giving us this very vital, very, very, very vital building ingredient in Bitcoin, which no other digital currency would ever recreate, which is that, because it was the first, it was the one that was able to establish the first mover advantage and get all the people who were interested in the technology to get into it. And so that's an enormous advantage. But the cherry on top of it made the whole thing really function well is the fact that the guy who made it disappeared and that it continued to operate, which is just a clear illustration that this is a network with no admins. And I'm tempted to think that they're incapacitated in some way, probably dead or gone, because I can't believe I don't believe any human being would have this level of self-control to not not want to meddle with their invention so much. Even if they might have had the self-control to mine the first million coins to get the network going and then throw away the coins or send them to an address that they don't have the key to. Because they really just wanted the network to take off. They may have no access to the coins, and that's why they can't move them. I could see that happening. But I find it harder to believe that they would resist the temptation to mess with the network.
It's funny. I find that the founders of ideas are often principled and have the integrity that the eventual users of those ideas don't fully have. I tend to, we have a kind of cynical view, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. And we tend to, in our mind, generalize that all humans are corruptible. And perhaps that's true to some degree, but I think that some people are corruptible than others. And I find that there is, I like to think that Satoshi Nakamoto is out there, and, just like George Washington chose to walk away. And it's a principle, and the principle is more powerful than the financial reward or any of those kinds of things. It's a principle that stands for freedom, and there's a lot of people throughout history, even recent history, that are willing to die for these principles or live a life full of suffering and sacrifice because they're still living life of principle and choosing that day after day after day. So, there's power to that. Money, what's the word for money in the end? In terms of just personal financial gain versus knowing how much positive impact there is. So the person that chooses to walk away like that, I think, is the same kind of person who chooses to live by that principle. You have people like that, Grigori Grisham Perlman in mathematics from down the field metal.
because he was, it's a medal, not $50 billion. Well, I know, I'm joking.
Well, that's actually an interesting, just a brief comment. When people talk about Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency space, it's often mixed of financial interest and ideas. And I think those are often correlated. But that good feeling you get, you win, number go up, or you just somebody, I found $20 on the street the other day, and just that feeling of just like, ooh, like more money, that positive feeling, that's correlated, but it is distinct from the power of the idea to change the world, to change the world for the better, to alleviate, it's like Alex Gladstein in the case of Bitcoin, they decrease the amount of suffering in the world because of authoritarian regimes. And just because your number goes up, with that gambling feeling of like, yes, this is good. And I mean, short-term number go up. There's a long-term number go up, it's more like investment and so on. And there's a short-term number, it's a good feeling that you can't, in your mind, keep those distinct from the power of the idea to transform the world. And if you focus on the power of the idea, maybe a billion or billions of dollars don't matter much. At least that's what I'd like to believe.
Perhaps, but what matters ultimately is that the thing works without it. The thing's worked for 11 years without it, and I think this is the really important thing. If they had stuck around for whatever reason and they had continued to meddle with it, it's not clear to me how decentralized it could have been. This is the problem with the other currencies. It's like how do you lose control of the Frankenstein that you've created? The only way that this Frankenstein can continue to survive is if the person in charge of it continues to feed it, and so it continues to be yours. And that's the problem with all the other digital currencies. If you've heard about any of the other 16,000 digital currencies out there, you've only heard about it because there's a small group of people behind it that are working on it, that are promoting it. And that's why I think, Michael Saylor's discussion with you was a magnificent illustration of the difference between Bitcoin and altcoins in that they are securities. I think he makes a very compelling, brilliant case for why this is makes them categorically different from Bitcoin. Bitcoin, you're buying property.
I think he mentioned he's a huge fan of Dogecoin, but I might be misremembering.
You are misremembering.
Okay, me too. Maybe I'm putting in a lot of context.
Yes.
Okay. But let me just ask you about some possible criticism of Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
So on centralization, so there's a criticism on the mining and on the node side. The node is not really the criticism, but Bitcoin mining is not fully decentralized because a small number of miners control a majority of the hashing power. I looked it up. It's 10,000, 15,000, whatever the number is of computers that are full nodes that have full. That are actively connected to the network. So you could argue that's decentralized because it's global as well across the world. But the miners, they're still, it's more centralized. So if you're thinking of making a case for Bitcoin being decentralized, do you worry about the miners being somewhat centralized? Is the node the important thing to think about?
Yeah.
And what number of nodes counts as centralized?
The nodes are what matters. The nodes are what determines Bitcoin's consensus parameter. I think the best way to think about it is that miners simply sell a commodity to the nodes, and that commodity is Bitcoin blocks. So what a miner does is they solve the proof of work problem, so they keep operating their computers until they can get a solution to the problem, and then they attach that to a bunch of transactions and present it to the nodes for the nodes to ratify and approve it. So therefore, I strongly recommend people to learn about the 2017 block size war to understand why miners don't control Bitcoin. I discussed this briefly in my Bitcoin Standard, but there's a recent book that discusses this in detail called The Block Size War by Jonathan Beer. It's a great description of, in 2017, essentially the miners thought that they could control Bitcoin. There was one mining company that produced the majority of the machines that were on the network, and they and their allies had control of the machines that were out there, and they controlled the majority of the hash rate, and they thought they could change Bitcoin's they could change Bitcoin's block size, which is tiny little detail, technical parameter. It's not even all that big of a deal for the economics of it. But they thought that they could pass this change, they could force this change on the networks. And the members of the network rejected it, and they weren't able to do it. So the nodes are what is sovereign. The nodes are what determine the rules of the game. The miners are a service provider. The miners invest capital up front. They buy the machines, they buy the electricity, they buy the storage, they buy the locations, they pay the rent, and they invest all of that money based on the idea that if they behave according to what the nodes want, the nodes will reward them with Bitcoin. So the miners are in no position to dictate terms for anyone. They put up their capital up front, and they will only recoup it if they do what the nodes want. So therefore, what really matters is the decentralization of the nodes. So you want to have as many nodes as possible. You want to have a system where there's a large number of nodes, and this is of course the biggest problem with other digital currencies is that because basically Bitcoin has cornered the market on a digital currency, the only way that you can really get traction is to generate a whole bunch of buzzwords about, we're doing this and we're doing that. And so other digital currencies are optimized for bells and whistles and buzzwords. And that means adding computational load, which makes the nodes bigger, harder to operate, and therefore you have a very small number of nodes. In fact, very few digital currencies are keen to publicize how many nodes there are, and they don't have full nodes in true sense. And it doesn't even matter how many nodes they have because de facto, you can spin up a million nodes tomorrow on AWS. Doesn't really matter. What matters is de facto, do the nodes dictate the rules of consensus? And the fact that with most digital currencies you can have hard forks very frequently and they can change the supply all the time means that there's a small group of people who agree amongst themselves how to move forward.
Yeah, so you threw in a few criticisms of altcoins there, but so one is the small group. That one we could talk about. It's a tricky one. We talked about that with Satoshi Nakamoto, but the other one is small number of nodes. So you push back on that. As computational power increases, you can argue that enables more and more cheap computers to serve as nodes. So at least it paints a future where nodes are always increasing because computational power is always increasing and getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So at least there's a hope for the future for greater and greater decentralization of node trust.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, again, it doesn't really matter how many nodes you have if you have if the way that the currency is run is that you're going to have a hard fork every few months, which is the case with most other currencies. Bitcoin's the only one that does not have hard fork. Basically, the unique thing about Bitcoin, in the technical sense, is that you could get the original software that Satoshi himself ran in 2009 to start the network, and you could run it today, and it would stick with the blockchain. There's one bug you need to fix. One mistake that would have only appeared, I think, around 2013 or 14 or something like that, so that he wasn't aware of back then. So you just need to fix this one tiny little bug. And then the consensus parameters are still the same, so you're able to stick to it. This is not true for most other digital currencies. I'd say probably all of them, because they've all had many hard forks, which they think of as upgrades. And, they market this thing as, well, Bitcoin can't upgrade, but we upgrade all the time. Well, yeah, you know what else upgrades all the time? Facebook, Apple, Amazon, anything that's centralized is very easy to upgrade. And that's precisely why, as Michael says these things are somebody's liability. They are security. You're carrying on somebody's technical and economic liability. They can hard fork, they can 10x the supply tomorrow.
Yeah. They can fall victim to the same corrupting forces that governments fall victim to. Sure, and for people who don't know, yeah, hard fork is a reverse incompatible change to the underlying function of a cryptocurrency. Of course, there is hard forks of Bitcoin as well. I'm sure all of you love it dearly. Anyway, but that doesn't matter. The original Bitcoin, for the most part, is not undergone any changes, and that's what.
I mean, it has undergone changes, but none in the important parameters of the network.
So another criticism is about energy.
Mhm.
So the proof of work consensus mechanism uses a lot of energy. What's the response to this?
Yes, because it's worth it.
Okay,
The airplane uses a lot more energy than a kayak. You know, when you're going to cross the Atlantic next time, what are you going to take? A kayak that is environmentally friendly according to this insane definition, or are you going to take an airplane that consumes a lot of energy?
so the cost benefit analysis here, essentially you have to consider both the cost and the benefit.
Exactly. And I think it's an astonishing testament to just how far backward people's scientific and technological thinking has devolved to the point where we think of energy consumption as a bad thing. I think it's just, and in the fiat standard, I discussed the whole hysteria around energy, and I think it's a product of fiat inflation because it's a way of trying to covering up the fact that energy fuels that are reliable and necessary for the current world are becoming more and more expensive because of inflation. And so governments are always looking for excuses for why you should not be using those things. And so they promote all kinds of stupid pseudosciences to tell you about why these things are bad. But really, you know, all technology is, well, not all, but the vast majority of technological innovations involve economizing of human time and judgment and replacing it with machines, with reliable machines that spend a lot of energy. So that's what a telephone does. Instead of having to send somebody across the world to tell somebody something else or send a letter, the telephone allows you to do it. Cars, you could walk, but a car consumes a lot more energy, but it allows you to travel much faster and safer and more reliably. And the airplane is like that. Modern telecommunication, human prosperity is an increase in the consumption of energy, and I think it is an absolutely criminal thing. I genuinely mean the word criminal to portray energy consumption as a bad thing because it is truly depriving people of the chance to live a life that makes life better. You know, it's truly criminal to tell poor countries that they should not consume the same energy sources that are being used in rich countries that on which our modern infrastructure and modern life relies. That's what life is. You know, if you reduce the consumption of energy in the U.S. to the levels that you have in poor countries today, the U.S. would become desperately poor. A lot of people would die. Cities would collapse.
So the quality of life decreases significantly. A high quality of life often requires, given the current technology, a high expenditure of energy.
Yeah, and it should be clear, you know, it's not a quality of life in the sense of many people think of this as, oh yeah, well, you know, taking needless flights or vacations. No, these are the cherries on top of the cake. The substance of the cake and the real benefits of energy is the fact that children, premature babies, survive in countries that have reliable 24-hour cheap electricity. If your child is born premature, they put it in an incubator, put him in an incubator or her. They're highly likely to survive. If you don't have 24-hour electricity, that child is not going to make it. And you see it. You know, the level of energy consumption per capita is highly correlated, not just to income, but also to health outcomes, to infant mortality, to all of the things that you care about. And Bitcoin is just another technology. It does consume a lot more energy than central banks. A lot of Bitcoiners like to take a cough out of this and say, well, you know, central banks consume money and ATMs consume a lot of energy. And I think if you calculate how much central banks and banks consume, I think it's a rounding error next to what Bitcoin consumes. I think Bitcoin is just maybe not a rounding error, but it's still Bitcoin is I think is going to consume a lot more, and that's a good thing.
You know, what's humbling is to look, because even just looking into this forces me to look at the energy expenditures for many of the things we take for granted. Obviously, computers and our digital lives, it just Bitcoin becomes a rounding error uh, relative to how much energy is spent on all the computers in our world. But also like, things like home appliances, microwaves, and, yeah, hair dryers and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's just another thing hilarious. That all these things are just part of our modern life. They're either the same order, at least the same order of magnitude as Bitcoin, and they seem like trivial parts of life.
yeah, and this is the thing. All of the people that complain about Bitcoin's energy consumption, I presume they use washing machines. Now, why should their desire for clean and dry clothes to get to consume energy? And I mean, I used to live in Lebanon. Lebanon had hyperinflation. escaped from hyperinflation. I prevented my life could have been ruined by hyperinflation, and the reason it wasn't ruined is because I have Bitcoin. So I don't know. Am I allowed to swear on your Yes. So fuck your washing machine. Given a choice between my washing machine and my Bitcoin, I'll choose Bitcoin. It's a technology that has already saved my life, and I think it's going to save the lives of many, 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 many more people. So, but of course, I don't have to choose between my Bitcoin and my washing machine because this is, we're just constantly consuming more energy. We're going to continue to consume more energy in this world, and that's just what progress is. And a small remark, so in principle, I don't think this is a problem, but the other thing about Bitcoin, where it is different from washing machines, Bitcoin is truly unique. This is the only thing whose energy consumption can be produced absolutely anywhere. Your washing machine needs to be in your house where you live, and you live in a city surrounded by 10 million people, and they all have their washing machines, and they're all connected to the grid, and they generally tend to do their laundry at the same time. And so you have to put the load of the washing machine on the grid at the same time. There needs to be one power plant, and all the infrastructure needs to work at the same time, and the electricity is pretty expensive because it's being done in a place with high demand. Bitcoin does not need to buy electricity from places where it has high demand because you can buy electricity from anywhere. This is what's truly mind-blowing about it. You can buy, what you need the electricity you need for mining can be done anywhere. So you can mine, you can have a waterfall in the north of Canada, 300 miles away from any population center. There's water, there's energy. You can put hydroelectric dam there, and then you can use that energy to operate the miners. And then the miners just need a centralized internet connection. And effectively, you're selling that energy that is isolated to the grid. And because of the way the Bitcoin functions, because of the difficulty investment, the only profitable miners are the ones who get cheap electricity. Basically, if you're mining at grid cost, if you're mining at the average electricity price on the globe is around 14 cents. If you're mining at 14 cents in Bitcoin, you're most likely not going to make it. If you're running your miners at 14 cents, because everybody could mine at 14 cents. And so what happens is if everybody's mining at 14 cents stops being profitable, and then only the people mining at a lower price are profitable. So that's why Bitcoin mining is not competing with a washing machine. And this is the absurd thing about this kind of energy scarcity viewpoint, where oh no, it's a catastrophe. Bitcoin is taking all the electricity, as if the electricity is just one fixed pie that we all have to share and fight over. And this is how I keep making fun of these stupid headlines they put out where Bitcoin's consuming more electricity than Portugal. All right, well, maybe we should ask Portugal then. What the hell is Portugal giving? Obviously, it's not.
He doesn't mean that. I've gotten so much criticism for saying Cristiano Ronaldo is not in the top five. I apologize. I love Portugal.
That's another discussion we should get into.
We should, because you posted a few soccer thing. I'm not. I realize how passionate people are about this. Listen, it's a joke. All right,
I love
people attention in the top five.
Yeah, I love Portugal. And even though I'm a Liverpool fan, I still respect Cristiano Ronaldo a lot. In fact, I hold a very unpopular opinion, but I think Cristiano Ronaldo is the greatest football player ever.
Number one, over Pele, Maradona, Messi, better than Messi.
Yes, he's been doing it for 20 years at the top. Nobody's ever done that. He's won everything everywhere he goes. At the top, at the Champions League.
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, period. It is essentially like a real life Truman Show, period. You can watch me whenever you want, period.
Versus the genius of the actual play on the field.
I mean, the genius is Ronaldo's the top scorer all the time.
He's a genius in scoring, not the actual advance of the play, the creativity.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Messi's been absolutely mediocre since he's left Barcelona.
Strong words.
He's put, 2 goals in PSG this year? They're out of the Champions League.
What about Mohamed Salah? You posted.
Oh, yeah.
Is he climbing up to be?
I think he should win the Ballon d'Or this year. He probably should have won it last year as well. He's been absolutely outstanding. But I mean, just people are so crazy about Messi. They keep giving him accolades. He hasn't deserved, I think, Messi the last couple of Ballon d'Ors that he got. I mean, he's a great player and everything, but he did not deserve it last year.
We can agree to disagree.
There's a Barca fan or a Messi fan.
I would say, no, I wouldn't say Barca fan, but Barca fan because of Messi. And I think it's like there's certain things. Um, so when I was growing up in Soviet Union, Russia, I remember Maradona. He was the first person I saw that I was like, oh wow, this could be. This is greatness in sport, not just football in sport, right? And for some reason, I mean, it's something about like Diego Armando Maradona, like the way they were commentating, the genius of his play, the mix of ego, and again the performance, but being able to carry a team on his shoulders. That I just fell in love with whenever he represented, and by that Argentina. And then Messi, I saw when he was like 16, 17, and he was just like right in the early days. When you first see a person, you see the genius, and you notice that, and then it turns out to be actually a great player. For some reason, you're invested. You're emotionally invested. I don't know. So you kind of just fall in love, and then you pick sides. I mean, that's just the thing about football. Part of the one thing about football, soccer is like you pick a guy, you pick a team, and fuck everyone else. You just have fun talking shit. I mean, that's part of it.
It's great. It's great because I think obviously most people can do it, but I think if you don't do it in football, you can do it elsewhere.
That's right.
And that's why it's very good. Because instead of hating people for their religion and for their skin color, hate them because they support Manchester United.
So you're a Liverpool fan.
Yes, hardcore, long term. Um, but yeah, so to go back to the original point on Portugal, yeah, energy. Bitcoin is not competing with Portugal because Bitcoin is buying energy from places where we can't buy it. Because all the places where we can buy energy for our washing machines, we're bidding up the price enough to make it non-viable to do. And that's why you see those headlines about Bitcoin consuming more energy than Portugal. Well, if you look at Portugal, I mean, they've got giant power plants in Portugal. They've got millions of people, and they've got enormous amounts of infrastructure. Where are all these infrastructure for Bitcoin mining? You don't see it in the cities. It's all isolated. It's all out away from the cities, or it's connected to grids that have serious overcapacity. So Bitcoin is not out there buying the expensive energy, taking energy away from people who can't afford it. It's out there buying its own energy because it doesn't need to buy the expensive energy people really need.
So one other criticism from an investment perspective, from a gambling perspective that people see is the volatility of Bitcoin. Of course, that's been somewhat decreasing over time, but what's your answer to the criticism that Bitcoin is too volatile now and stay away? It's like a safe place for people to invest either short term or long term.
There's no denying there's a volatility, there's a high oscillation in value in the short term. So I think the safe way to approach that is there's a position. If the volatility bothers you, then you're overinvested, perhaps. So maybe you should reduce the size of your position so that the volatility doesn't bother you. This is a short answer. Like stack as much as your conviction will allow you to tolerate the volatility. And of course, the reason you should try and consider tolerating volatility more is the options are you hold fiat assets, which only go down stable, relatively stable, not a lot of volatility day to day. The value of your dollar doesn't change 40% overnight, 20% overnight, or something like that. But it does go down reliably. It's going to go down 40%. You can count on it. It might take a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Compared to the things that you want to buy, it's going to go down by 40%. And it's not going to come back. It's going to go down another 40%, and then another 40%, and then another 40%. So the option really is relatively short-term stability to long-term decline, or short-term volatility to long-term rise. And so that's the way in which Bitcoin teaches people to have a low time preference and think about the long term. So stack, accumulate, and think of it in the long term. It's a function of the fact that Bitcoin is new. Bitcoin is currently less than 1% of the global money market. So there's about $100 trillion of money out there in the world. $100 trillion roughly of fiat, about $10 trillion of gold, and Bitcoin is less than $1 trillion. So one rich guy decides to get into Bitcoin. That's going to show up on the Bitcoin chart. If you look at it, and Elon Musk decides to buy Bitcoin, you see the buy. You see the news that happens, and you see the pump. Elon Musk decided that he doesn't like Bitcoin. You see the drop. But a few years ago, it used to be that one random millionaire would cause that. Now you have to be the richest guy in the world to do that. In a few years, you're going to have to be the richest country in the world to be able to do that to the Bitcoin price. Maybe many years, maybe not a few years. But as Bitcoin grows, think about it as a liquid pool of money. Currently, it's a small pool next to a much larger ocean, just the entire money market. And so one person jumps from that to this small pool, they can make a big splash. As the pool grows, essentially the saleability increases, and the likelihood of one individual purchase affecting the price so violently decreases. And so over time, as the size of the market increases, I think we're going to see the volatility decline more and more. Ultimately, if you look at gold, historically gold has been very, very stable. It did not achieve its stability because the central bank was in charge of gold supply, or because there was a gold committee that decided how much gold gets produced. It achieved that stability because it became the most saleable good, and so therefore it became the good that contains the most cash balances in the world. At the end of the 19th century, everybody held cash balances in gold, and the new production was a tiny little addition to global production, to the supply. So that's what made gold the most relative. I shouldn't say stable, because nothing is stable in economics, but relatively it holds on to its value, and it's much less volatile than digital currency, than national currencies. That's because it has the highest stock to flow ratio, and that's because its supply is a tiny fraction of the liquid market. And as the liquid market grows, as the size of cash balances grows, and trades in Bitcoin cancel each other out, you get only slight changes in value. So I think as Bitcoin matures, that's going to decline. So effectively, I think the end game is Bitcoin is huge. Bitcoin is worth something like, I think the total addressable market for Bitcoin is not just national currencies and gold's addressable market, but also government bonds. That's the really big one.
So how do bonds compare to gold? So you're saying it surpassed gold for 10 trillion?
Yeah.
What's bonds? Where's bonds?
So then there's also national currencies, which are about 100 trillion, and there's government bonds, which are around $120 billion. And trillion.
Trillion.
Yes.
We're saying billion, not trillion.
Yeah.
So you think bonds can move Bitcoin?
I've always this is the prize. This is the main dish. The gold is the appetizer. Bonds are the main dish, because bonds have replaced gold. Yeah. I mean, bonds have replaced gold in people's portfolio. People remember we were saying gold was you'd hold it as a saving, as the secure part of your portfolio, and then you take risk with the equity. Currently, people do that by holding a part of their portfolio in bonds. That's the part that they treat as their saving account, and then the rest they use for not speculation, or investments in which they take risk. Yeah, speculation, and that's stocks and equity and other high-risk assets. I think Bitcoin is not going to replace equity. There will always be equity. There will always be companies and people who want to have equity. But it will probably replace a big chunk of current equity markets, because right now, if you want to save, it used to be that you hold bonds. Now, if you want to save, you go into stock indexes. So I think Bitcoin likely eats a big chunk of equity markets, because currently people are using it as saving. And I think it eats all bonds. That's my most ambitious.
So the question is the scale of time that happens across, but the most important statement you make is about trend.
Yeah, and also, I mean, let's also remember, currently bonds nominally don't beat inflation, and in real terms, they don't come close to real beating inflation. So currently, with bonds, you're taking on credit default risk to buy a bond, and also getting less money back in real terms. Well, Bitcoin doesn't offer you returns, but in real terms, it appreciates much more, and it has, I believe, a lot less risk associated with it than any company or government.
So let's make things spicy and ask if Bitcoin fails in the long-term future. As all you said, economics, volatility, things happen in this world. The human civilization might end in this century. I hope it doesn't. It might. It could be catastrophic events. If Bitcoin fails, it goes to zero, loses its number one spot. What would be the reason? If you're an alien visiting Earth 100 years from now and just were to analyze the situation, Bitcoin is a pretty new thing. So the possible trajectories of how the world evolves together with this new monetary technology is nearly infinite. So if it fails, one of those trajectories surely involves Bitcoin failing. What would be the reason?
I think the most likely reason that it could fail, I don't think this is likely in general, but I think it is the most likely of all the unlikely things that could destroy Bitcoin, is governments go back on police.
So they make, in your view, a better decision in the current system, just not the best decision. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you would go much darker. But so that's okay. Interesting. So maybe because of Russia, because of China, and so on, because of the current war, they might reconsider the power that America holds because of the monetary, because of it being the primary currency. And they'll start thinking about going on a gold standard.
Yeah, but it would also require the US and the Europeans and everybody to want to join in this system and sing Kumbaya and play nice with each other around the gold standard. I think, given that gold already is about 10 times larger than Bitcoin, so it has a first mover advantage. If governments were to go and peg their prices to gold again, the price of gold would shoot up 5-10x, and it would rise in value a lot more.
Of course, that doesn't necessarily kill Bitcoin.
No, again, I'm not saying it's likely to happen. I'm saying I imagine less likely, less unlikely than all the other unlikely scenarios. Because, even with a nuclear war, 90% of the planet is destroyed, the 10% continue to run Bitcoin.
There's a quote. Okay, there's a movement, a community of people referred to as Bitcoin maximalists.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen you referred in the past as the leader of of the Bitcoin maximalists, probably because of your book, Bitcoin Standard, considered the Bible in general. You're one of the leaders in the space. Do you regret any of the toxicity and derision that often, or perhaps sometimes, originates from the community?
Definitely not. I'm not in position to regret other people's actions. So let's just be clear. I think the rhetoric of community is. I reject this rhetoric because I think it's a way for kind of political manipulation and subversion to try and portray people as part of a community and hold people responsible for other people's actions, which I think is ridiculous. So, some guy on the internet said something mean to somebody, and then this is very common. I always try and not get involved in these things. So some guy who identifies as a Bitcoiner says something to somebody that's very wrong. Of course it happens. Tens of millions of people use Bitcoin around the world. And a lot of these, I'd say, parasites, people who don't have anything productive to do with their life, outrage merchants, they'll come out and say something along the lines of, the Bitcoin maximalists are toxic, they're holding Bitcoin back, and they need, and of course it's manipulative. The point behind it is they want to get to you, they want to get people who are, not that nobody with 300 followers who said something silly, they want to get the notable people to basically change their message. So the idea is, I'm supposed to apologize because somebody with 300 followers I've never met in my life who calls themselves a Bitcoiner said a mean word, and then I need to apologize, and I also need to cut down on my rhetoric about other digital currencies, and I need to do that. So I'm only responsible for my own actions, and I don't recall regretting anything.
Okay, well, let me push back or push further into that direction. Fine, let's leave community aside. Labels suck, for sure. But you have a spicy way about you on Twitter. Even in this conversation, we had some good, strong words.
Yeah, I mean,
to say about
I've always believed life is too short to mince words. One day I'm going to be dead, and I'm on my deathbed. I'm not going to look back and say, I wish I was a little bit more circumspect in expressing my opinions. I'm far more likely to think, what, I wish I said what I really think.
Yes, life is too short to hold back your opinion. The question is, what is really your opinion? Because you're many people in one. So there's a person that loves, there's kindness for the human beings, there's a person that gets annoyed, there's a person that enjoys disagreement, there's a person that enjoys collaboration. And you can emphasize all of those different things, each of those different things, weigh it differently in your online interaction. There are some aspects of an online interaction that encourages in different communities. Online interaction is one community that encourages kind of derision and mockery and so on. So you can choose if you want to engage that part of yourself or some other part of yourself. Economics is another community that enjoys being like very straightforward about their disagreements, pretty harsh. It's fun to watch because it feels like you arrive at the truth much faster because you tear each other apart. But that's a choice. That's a deliberate choice. And I don't want to label an entire community of people by its extremes. I don't think you should do that. But there's cultural characteristics you start to notice. When you go to France, it's a certain way. When you go to Britain, London is different than rural Britain. New York is different than Iowa. You start to notice. I mean, you don't want to generalize. There's all kinds of people everywhere, but there's a certain way of communication on crypto, Twitter in general, but also Bitcoin maximalists that I even early on received a bunch of heat. So what the hell? So listen, there's definitely a difference when I go to the computer science community, the machine learning community. It's way friendlier than the cryptocurrency community. I have much more freedom to actually be what I enjoy being, which is asking simple, dumb questions. Even when I've already spent years and decades with an idea, I like asking dumb questions anyway. Crypto folks punish you for this, for curiosity, for exploration. I understand the mechanism because so many other people come into that community and they might masquerade as curious, but really they're trying to sell some kind of outcome, some scheme to make money. And so I understand maybe that's just the dynamic of the community by nature. It's not like you respond appropriately to charlatans. So if the fraction of charlatans is low, maybe you can afford to be more loving and kind and so on. And when the fraction of charlatans is high, you have to be harsher. Perhaps.
But I think also, the stakes are extremely high in this situation. And I think, if you don't like Bitcoiners, if Bitcoiners are toxic, basically with fiat, the fiat community has financed world wars and genocides and tyrants and the mass death and destruction. The fiat community, if you want to use that term, I don't believe that you should, but I mean, fiat has destroyed the savings of pretty much anybody who's lived through the last 20th century. Pretty much anybody who's lived through the 20th century, no matter where you live, Switzerland, US, Ethiopia, Russia, you've gone through fiat problems. You've had hyperinflation, you've had bank confiscation. There isn't a family in the world today that hasn't had its wealth destroyed the last century. They all have stored inflation and hyperinflation. And Bitcoin offers us a way out of this. And shitcoin, altcoins are essentially fiat world's last gasp attempt to try and salvage to try and salvage the idea that some people will continue to be able to print money and other people will have to use that money. This is Twitter, it's a free market, it's the internet. You don't have to follow anything. That's the thing. So what I find really objectionable about the people who are so desperate always about Bitcoin maximalists is you don't have to follow any people you don't like. There are 300 million Twitter accounts, and if you choose to follow the accounts that say things that annoy you, then complain about the fact that you say things that annoy you. I'm sorry that you're an idiot. I don't know how to use Twitter. Just follow the account that you like. It's you don't have to target this. You don't have to listen to it. You can choose. There are a lot of Bitcoiners that don't act like this. You can just unfollow them once.
And
Like
since the past year and a half, I've met a lot of them. I enjoy them a lot, and we build that community the way you enjoy their less. The communicate the way you enjoy it. And it's become a meme at this point that I block with love.
yes,
Because I did not
I block very prolifically, and I strongly recommend that people continue to block. I think Twitter is, you're not going to get to interact with 300 million accounts anyway. So you want to be constantly curating the experience by getting rid of people you don't like and following people that you like. And that's just how, after 10 years of using Twitter, you accumulate a block list, which is very big, which I'm very happy to pass on to my children.
It's your deathbed. Grandchildren will gather around and your grandfather can finally share.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it's just a Twitter account. If it bothers you so much, ask yourself why it bothers you that some people are so. I'm not referring to you, obviously, but I mean the people that are constantly aggravated about this. I don't get bothered by anything on Twitter. I just block immediately, and I get to curate the experience that I enjoy. And I recommend people do that. It's really a lot less professional than complaining about spending the same things you don't like, which a lot of. I just the reason for it. I mean, when I say it's stupid, it's not really stupid. When I see a remote there, and they're really motivated. Hey, I have this system that I'm able to buy for the friends of mine, and I'd like to try you a quick tip. I'd like you to treat my community. I get this practically every week, whether through email or through Twitter, where, hey, this is actually fun. It's just like this is better because it does this and this and that. And, basically you have to get huge all this shit works. And being straightforward and forthright is a great productivity hack because you just tell those people, no, I'm not interested. It's a stupid shit one, and I wish you quick and swift failure before you take a lot of people with money. And that's what I genuinely think.
Well, but I'll just be upfront with the fact, at least for my case, just labeling everything as a shitcoin worries me. So this is my own preference. It's not a judgment on you. It's just my own preference that I'm afraid I'll miss good ideas. I think when me personally, when I'm too certain about things, when I am too tribal about things, I'll miss actually really strong ideas, outlier ideas, new ideas. So that worries me. One of the downsides of the way Bitcoin is, how much is at stake financially, is that it's less open to it actually by design. It's not changing for the hard forks and so on. That there's not a kind of curiosity and exploration of ideas. Of course, in some way, that curiosity can start getting ejected when you start talking about other layers built on top of Bitcoin. You start talking about applications, different things like Lightning Network. That's where the curiosity can emerge. But still, that's why cryptocurrency in general just tries to keep an open mind. It just, the shitcoin as a term is just like a statement that I'm going to close my mind to. That's the way I hear it. And but coming out of your mouth, as you say a lot of other edgy stuff, it's just more you having fun. That's the way I hear it. But if I said something like that, that's I would feel like I'm losing my mind.
I mean, let me give you the counter argument to that. How much time do you spend emailing back all these Nigerian Prince email scams that email you and tell you, send me $5,000 and I'll send you $15 million?
No.
None. Why are you being closed-minded to all of these great ideas?
But I'm also,
maybe one of them will actually send you $15 million.
But I don't know if I know the difference between a Nigerian prince and the other people I do talk to, or colleagues and so on. They're also emailing me, and they're also offering me things, but they don't sound as ridiculous as spammy.
Yeah, but I mean, the moment that somebody tells you, "Hey, I'm going to give you $15 million for nothing, just if you send me $5,000," you're getting something for nothing. And essentially, with all of the digital currencies, it's the same pitch. Hey, come use this thing that'll allow you to do things that all the things that they pretend that they can do, it can be done with computers without having digital currencies. We already have AWS that does cloud computing, that does everything that shitcoins pretend to do. The only difference is AWS doesn't have its own monetary system back on top of it to allow Jeff Bezos to basically print his own money.
But don't you think there's some great? So let me say the record. And let's see if you change. It's a philosopher, economist, human being. He tweeted 3 years ago.
Oh,
anyone who believes proof of stake can work is either one, completely clueless at how and why Bitcoin was evolved, or two, con artists using it as a buzzword to promote a worthless scam like Ethereum. Do you still believe that Ethereum is a scam, and in general, proof of stake. You're either clueless, if you think it's interesting.
Yeah, no, I still stand by that. I think
Would you classify Ethereum as a shitcoin?
for sure it's it's the mother asshole from which the Bitcoin.
The royal king Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think the key thing was the way that they made it from a couple of years ago, which is essentially proof of work was like the emotional flight. We've got this machine, we managed to get it to fly off the ground. And proof of stake is, hey, we found a great way to make airplanes cheaper and faster. Why not make it fly? By keeping them on the ground. Like the intention of proof of work, the reason the entire digital currency space exists is because Bitcoin operates based on proof of work. If Bitcoin was based on proof of stake, it would have died and been shut down from day one.
But that's a hypothesis, and a lot of people believe that, and I think they have a lot of strong support. Basically, proof of work is just ground in physics. In the real world, the proof of stake is more about
It's the Federal Reserve. It's exactly what we have. It's exactly what we have. It's just a group of people who get to decide the rules, and it's essentially a system that is, it's a company. So it's not a distribution. In the sense, it's a step backward to what we already had, which is you get a bunch of people in charge of the money. Now, the only reason it survives in this, the reason I call these things a scam, and I have no problem with calling them a scam, is because they fraudulently present themselves as being decentralized. They present themselves as just being a different way of doing decentralization of Bitcoin, when it's not. It's just they're riding Bitcoin's coattails. And they're riding the fact that most people don't quite understand what Bitcoin is and how it works to portray themselves as a cheaper, better, more efficient way of doing what Bitcoin does. It's not. It's a less legally accountable way of doing what central banks do.
right. So, and the basic criticism is that there's a group of people, sometimes a very small group of people, that can control the parameters of the operation of the system. So over time, you can't trust. It's not gold under the mattress. It has that kind of.
It's not profit. I mean, really very strong credit in your discussion with sale of people who want to elaborate more. There's a bunch of people in charge. It means that legally they should be doing this under securities law. But even as an anarchist, if I don't want to care about that, the technical implication of it is this is never going to be adopted as a neutral way of transferring value on the internet because you need something that enemies can trade with one another. You can't have something that has a small group of people in charge because A, the small group of people themselves can be corrupted, and B, they can be coerced. You can put a bunch of people in a room, put a gun to their head, and you can change everything in any of these digital currencies. And that's why I think you find a lot more sympathy among fiaters to shitcoins. The Keynesian economist to Ethereum and the pipeline is a very strong one because it's the same thing. It's like you like the idea of being in charge of money, and you think you're going to be wanting to be in charge of money. So you see a lot of this phenomena. You see the same people that want gold, don't like central banking, they get into it.
Yeah, so just to actually push back a couple of things. So one is theater. It sounds like I'm trying to be a sophisticated Brit talking about theater, but for many reasons, not making me feel good about that. So, day by day, things change. You used to be one of those. So people evolve, people learn. People that are supportive of Bitcoin might eventually become supporters of Ethereum or go back to supporting fiat. We don't know. People evolve for different reasons. You grow up, you mature, or you become enlightened. So I think every single person is, as this technology is evolving, as this world is evolving, as wars break out and politics change, the monetary system constantly put under stress, people will evolve. So we're trying to all figure it out together. That's why like open mindedness is here. I think for people like me, at least, it seems essential.
I know, so I expect you to be answering all the spam emails you get.
I will. No, I don't have a clear understanding. What is a good investment in my time? What is a good investment in my money? This just seems clear. I just think things are good at promoting themselves. I'm not talking about all. There are different kinds of things like Ethereum, altcoins, and so on. I just mean life, like dating, jobs, friendships. Like everybody advertises themselves as a great investment, right? So you don't know. You have to keep an open mind. You have to say, and you sort of self-introspective about how biases that I operate under, and ways I can beat myself, like hallucinations that I'm looking at, like breaking out of all these things. So it's very hard to introspect. Thinking like, what are the assumptions under which I live my entire life that might be true false assumptions? It's a really difficult process. It's a dangerous one. The Nietzsche view goes on to this people. It's like I mean, he's got demons inside. So he has like all these conspiracy theories over inside him that's really destroying. So this psychological burden. So you question authority, you question government, you question culture, the way things have been done. It's really difficult. And the biases you operate under, it's really difficult to question those. So I think being constantly reminded and self-critical, not constantly, but a little bit every day is important.
Yeah, but if, you're talking to somebody. I grew up in Ramallah, Palestine, the West Bank. I've changed my mind on all kinds of different things. The fact that I was even to the idea of this point has required an enormous amount of. It's a heck of a journey. So I'd much rather appreciate direct arguments rather than these kind of general fluffy. You should be. Oh, of course, yes, you should be open-minded, but also you come up with conclusions and you delete that even, because you have to go on with your life. You can. There's an opportunity cost to considering every snap email. So,
well, to me, okay, so I'll just say my relatively sort of shallow perspective, or looks like a technical person mostly. My understanding of economics is weak. Proof of stake is not obviously a weak consensus mechanism relative to proof of work. So that's not obvious to me that it goes wrong and it becomes corrupted in the way that governments get corrupted, because it still seems decentralized. Now, your criticism of governance is an interesting one, but if you put that aside, it still is a decentralized mechanism, and it's more transparent than the mechanism that governments operate.
It is. It's exactly what the Federal Reserve is. The Federal Reserve is a proof of stake system. The Federal Reserve is owned by its constituent banks. And so the rules of the Federal Reserve and regulations are determined by the ownership, which is the banks. So it's exactly what the Federal Reserve is.
But it's too backdoor. The agreements between the banks and the Federal Reserve, it feels like a lot of those agreements are made between individuals that sort of behind the scenes. It's hard to, it's opaque.
Yes, but the only way that a proof of stake system will take off is if you have a military to force people to use it. That's the thing. Ultimately, there's no way that it's going to take off on a free market. And that's why, for all of the bluster about wanting to move to a proof of stake system, Ethereum have been saying this since 2014. It's now been 8 years. They've been talking about it. We still haven't seen the proof of stake system operational on this paperware.
The Cardano proof of stake.
It's potential. I mean, you can do it in a centralized way, but can it survive? Can it last for a long time? I don't think so. And I think it can last perhaps initially with marketing, with centralized marketing. You can promote it, but ultimately, user demand. The people that are not interested in speculating because they want to get rich, and that's they're going to use it. They're going to want to use it because they can trust that it is not going to be messed.
Yes.
So,
right. But there's also applications that also letting if there's applications on top. One of the reasons I'm interested in things like Ethereum is you might think it's ridiculous. I thought it was ridiculous, but NFTs. Right? So you can have NFTs probably on Bitcoin.
But you don't, because there's no marketing on Bitcoin, because all these ideas get promoted on proprietary, because
yes. But there's the network effects of ideas, of applications. So they just take off for some reason. Human civilization is such that you get excited about stuff, and large amounts of people believe a thing, and they start to get excited, and it actually has an impact. Like the fact that NFTs can have an impact on the art world or the world in general is wild to me. but it worked. So
Well, you know, David Rothschild has an impact on the art world.
well, things, ideas have, we're collective intelligent beings, and you can believe a thing that has power, that has led to major wars, all those kinds of things. So it's interesting to me that NFTs took hold. And the question is there distributed dApps, or there's distributed apps built on top of different blockchains that might somehow transform the world? You have to kind of keep in mind to that, because right now it's like I'm the same place with that as I am with like virtual reality. It's like, all right, this seems like a really intellectually promising set of ideas here. There's something either technically or socially not quite taking hold. Why? And I don't know what the right answer is. So with virtual reality, what's the right answer? Is it just technically the latency is too high, or the games are not good enough, or is it a fundamentally flawed idea we could live in a virtual world and enjoy it, that the physical world is just orders of magnitude better, or a two-dimensional display is just as good as a three-dimensional world? I don't know. Why is virtual reality not taking off? It's since the 80s, right?
I don't have strong opinions on it, on the prospects of the technology. Personally, I don't ever imagine myself having something on my eyes. I'd rather just go out into the real world. But I don't have strong opinions on virtual reality. I do have on dApps and NFTs.
Yeah, what's your criticism of dApps and NFTs? Is distraction the way to sell a flawed technology?
The problem with apps is, it's just the economics of it make no sense in the sense that currently, so if you wanted to run an application, whatever the application is, you want to run it on AWS, you pay a specific amount of money. You want to run it on your own laptop, you pay a specific amount of money per kilobyte of data. If you wanted to run the same thing on a distributed ledger, where you're distributing data over thousands of computers worldwide, it's infinitely more expensive. And that's why we haven't seen any of these dApps take off. That's why I've said this many years ago. The only working application of blockchain technology is Bitcoin. Because with Bitcoin, you're with a few hundred bytes of data, you could move $1 billion worth of economic value from here to China and move it safely and reliably. So that power, I can't see it being justified for anything that is not as mission critical as moving large amounts of value, which require very little amount of information. So when you look at all of the buzzwords that the Ethereum and other altcoin marketing people like to use, and if you want to wonder really why we come to this kind of aggression, it's because we've heard all of this. I've had all of these youngsters come to me for years. I've had people in 2016 talk to me about how Ethereum blockchain technology is going to revolutionize real estate deeds in India. I remember this guy. I'm not going to mention his name, but this guy was 2016. He sold a lot of shitcoins and made a lot of money from shitcoins based on all these silly ideas. We're going to have blackjack on a distributed ledger. We're going to have Indian real estate on a distributed ledger, and it's concern trolling marketing. There's a problem with real estate in India, real estate deeds. Blockchain fixes this. Buy my shitcoin. And then people buy the shitcoin. Indian real estate isn't fixed. And the guy gets rich. And they move on. But, I'm still waiting for a dApp to actually emerge. It's... the promise that you keep feeling is something completely world transforming. And the reality is not one app. There's one of my good friends, Jimmy Song. Eventually, they refused to go ahead with it, but he wanted to bet with one of the Ethereum people about these dApps. The Ethereum people are constantly saying those dApps are going to grow and they're going to have so many applications, they're going to have so many ideas. And the reality is, all the apps that work are centralized apps. So there is no Uber on the blockchain. There is no Twitter on the blockchain. There is no social media on the blockchain because these are businesses, and businesses require a centralized authority to make decisions. You can't have it be decentralized.
Yeah, listen, you're frustrated, and I could see it over a few years. I just haven't dealt with a humongous influx of charlatans.
I wouldn't say frustrated. It's water off my back.
No, but a man that uses and a community that uses the word shitcoin is a little bit. You call it amusement, and I think amusement is the way to deal with the frustration, channeling the frustration. Like sometimes when you have to deal with bullshit, the best way is just to laugh at the absurdity of it all, and that's what you mean by amusement. But the fact is, like, there's things like artificial intelligence for what is it? How many decades? Say 7 decades has been off and on promising to change everything, and it has failed time and time again to deliver to the promise. But that doesn't mean there's something fundamentally really powerful about both the small and the big things going on within the actual research and development within those communities. There's a lot of exciting developments, and the scale at which those developments might actually have a transformative impact, the time scale, is unclear. It seems like we're certainly overpromised. We dream too big and too aggressive in the AI community, but a lot of
and I'm happy to give people the benefit of the doubt when they're overpromising, but not when they're making their own money. When you start making your own currency, then you don't get the benefit of the doubt. Because if your idea needs you to have a new currency that you print when Bitcoin is out there, then I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're doing this for free.
time to mention that I am actually launching a coin, a Flex coin.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to block you with love. Okay. One thing I wanted to ask you about is the Fed's this paper they released in January 20th on the potential central bank digital currency (CBDC). What are your thoughts about that? Is it just another is it pros and cons for this? Is it a lot interesting to you? This kind of thing?
I used to think that it's just basically waffle. It's meaningless because as it exists, the dollar is a central bank digital currency, right? The vast majority of dollars are digital, and but I think the way that over the last couple of years I've changed my mind on this. I think there's some serious substance behind these ideas, and what they mean effectively is the disintermediation of the banking system and giving everybody an account at the Federal Reserve. This is kind of the really dangerous idea, and I think this is enormously significant. Effectively, as somebody who's lived in the Soviet Union, what this is the return of the Ghost Bank on a global scale with modern technology. So under the Soviet Union, there was something called the Ghost Bank or People's Bank, and that was the only bank in the country. And you had an account with the national bank, and if you said something wrong, your money got terminated from the Ghost Bank. Now imagine that combined with the power of digital technology, and you can see that this can be an enormous amount of technology, because if banks are out of business, then we change the fundamental reality of fiat as being the creation of money through lending, and then it becomes the creation of money truly by fiat, by government. So we move to a system in which money is just basically it's like we have money that is pieces of paper, and every time we've had money, we had fiat money that was just pieces of paper. It collapsed very quickly. With the current system, money is credit. The creation of credit is restricted to some point, and the creation of credit is self-correcting. That's this in fiat time. If the central bank allows banks to create too much credit, that creates a bubble, and then there's a collapse in the supply, which prevents hyperinflation from happening because the money creation is self-destructive, self-correcting. So you end up with an average of like 7% per year increase because you have 10% for 5 years, and then you get negative 20% for 1 year, and it's correcting. But now, if you get rid of the credit creation mechanism, it's just assigning money directly. We're likely going to get much faster inflation, and I think that's obviously a huge problem. And perhaps the even bigger problem is the enormous amount of power that it gives to governments. It allows them to create an awful dystopia where you've got your money on your phone, and anything you do is completely supervised and controlled through your spending. So they want to introduce a new lockdown, then they'll just make your money not work. Your money is broken today. You can't spend money, or you can spend money in your local supermarket for the next 3 months because You can't leave your neighborhood. Your money stops working on something. This Chinese social credit score system is an example of this. And I think, I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what the likelihood is of implementing something like this in the US. I've discussed it with Michael Saylor. He thinks it's highly unlikely. He thinks, the people who've been pushing this are very far from a position of power, and the traditional monetary financial system is going to survive intact. I certainly hope so. I think this would be a terrible thing if it comes to pass. But I don't think, many people think that it is something that would undermine it. A lot of common objection to Bitcoin is, well, governments are just going to launch their own digital currencies and then Bitcoin's going to die. And I think this is completely missing the point. People think Bitcoin is important because it's digital. It's not. National currencies can be digital. Bitcoin is important because it's not inflationary and because nobody controls it. Central bank digital currencies are likely to be very inflationary, and they're likely to have very strong control at the top. So if anything, they are an advertisement for Bitcoin rather than a replacement for it.
If it's Bitcoin, if it's gold, the way for multiple nations to partake. So if you were to imagine a future where we move from the fiat standard back to the gold standard and then to the Bitcoin standard, skipping that directly to the Bitcoin standard, what would it take? Is it gradual, is it immediate? What a possible trajectory would take us, or basically where the final sort of empirical observation is that you overtake. Bitcoin overtakes first gold and then bonds in terms of its monetary power in the world. But then just specifically from a government perspective, how do we move the United States, China, Russia, India, European Union to Bitcoin standard?
I'm not entirely concerned about whether governments move or not. In fact, I'd be very happy for them not to move as long as possible. So that individuals can accumulate more and more Bitcoin while it's still cheap.
So the people will move and the governments will catch up.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of what I to. I mean, the point of the Fiat Stamp is really a Bitcoin book. It talks about fiat most of the time, but it does so to analyze Bitcoin and the rise of Bitcoin. In the final chapter, I discuss how I think this relationship plays out. The way that I tend to think of it is that most likely what's going to happen is we're going to have kind of financial apartheid, where there's going to be two monetary systems. One is government controlled, and it comes with increasing amounts of surveillance and inflation. And then, if you want, you can just opt out of that and get into Bitcoin. And it's likely going to be difficult for governments to stop people from getting into Bitcoin for all the technical reasons that make it very hard to stop Bitcoin. So then we have this alternative with Bitcoin, which is not inflationary and does not have a central authority with consent on it. I think gradually is my hope, and I also think the most likely scenario, but maybe I am biased because everybody thinks what they want is what's going to happen. I think we're just going to witness the same relationship because governments make their currencies so that they can devalue them. And Bitcoin thrives on that. And more people are going to learn, more and more people are going to find out. And whether it's through curiosity or self-interest or through the destruction of the national currency, all roads lead to Bitcoin. So more and more people are going to buy Bitcoin, price of Bitcoin is going to go up. And as it goes up, Bitcoin becomes a more significant part of the world economy. And this is something that the skeptics don't get. Like a lot of the academic skeptics to Bitcoin, they offer up all of these theories about why they think Bitcoin can't work, and then they present it and they think, they've delivered the knockout blow as if Bitcoin needs their permission or the world is going to need their permission. Well, the reality is people are going to join Bitcoin out of greed, out of self-interest. Number go up normally is really what's going to get everybody in.
Yeah.
And that's really the Trojan horse for fixing the world. Come for the greed and stay for the revolution. It's gonna keep going up because people don't like to be poor, except for most economists and academics. People don't like to be poor. People don't enjoy getting their wealth destroyed. And they care more about their self-interest than they care about economic theories about whether this works as money or not. They see their cousin escaped hyperinflation and managed to get a bigger house because they bought Bitcoin 5 years ago. They realized maybe I should stop mocking my cousin and start buying more Bitcoin. This is, I think, an indomitable force that's going to continue. And one thing, most Bitcoiners tend to lean toward an apocalyptic transition. Like the fiat's going to collapse, we're going to get hyperinflation, everything's going to be terrible, and then we're going to move to Bitcoin. And I present the case for why I think maybe that might not be the case. Maybe we won't get this kind of apocalyptic scenario. And it's because, and this was like the conclusion of the fiat standard, which is once you realize that mining fiat is creating debt, and Bitcoin is allowed to, in order to have fiat money, you need to have people borrow, you need to have people make loans. And the problem with the fiat money runs into today is that if you want to save money, if you want to hold savings, you have a problem where you put your savings. So you put your savings in debt, the creation of more bonds. Wherever you take your savings, you create a bubble in those things. And this is why we see a bubble in the stock market, a bubble in the bond market, a bubble in housing. It's because people are looking for savings, looking for a place where they can save. All those things are crappy saving instruments because they're like copper in that there's nothing to stop the people behind them to make more. House builders can build more houses. Governments can issue more bonds. Crappy fraudulent companies can list on the stock market and make more stocks. Well, Bitcoin finally offers us an outlet. We don't need to keep creating debt. We can invest in this asset that is hard and that is internationally liquid, and that nobody can make more of. So there is no bubble in it. There is no mechanism for somebody to increase the supply and bring the price crashing down, like with copper and real estate and bonds. So Bitcoin is the way out, and this is why I think there's a good case to be made for why the fiat authorities might embrace Bitcoin, because they'll see it is their way out of this enormous debt bubble that everybody is stuck in. Particularly the richest and most powerful people in the world and the richest and most powerful governments in the world are the world's biggest borrowers. They're the ones in a lot of debt. So a continuous slow devaluation of the value of that debt as people upgrade and move on to a hard asset that continues to appreciate is the way that is the peaceful way that we wind down the fiat box, I think.
You could see it being like a political, part of a political platform in the future. People that run for president, those kinds of things to address. Obviously, it's not just for the powerful, but the rich. The people are bothered by the debt. The people are bothered by everything that you described as fiat. And if you want to sell yourself in a democracy as a good leader, you might want to make that part of the platform. You mentioned you know Michael Malice. He just texted me asking me to ask you, what do you like best about Michael Malice? If you could spend 5 to 10 to 20 to an hour talking about the genius of Michael Malice, what do you like? Where does one even start? Well, obviously the haircut first. Yeah, he just gets sexier with age. That's for sure. That's well. Do you know his ideas, his trolling and humor? Have you gotten a chance to interact with him?
Yes, I met Michael maybe 10, 12 years ago in New York. I used to live in New York, but he used to live in New York. I met him a couple of times. It was in a bunch of anarchists in New York used to throw a happy hour once a month. It's called the High Time Preference Happy Hour in honor of Hansa and Hoppe. So I met him there a couple of times, and we followed each other on Twitter for a while.
Is there anything that you're aware of philosophical differences in your worldviews?
No, I think we pretty much see eye to eye. I think the difference is maybe he spends a lot of time focusing on American politics and mechanisms, pop culture, which I don't pay much attention to, I guess.
You look more at the monetary system, the economics of it all, and just the history, and just looking at it, zooming out at the big picture of it all. Although recently he's working on a book called The White Pill, and he's been every time I see him, I mean, he's in some dark aspect of the 20th century. He's just like, I just finished writing about Holodomor. As you might imagine, he's not taking much, I believe, of a monetary perspective on things. His book, his writing, at least for time, kind of philosophical ideology perspective as aside from monetary system. But you argue that those are actually inextricably linked. But
Yeah, and I don't think you disagree. But
the book has to be, can only be so long as
you can only focus on so many things.
if you can put on your wise sage hat and give some advice to young people. I mean, the past 4 hours have been kind of advice because you can focus. Somebody in high school or college is thinking about what to do with their career, can have a successful career, and have a life they can be proud of. What would you tell them?
I'd say probably the most important advice that I would give is to find a way to give value to other people. And this is really the key thing. You need to wake up every morning and figure out how to serve others. This is the key to everything you want in life. Everything that you want is on the other side of you serving others. So figure out how you can serve others in a good way.
Oh,
How
this
you
is
can do it in a way
legacy.
to bring value and
Really
an
impressive.
incredible mechanism for figuring that out, which is the market. Go out there and do
Well,
things for
fucking
other
zoo.
people, and the market will tell you. The market will tell you exactly. If you're young, you have the enormous advantage of being able to make mistakes, especially and learn from them. So go out there and do things of value for others, figuring out how you can do something that will contribute. What is it that you can do to contribute the most value to other people's lives? And increasingly, I think with modern age, this is increasingly becoming online, and it's I think you should consider how you can create value online because that scales beyond anything you can do in the physical world in a very, very well, maybe not beyond because there are profitable businesses in the physical world. But I think online has enormous potential, and coding I think is enormously powerful. I'm not a coder myself, but I strongly recommend people get into learning how to code. And I think it's probably the thing that carries the most power. So initially we were working with our hands. We started working with machines. Machines are much more productive. Well, code is an even higher level of productivity. If you basically program machines to produce things, so a few clicks of a keyboard, and you can move millions of machines around the world in certain ways. So it carries an enormous amount of value. I think I always tell all young people to learn to code. It's the best thing. I used to tell it to my students when I was at university. I tell them to drop out and go learn to code. It's probably a better use of their time and money.
I could probably do both.
Yeah.
The university has an interesting function. I mean, probably you and I have different perspective on this. Probably has to do with different journeys in terms of field. And so I've stayed engineering focused for a long time, and there's less of the troubles you might highlight in the education system. There's less troubles of that kind in the engineering because that hasn't changed for a long time. It's a lot of it is just doing hard things, being forced to do hard things, and becoming a bit of a generalist. While on the side, you're also becoming a specialist based on your own passion, driven by your own passion. So, school, at least high school, I don't know about university, high school has a really nice values in your life. In my life, I was forced, but now I see, given the opportunity to spend my entire day learning broadly. And that's something, I don't know, the way time works, it just runs away from you. You never really get a chance to learn that broadly. Again, just the course of specialization. Never get a chance to study biology, chemistry here, physics. I'm under it. So it's enjoy the broad, the education. But finally think that value inside the market. And on the other side of it, you said all the good stuff. So that's also really good happiness. Yeah. And I'll also add the whole style like the part-time is the low-time project saving with this. So I think my advice to young people is, when you're young, you think of the world in a very short term generally. You're focused on the present and you think that everything that's happening in the present is the most important thing that's ever going to happen in the history of humanity. Lower your time preference, think about the future, think further down the line, think about the consequences of things you do
And then, so you do this now, feel good today, but then what happens tomorrow? You go out, you drink, you enjoy yourself, but think about the angle. More in long term, think about the implication of living this kind of life. Think about every decision you make, the long term implication of it. And part of that is Bitcoin, part of that is save in Bitcoin. Urge everybody to put savings in Bitcoin for the long term. Don't buy Bitcoin for the short term, and don't buy Bitcoin today so that you can sell it. You don't put your savings in Bitcoin today so that you can sell it all next month and buy a house. Put money in Bitcoin that you expect to keep in Bitcoin for another 5, 10 years or so, at least 4 years, what I recommend for people. So, a low time preference, focus on the future, and save in Bitcoin.
And learn about how to buy Bitcoin, how to learn about this technology. Part of this is this conversation. There's so much awesome material out there. And thank you, by the way, for this gift of a hardware wallet. So you should definitely invest in it yourself. And what would you call this? These are
Open dives.
open dives. Yeah, so this is like USB that you can, like a hardware device that stores Bitcoin.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about knowing the password. It contains the password within it, and it's tamper-proof, so you can save the Bitcoin on it. And
When the apocalypse comes, you need the value to be stored in actual thing that you can have in physical possession. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. You had a heck of a life. You've been in a bunch of places in this world,
a lot of places.
life is not easy in some of those places. What has been, if you could take a step to maybe a bit of a dark side for a short time, what has been maybe darkest time, period, place you've gone in your mind, a dark period of your life, a struggle, yet to survive?
Well, I'm Palestinian, so that is the tragedy of my life. I'm Palestinian Jordanian. My family's suffered a lot because of this historically. I grew up in Ramallah, in the bank. It wasn't ideal to see that. People like to think of it as this intractable conflict between two bitter enemies, but the reality of the matter is that it's not. A foreign ideology came in with the idea that this country needs to be occupied by people from only one religion, and the existing population, which, Jews had always lived in Palestine historically, and at the turn of the 20th century, they were only 10% of the population. But then, with the birth of fiat money, incidentally, the link with all of this is that the Bank of England went off gold. A big reason why they were able to pull that off was that the Rothschild banking family supported them. And in exchange, the Rothschilds got Palestine. And the Balfour Declaration was written by the government of Britain to the Rothschild family, telling them that they wanted to make Palestine a homeland for Jews. So obviously that's not very convenient for people who are not Jewish, for whom that is a homeland. And the past 18 years has been a very painful struggle if you happen to not be Jewish. And obviously Palestinians have done all kinds of things trying to fight back, and they've done all kinds of wrong things. But I don't think you can escape the fundamental reality underlying this, which is that if you're not Jewish, you are being moved out of the land. And so it's happened in 1947, 48. It happened in 1966, my family, 67. More land is taken over by Israel. Now you see it in the settlements. If you ignore the day-to-day headlines, you ignore the media propaganda, and you ignore all of this thing, there's a very clear thing that is happening, which is more land owned by an exclusive ideology that believes this land needs to be owned by people from one religion, and everybody else is being kicked out. And so that is the tragedy of my life. And my wife is also a Palestinian refugee from Lebanon, and her family was evicted from Jaffa, which is on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. They still have their homes in Jaffa. Their homes are being they kicked out of their homes and their land, their property. They became refugees in Lebanon. So my children, it's an ongoing tragedy. A lot of the people that get to the past, the Palestinians are just out there to get Israelis because they hate them. But it's an inescapable tragedy. I don't have a home anyway.
Is there an escape from this tragedy we usually see if now across the scale of decades? Will we see, I hesitate to say peace, but a significant decrease in human suffering in this part of the region?
I certainly hope so. And I think, my interest in Bitcoin came from a place of desperation with the situation there. Traditional politics is a dead end. I don't see what I can be doing to make things better there using traditional politics. And I think a good friend of mine, Pierre Rothschild, I know him on Twitter, one of the brightest minds in Bitcoin, in my opinion. He told me his theory is that Bitcoin is going to bring peace to the Middle East because land is a shitcoin. and
Land is a shitcoin, ironically.
And I think he's got a very good point there. That this fixation with land and the bitterness with which people have to lose land is likely to decline when people are going to have a form of property that they can keep. And so hopefully that will help in one way. And of course, the more obvious way is that this is a conflict of government, and it's a conflict that is financed by fiat. From day one, the entirely same notion that you could build a national, an ethnic homeland. And of course, this is early 20th century, so the idea behind Zionism is coming from the same place where all these other ethnic nationalisms of Europe were emerging, and we saw how horribly these worked out. But the idea that you could, it's one thing to say we want to build a homeland for Germans in Germany. It's one thing to say we want to build a homeland for Germans somewhere else, and that was Palestine. That was Zionism. And that was only possible thanks to fiat, thanks to the ability of the British government and all these other governments to continue to finance this colonialist effort over time. And, it continues to finance war. And I continue, we see war all over the world continue to escalate because the people who make the decision to escalate the war are not the ones who are paying for it and not the ones who are fighting. They're the ones who sit in offices. And in the case of most of Middle Eastern conflict, it's people who live abroad. It's people who are abroad and not part of it who just are emotionally charged to it because they watch it on TV. So you have billions of Muslims around the world and Jews around the world who feel extremely emotionally attached to it. They're not the ones fighting. They're not the ones paying their own money. They're just getting governments to send money and to send weapons and to take part. And it's fun as a spectator sport for most of these people because they don't get to live in it. But I got to live in it. I grew up there. I saw the settlement expansion, and recently, a few weeks ago, I went back to Oklahoma. It's amazing. Every time you go, the settlements are just growing astonishingly. It's not just housing units that are going up. It's an entire attempt to build, to basically suffocate Palestinian areas and force Palestinians to leave or keep them living in horrific conditions.
And if I may, it's because I have family in Ukraine, I have family in Russia. Since this war, echoes of similar things are happening in that part of the world too. And I shudder to think about the decades to come of the hate that is brewing, the suffering that is brewing, based on decisions and pressures and from not always people directly impacted by this. So again, it feels like that military conflict is not just a creation of people on the ground. It's a creation of leaders, power centers, and perhaps again, I'm not smart enough, but even the monetary system probably has a role to play.
I absolutely think it does. Monetary system is what allows people to just continue to treat war as a spectator sport. Yeah. That's really what it comes down to. And it started with World War One, and it's continued. And this is why really, I think I've said this before, I've tweeted this before, and it was a pretty popular tweet, but we also got a lot of people to dismiss the idea of mockery, of course. But I really think Bitcoin is the only technology that's going to end World War One. once World War One started, we got into this endless conflict. It's been ongoing since then. If you look at all the world's conflicts, pretty much they all trace back to World War One. And it's because when that Pandora's box of government control of money was opened, there was no longer a real restraint on war, except complete defeat, complete destruction, and complete death. The war had to be built. Before that, under the gold standard, kings would send professional armies to fight each other in battlefields. And as soon as it became clear that one side was establishing an advantage, the fighting would stop, and the kings would settle, would agree to new terms, because it was really expensive to build a professional army, and you ran out of money. So it was always the smartest thing to do, is to just stop fighting whenever you could. And wars would take place, and countries would fight each other in the battlefield. But in the cities, life went on as normal. And people within the same cities, within the cities of the two countries, would be trading with one another. Life would go on, but the war would be there. And it was just an independent part of politics. All right, we have a problem over this piece of land. Let's take it outside. We don't fight in the civilian areas. We go to the battlefield. We fight with professional armies. And in fact, sometimes the armies would line up, and they would just have a small contingent of the two armies fight with one another. And as soon as one of them establishes an advantage, then all right, well, you won. Let's move on with it. Governments be far more careful about their monetary policy and their war policy when they couldn't print their money. And that has changed with fiat, and that has allowed this new emergence of this class of what I like to call chicken hawks, of people who sit in offices. The entire foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C., people who have never fought a war, whose children will never fight a war, who never pay to fight a war, who never suffer a broken window in their house because of war. Sitting there, and based on these fucking moronic garbage that they teach at moronic fiat universities about politics and geopolitics, making decisions about, we need to invade that country, we need to send war there. And they can do that because they have this endless money printer. And that's why, back under gold, if you were a warrior, you went and actually joined them. And that, the people who pontificated about war were people who had experience with war, people who were sending their own children to war, the people who were fighting with their own money. Now you have all these fat parasitic scum sitting in Washington, D.C., deciding, and Washington is just an example, all over the world, this exists. People who've never fought, who've never carried the consequences, are going to value the world's money.
In simple terms, like really simple, just write Hegelian dialectic, colon, problem, reaction, solution.
Politics and university.
You said you value your time preference. I have news for you. That one day you will die. As far as we know, you're a mortal being. Do you think about your death? Do you think about your mortality? Are you afraid of it? I spent a lot of time introspecting and thinking about these things, and I value life a lot. I value my time on earth a lot, and you'll see this in my dealings with people. And go back to Twitter. Why am I so rash and straightforward? It is because life is short. Because I don't want to waste. I think on my. I've said this before. On my tombstone, let it be written: he never let anyone waste his time twice in his life. Life is short.
Yeah, you can get me to do something, and I realize that
Welcome.
you would never get me to waste my time twice. And so you show up on my Twitter with something stupid. You're never showing up on Twitter.
Fast learner. You give people a chance to be fast learner.
Yeah, so I try and use my time very wisely, and I'm unapologetic about it. My time is the most precious thing in my shit side, on my shit list forever, is to try and take away my time and to abuse my time. If you do that, then it's the one unforgivable sin for me. And I think that's my way of coming to terms with mortality. We're all going to die, and so let's make the most out of it while we're still here. And of course, the other way you come to terms with mortality is you have to.
Given you just said doubly so. It's a huge honor that you spent your valuable time with me. This is the first time you did this. You probably regret all of it, so we'll probably never see each other again. But I'm glad this is great. Took the chance to do it. It's a huge honor, and I've been a huge fan of yours. I think you like it. Impact on the world that you probably are not even aware of is tremendous. And a lot of people love you, and your work is important. Even you might disagree with some things you say, and there's people that disagree with you, but everybody respects you. Thank you so much for spending your really valuable time with me today, brother.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. This was not a waste of time, and I'll be happy to do it again.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Stay Tuned. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from the Austrian economist Friedrich Hayek. Economic control is not merely control of a sector of human life which can be separated from the rest. It is control of the means for all our ends. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
We are becoming cyborg. Like, our brains are fundamentally changed. Everyone who grew up with electronics, we are fundamentally different from previous Homo sapiens. I call us Homo technicus. I think we have evolved into Homo technicus, which is like essentially a new species. Previous technologies, I mean, may have been more profound and moved us to a certain degree, but I think the computers are what make us Homo techno. I think this is what it's a brain augmentation. So it like allows for actual evolution. Like the computers accelerate the degree in which all the other technologies can also be accelerated.
Would you classify yourself as a Homo sapien or a Homo techno?
Definitely.
So
I think we're all.
You're one of the species.
I think most of us are.
Following this conversation with Grimes, an artist, musician, songwriter, music director, and a fascinating human being, thinks a lot about both the history and future of human civilization, studying the dark periods of our past to help form an optimistic vision of our future. This is the Let's Speak podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Grimes.
Oh yeah, there you go.
There you go. You know your stuff. Have you ever used it?
Yeah, I actually, this microphone style lifter is what Michael Jackson used. So,
No.
yeah, this is like killer.
This mic?
This
and
mic,
the cloud lift?
and yeah, it's an incredible microphone. It's very flattering on vocals. I've used it a lot. It's great for demo vocals. It's great in a room. Like sometimes it's easier to record vocals if you're just in a room and like the music's playing and you just want to like feel it, and so it's not in the headphones. And this mic is pretty directional, so I think it's like a good mic for like just vibing out and getting a real good vocal take.
Just vibing. Just
Yeah.
in a room.
Anyway, this is the Michael Jackson Christy Jones microphone.
You're way more badass now. Alright, let's get in. Let's get into it.
I guess so.
Alright. One of your names, at least in this space and time, is C, like the letter C. And you told me that C means a lot of things. It's the speed of light, it's the render rate of the universe, it's yes in Spanish, it's the crescent moon, and it happens to be my favorite programming language because it basically runs the world, but it's also powerful, fast, and it's dangerous because you can mess things up with it rapidly because of all the pointers. But anyway, which of these associations with the name C is the coolest?
I mean, to me, the coolest is the speed of light, obviously. Or the speed of light. When I say render rate of the universe, I think I mean the speed of light. Because essentially that's kind of what we're rendering at. See, I think we'll know if we're in a simulation if the speed of light changes. Because if they can improve their render speed, then
That's already pretty good.
it's already pretty good. But if it improves, then we'll know, we can probably be like, okay, they've upgraded.
It's fast enough for us humans because it seems like it seems immediate. There's no delay. There's no latency in terms of like us humans how to track those things. But if you're like intergalactic species operating on a much larger scale, then you're gonna start noticing some weird stuff. Or if you can operate in like around a black hole, then you're gonna start to see some vibration.
You can't go faster than the speed of light, correct? So it really limits our ability, or one's ability to travel space?
Theoretically, you can. You have wormholes. So there's nothing in general relativity that precludes faster the speed of light to travel. But it just seems you're going to have to do some really funky stuff with very heavy things that have like weirdnesses that have basically tears in space-time. I don't know how to do that.
Do navigators know how to do it?
Do navigators?
Holding space. Basically making wormholes.
So, the name's Steve.
Yes.
Who are you? Do you think of yourself as multiple people? Are you one person? Do you know, like, this morning we're a different person than you are tonight? We are, I should say, recording this basically at midnight, which is awesome.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think we're about 8 hours late.
No, you're right on time. Good morning. Beginning of a new day. So, anyway, are you the same person from the evening? Is there multiple people there? Do you think of yourself as one person? Or maybe you have no clue, right? Just a giant mystery to yourself.
Okay, these are really intense questions, but
Because I asked it myself, look at me, who are you? People tell you just be yourself.
I mean, I feel like personality changes depending on how to. So I have a very inconsistent personality. Yeah.
Person to person, the interaction, your personality,
Or my mood. Like I'll go from being like a megalomaniac to being like, just like a total hermit who is very shy.
There's some combinatorial combination of your mood and the person you're interacting with.
Yeah, mood interaction with. But I think everyone's like that. Maybe not.
Well, not everybody acknowledges it and able to introspect it. What kind of person, what kind of mood brings out the best as an artist in particular? Can you introspect this?
Like my best friends, like people like him. When I'm like super confident and I know that they're gonna understand everything I'm saying, so like my best friends. But when I can start being really funny, that's always my like peak mode. But it's like, yeah, it's a lot to get there.
Let's talk about constraints. You've talked about constraints and limits. Do those help you out as an artist, as a human being, or do they get in the way? Do you like the constraints of creating music, creating art, living life? Do you like the constraints that this world puts on you? Or
if constraints are moving, then you're good, right? Like it's like as we are progressing with technology, we're taking the constraints of like artistic creation. Making video and music and stuff is getting a lot cheaper. There's constantly new technology, new software that's making it faster and easier. We have so much more freedom than we had in the 70s. Like when Michael Jackson, when they recorded Thriller with his microphone, like they had to use a mixing desk and all this stuff, and like probably even get a studio is expensive, and you have to be a singer, and you have to know how to use like the mixing desk and everything. And now I can just make every whole album on this computer. I have a lot more freedom, but then I'm also constrained in different ways because there's like literally millions more artists. It's like a much bigger playing field. It's just like I didn't learn music. I'm not a natural musician, so I don't know anything about actual music. I just know about like the computer. So I'm really kind of just like messing around and like practice that.
well, yeah, the nature of music is changing. So you're saying you don't know actual music, but music is changing. Music is becoming. You talked about this. Is becoming. It's like merging technology.
Yeah.
It's becoming something more than just like the notes on the piano. It's becoming some weird composition that requires engineering skills, programming skills, some kind of human-robot interaction skills, and still some of the same things Michael Jackson had, which is like a good ear, a good sense of taste of what's good, not the final thing, what is put together. Like you're enabled, empowered, the laptop to hear stuff. Start like layering the same mod stuff, and it's super easy to do that.
I do think music production is a really underrated art form. I feel like people really don't appreciate it. When I look at publishing splits, the way that people like pay producers and stuff, it's super, like, producers are just deeply underrated. Like, so many of the songs that are popular right now or for the last 20 years, like, part of the reason they're popular is because the production is really interesting and really sick, really cool. And it's like, I don't think listeners, like, people just don't really understand what music production is. It's not. It's sort of like this weird, discombobulated art form. It's not like a formal, because it's so new, there isn't like a formal training path for it. It's mostly driven by like autodidacts. Like, it's like almost everyone knows music production. Like, they didn't go to music school or anything. They just taught themselves.
They're mostly different. Like the music producers are more. Is there some commonalities that tie them together, or are they all just different kinds of weirdos? Because I just hung out with Rick.
Yeah, I mean, Rick Rubin is like literally one of the gods of music production. Like, he's one of the people who first, who like made music production, made the production as important as the actual lyrics and the notes.
But the thing he does, which is interesting, I don't know if you can speak to that, but just hanging out with him, he seems to just sit there in silence, close his eyes, and listen. It's like he almost does nothing. And that nothing somehow gives you freedom to be the best version of yourself. So that's music production somehow too, which is like encouraging you to do less, to simplify, to like push towards minimalism.
I work differently from Rick Rubin produces for other artists, whereas like I mostly produce for myself. So it's a very different situation. I also think Rick Rubin, he's in that, I would say, advanced category of producer where like you've like earned you can have an engineer and stuff and people like do stuff for you. But I usually just like do stuff myself.
So you're the engineer, the producer, and the artist.
Yeah, I guess I would say I'm in the era, like the post Rick Rubin era. Like, I come from the kind of like Skrillex school of thought, which is like where you are the engineer, producer, artist. Like, I mean, lately sometimes I'll work with a producer now. I'm gently sort of delicately starting to collaborate a bit more, but like I think I'm kind of from the like a whatever 2010 explosion of things where everything became available on the computer and you kind of got this like little wizard energy thing going.
So you embrace the loneliness. Is the loneliness somehow an engine of creativity? Like so most of your stuff, most of your creative quote unquote genius in quotes is in the privacy of your own mind.
Yes. Oh, well, it was. But here's the thing. I was talking to Daniel Eck, and he said he's like, most artists think about 10 years, like 10 good years, and then they usually stop making their like vital shit. And I feel like I'm sort of like nearing the end of my 10 years on my own. And
so you have to become somebody else.
Now I'm in the process of becoming somebody else who's making sense to me. When I work with other people, because I've never worked with other people, I find that I'm exceptionally rejuvenated and making like some of the most vital work I've ever made. So, because I think another human brain is one of the best tools you can possibly find. Like,
It's a funny way to put it.
It's like if a tool is like, whatever HP plus 1 or like adds stats to your character, like another human brain will like square it instead of like adding something.
I love this. We should also mention we're playing tap music before this, and which I love. I think
You have to stop what's happening.
Yeah, because it doesn't the audio.
Okay.
It makes
it'll make it like a
added.
No one will listen to the podcast.
They probably would. It reminds me of a video game, like a role-playing video game where you have to experience. There's something really joyful about wandering places like Elder Scrolls, like Skyrim, just exploring these landscapes in another world, and you get experience points, you can work on different skills, somehow you progress in life. And I don't know, it's simple. It doesn't have some of the messy complexities of life. And there's usually a bad guy you can fight in Skyrim with
dragons,
Sure, in Elden Ring, there's a bunch of monsters. I love that.
I feel like Elden Ring, I feel like it's a good analogy to music production because it's like I feel like the engineers and the people creating these open worlds are it's sort of like similar to people to music producers where it's like this hidden archetype that like no one really understands what they do and no one really knows who they are, but they're like it's like the artist engineer because it's like it's both art and fairly complex engineering.
Well, you're saying they don't get enough credit. Aren't you kind of changing that by becoming the person doing everything? Isn't the engineer?
Well, I mean, others have done before me. You know, there's like Timbaland and Skrillex, and there's all these people that are like, you know, very famous for this. But I just think that I think people get confused about what it is and just don't really know what it is per se. And it's just when I see a song like what when there's like a hit song, like I'm just trying to think of like just going for like even just a basic pop hit like Rules by Dua Lipa or something. The production on that is actually like really crazy. I mean, the song is also great, but it's like the production is exceptionally memorable. It's like, you know, and it's just like no one. I don't even know who produced that song. It just like isn't part of like the rhetoric of how we just discuss the creation of art. We just sort of like don't consider the music producer because I think the music producer used to be more just simply recording things.
Yeah, that's interesting because when you think about movies, we talk about the actor and the actresses, but we also talk about the director.
Directors, yeah.
We don't talk about like that music as often.
The Beatles music producer was one of the first kind of one of the first people who introduced crazy sound design into music. I forget his name. Yeah, it's his name. I forget his name, but you know, like he was doing all the weird stuff, like dropping piano.
Oh, to get the sound, to get the authentic sound. What about lyrics? I think those, where did they fit into how important they are? I was heartbroken to learn that Elvis didn't write his songs. I was very mad.
A lot of people don't write them.
I understand this.
But here's the thing. I feel like there's this desire for authenticity. I used to be like really mad when like who was a writer producing music, and I'm like, that's great. And then I realized there's all this like weird bitterness and like aggroness in art about authenticity. But I had this kind of like weird realization recently where I started thinking that like art is sort of a decentralized collective thing. Like art is kind of a conversation with all the artists that have ever lived before you. You know, like it's like you're really just sort of. It's not like anyone's reinventing the wheel here. Like you're kind of just taking, you know, thousands of years of art and like running it through your own algorithm and then like making your interpretation of it.
You should have a conversation with all the other artists you think is super beautiful.
Like and it's like I feel like everyone's always like there's always copyright and IP and this and that and or authenticity and it's just like I think we need to stop seeing this as this like egotistical thing of like oh the creative genius, the lone creative genius or this or that because it's like I think art shouldn't be about that. I think art is something that sort of brings humanity together. And it's also art is also a collective memory of humans. It's like we don't give a fuck about whatever ancient Egypt, like how much grain got sent that day and sent to records and like, you know, like who went where and you know how many shields needed to be produced for this. Like we just remember their art. And it's like, you know, it's like in our day-to-day life, there's all this stuff that seems more important than art because it helps us function and survive. But when all this is gone, like the only thing that's really going to be left is the art. The technology will be obsolete. Like the humans will be dead.
That is true. A good compression of human history is the art was generated across the different centuries, different millennia. So when the aliens come,
they're going to find the hieroglyphs of the pyramids.
I mean, art could be broadly defined. They might find like the engineering marvels, the bridges, the rockets, the
I guess like art is classified. Architecture is art.
Yes.
I consider engineering in those arts for sure.
It sucks that like digital art's easier to delete. So if there's an apocalypse, a nuclear war, that can disappear. And the physical, there's something still valuable about the physical manifestation of art. It sucks that like music, for example, has to be played by someone.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we should have a foundation kind of situation where we like, you know how we have like seed banks up in the north and stuff.
Yeah.
Like we should probably have like a powered geothermal little bunker that like has all human knowledge.
You guys are dating like Spotify. What do you think about that? What's Spotify? Is that empowering? Like to me, Spotify's the consumer is super exciting. It makes it easy for me to access music from all kinds of artists. Get to explore all kinds of music. Make it super easy to sort of curate my own playlist. Have fun with all that. It was so liberating to let go. You know, I used to collect albums and CDs and so on, like hoard albums.
Yeah.
Like they matter. But the reality, that was really liberating. Like let go of that and letting go of the albums you're kind of collecting allows you to find new music, explore new artists, all that kind of stuff. But I know from the perspective of an artist that can be, like you mentioned, competition can be a kind of constraint because there's more.
I think it's better for artists. I mean, again, this might be propaganda because all the conversation with Daniel Adams, it could easily be propaganda. Like
All victim of somebody's propaganda. So it's just
Daniel Adams, at when I met him, I became all furious about I was like a real card, so that's one answer here. But he was saying like at the peak of the CD industry, there was like 20,000 artists making millions of dollars, like a very 1%. And Spotify's kind of democratized the industry because now I think there's about 1 million artists making a thing from Spotify. And when I heard that, I was honestly, I would rather less money and have like a decent living than and have more artists be able to have that. Even though I think we should do it for everyone, but
that's what it was the same. Because YouTube, especially, basically have as many creators as possible before kind of.
yeah.
And that's what we're doing.
So I think there's better ways. My manager, I actually this year, I would have thought about my manager who's building an app that can manage you. So it'll like help you organize your pages and get your publishing and stuff. So you can take all the business, you can bigger and like automate it. So you can get automate management, publishing, and legal. The app is we can read your contract and tell you about it. Because one of the issues right now, it's not that we're not getting paid enough. It's that the art industry is filled with middlemen because artists are not good at business. And from the beginning, it's all stuff. Like the music industry, it's run by business people, not the artists. The artists really get very small cut of what they make. And so I think part of the reason I'm a technocrat, which I mean, your fans are going to be technocrats. They're not going to be mad at me about this. Like my fans hate it when I say something, or the general public. They don't like technocrats. Like when I watched the Battle Angel and they were like, the marketing technocracy, and I was like, yeah, marketing technocracy, and then they were like, they're evil, and I was like, okay. Yeah. I think it's marketing technocracy.
So you're as technocrats create a.
For example, if you can create an app that removes the need for a lawyer and have a smart contract on the blockchain, removes the need for like management organizing all the stuff, like you read your stuff that's related to you, collect your royalties, then the amount of money that you're going to Spotify actually needs a lot more, and it's a lot harder.
Those are the bureaucracies and the inefficiencies that make life as great as it could be.
Yeah, I think the not enough. Like the inefficiency, and I'm really into this positive mindset. The win-win mindset of like instead of fighting over the cracks, make this or worrying about scarcity, like instead of a scarcity mindset, increase the efficiency.
Expense. Let me ask you about this. So you said this is beautiful. Being a musician is like having a conversation with all those people before you. What's your creating music? Like kind of having that conversation, trying to fit into cultural trends, and how much of it is like trying to also be an outside concept. Like when you're experimenting, are you trying to be totally different, totally weird? Are you trying to
Man, this is so hard. I'm kind of in the process of
yeah, bring it back like on the table for a couple of minutes. Just okay.
I think it's a bit of both because I think forcing yourself to engage with music is really great for neuroplasticity. Like I think as people, part of the reason music is marketed here is young people are very plastic. So like if you're 16 to like 23 or whatever, you're music, and if you're older than that, it gets harder and harder. And I think one of the things for being a musician is I constantly force myself to listen to music, and I think my brain is plastic. And if you exercise, you listen to music, you hate it, force yourself to like, okay, well, why do you like it? And like, make your brain more happy and be ready to change.
It's really brilliant. Sorry to interrupt. That exercise is really amazing to sort of embrace change, embrace practice on your business. Because like that's one of the things you fall in love with so bad, you just kind of stay with that place.
Yeah.
And you never understand how to use it. It's really good exercise.
Most of the streaming on Spotify is like music makes up a very small part of what is playing on Spotify. And I think this is like not a good sign for us. I think
So it's
No matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, please know that
great.
we love you and want only good things to happen to you, period.
Future is great.
We hope you massive success.
In what ways do you make the future, say in like 30 years, maybe 50 years, maybe 100 years, different from our way of life? We can talk about augmented reality, virtual reality, maybe robots, maybe space travel, maybe video games, maybe genetic engineering, cyborgs, aliens, world wars, maybe destructive nuclear wars, good and bad. What do you think about the future? What's the weirdest, wildest thing?
have you read Serpentine is my favorite fiction. Oh wow. It's literally the greatest thing.
If you ever need
Possibly
anything,
ever.
Yeah, for
Ever
sure.
read. What have you read?
Just video games.
I read the titles and copyrighted.
Nice.
Yeah, so you can make your album. Like I always want to do an album for
Nice.
that would be like
That's a good.
you can do that. Also things that are
For people who have a song.
oh yeah. Ian Banks' surface detail is, in my opinion, the best paper I've ever read about inspiration. Basically there's the relationship with super intelligence, like artificial super intelligence just it's like great. I want to right this term I love with and I feel like I don't get enough credit. Yeah, so if you go to Utopia Futures on Instagram,
Personalized.
Monica feels right. I'm saying that wrong. And I'm probably butchering this a bit, but Protopia is, if Utopia is unbelievable, Protopia is sort of like, you know,
Lost.
a great future that is, you know, as good as we can get.
Future positive. Guys, centralized AI in the surface detail of these two beautiful AIs.
They usually exist as giant super chips, like sort of like the guild ships, like these giant ships kind of move people around. The ships are sentient, and they can talk to all the passengers. And I mean, there's a lot of different types of AI in the Banksian future, but in the opening scene of Surface Detail, there's this place called the Culture, and the Culture is basically a Protopian future. And a Protopian future, I think, is like a future that is like, obviously it's not utopia, it's not perfect, and like, because like Horizon 3 utopia, I think feels hopeless and is sort of like maybe not the best technology to be using. So it's like, it's a pretty good place, like mostly like, you know, super intelligence and biological beings exist fairly in harmony. There's not too much more. There's like as close to equality as you can get. You know, it's like approximately a good future. Like there's really awesome stuff. It's in the opening scene, this girl, she's born as a sex slave outside of the culture, so she's in a society that's clear to the cultural values. She tries to kill the guy who is her like master, but he kills her. And unbeknownst to her, when she was traveling on a ship through the culture with him one day, a ship neural links in her head, and like neural links is sort of like, it's basically a neural link, because life imitates art. She wakes up and sees her mechanism uploaded by this young lady when she's been killed, and now she gets to choose a new body, and this AI is interfacing with her memory and her neural lace, and helping her, being like, hello, you're dead, but your neural lace memory uploaded. You want to choose a new body, and you're going to be born in a culture and like start your life, which is just, that's like, it's like so sick.
And the ship is super intelligence.
All the ships.
But they was her rich with planes.
Yeah, like they're, and there's a bunch of ships that don't want to exist as biological beings, but they just have their own place, like real there.
But they don't exist in their own thing. So it's a pretty, this work of existence is pretty peaceful.
Yeah, and for example, one of the main fights in the book is they're fighting. There's these artificial elves that and people don't think it's ethical to have artificial hell. Like basically, every time they get sent, like when they die, their memory gets sent to an artificial hell in their torture. And so, and then the way that society is deciding whether or not to have the artificial hell is that they're having these simulated, so instead of actual blood, you know, people basically essentially fighting with the head to choose the outcome of this.
But there's still experience stuff. Wait, in this artificial hell, can you experience stuff?
So it's artificial sucks. And a lot of
It's just simulated wars where they have
so the simulated wars are happening outside of the artificial hell between factions, or so this political faction says we should have simulated hell to deter crime, and this political faction is saying no, simulated hell is unethical. And so instead of like having, you know, each other up, they're having like a giant Fortnite battle to decide this. Which, you know, to me that's like, okay, you can have war without death. You know, I don't think there should be simulated hells. I think that is one of the ways in which technology could go very, very, very well.
so almost teaching people their digital spaces.
Yeah, like capturing people's memories.
So either it's a deterrent, like if you commit a crime, but it's just for personal pleasure, if there's a sick event of humans in this world. Dan Carl actually has this episode of Hardcore History and Hateful Demon.
Okay,
It's dark because he kind of goes through human history and says like because humans seem to enjoy
secret we enjoy used to be openly enjoying the torture and the death, just the death of other pieces.
I do think if people were consenting, you should be allowed to have gladiatorial matches.
But consent is hard to achieve in those situations. They always get in this slippery. Like, it could be also, like, starts getting, there's way too much excitement. Like, this is what he highlights, something about the teacher that wants to see that violence. It's really dark. And you hope that we sort of overcome that in the nature. That's within us.
Well, I think that's right now. I have a belief that what is very important about current movement is that all of it has been survival of the fittest up until now. And at some point, it's kind of lines are kind of fuzzy, but in the recent past, or maybe even just right now, we're getting to a point where we can choose intelligent design. Like, we, probably since like the iPhone, like we are becoming cyber. Like, our brains are fundamentally changed. Everyone who grew up with electronics are fundamentally different from previous sapiens. I call us protective. I think we have evolved protective, like essentially a new species. Like, if you look at the way an MRI of my brain, an MRI of like a medieval brain, I think it's very different from like the way that it has evolved.
You think what it's and they'll say like this was the fundamental shift for human beings.
We're still I believe we're and I evolved. And I think right now we're evolving. We can choose how we do that. And I think we're how we're doing that, like we're social media, but I think the idea like this is a time to use intelligent design to be very simply. Like now it's to program the it's like if you go blind, your visual cortex will get other functions. We can choose our own evolution. We can change the way our brains work. So we actually have a responsibility to do that. And I'm not sure if you should be responsible for that, but there's definitely not good education for being inundated with all the fundamentally changing the physical structure of our brains. We are not actively wanting to do that, to choose how we evolve. We could be really whatever we want, and I think it's a really important time. And I think if we choose correctly and wisely, consciousness could exist for a very long time, and it's great to say I is positive. And I don't have to be focusing on this specific situation.
Do you think we might be versus because like the flip side of that is usually pretty adaptable. So usually figure things out, on social media or a generation seems to go from social media and we just keep doing stuff and then we look and because you just seem to be adaptable. On the flip side, you can get it wrong or increase hate past a certain threshold. Really.
I mean, I think the option is to notice the negative, but I would actually say, one of the things that I think people are noticing is like if you look at Silicon Valley, it's like technology, like what's been happening there. It's like Silicon Valley started like Facebook and all this like for-profit crap that really wasn't particular. I guess it was, but it was sort of just like whatever. But like now you see like lab-grown meat, like like food recovery or like meditation app. I think we are actually evolving and changing, and technology is changing. I think maybe there isn't quite enough education about this, and also I don't know if there's quite enough incentive for it, because I think we really have to what we define as profit. We're also profit. If we changed the idea of profit to social good, we can have like economic profit, social good, also counting as profit, would incentivize more useful or spiritual technology or things that help reprogram like the computer or things that help us intelligent design our new brains.
Yeah, there's no reason why the word profit or the idea of profit can't also as well as beings and what long-term beings.
Or even, for example, we're talking about motherhood, like where we took the place to get baby bed. And it's like I keep thinking about motherhood under capitalism. It's like this extremely essential job that is very difficult, that is not compensated, and we sort of like value things by how much we compensate them. And so we really devalue motherhood in our society and all societies. Like capitalism does not recognize motherhood; it's just a job that is free. And it's like I feel like producing great humans should be seen as capitalism. That's like a huge social good. Like every awesome human that gets made adds so much to the world. So like if that integrated into the profit structure, and if we potentially found ways to compensate motherhood.
Come up with a compensation that's much broader than just money. Or
just be money, like what I don't know. But I don't think that. Like I mean that's where you
reallocate resources that people get upset over.
we look at motherhood now. And youth fund like single mothers, pay for making babies.
So if you put beautiful things out, companies that can be bridges, that can be art, that can be a lot of things that can be children, which are
Or education.
that should be valued by society. That should be somehow incorporated into the framework, but also as a market of what, like if you contribute to this world, that should be valued, respected, and sort of celebrated, like proportional to what it is, which is this thing that fuels human civilization.
Yeah, like I feel like everyone's always saying. I mean, I think we're very fears, but everyone's always saying like this man capitalism, and I'm like, why don't scammers and everything? Like I did not have private ownership. Like that's scary. That's not weird stuff. And like I feel there's almost no way to do that without these states. But obviously capitalism has major flaws. And I think actually showed me this idea called social capitalism, which is a form of capitalism, which is like considers social good to be social profit. It's like right now companies need to like grow every to like show be functioning well. But it's like, okay, well, what if you kept the same amount of profit? You're still in the green, but then you have all the social good. Like you really need all this extra materials, or you add the stuff at I don't know, but I have no idea how to be achieved. But
I don't think we could how anything can be achieved either, but they pretend something, they construct a model that they go on TV shows and say that's for this distribution economies. Being a mother, becoming a mother, changes
man, I thought thing, and it's still changing. It's actually changing right now.
like today, like this.
It's like they get
Can you at how
Apologies,
like,
Kamala, I tried to make a gift.
you look at yourself again? Who are you? How have you become
I think it's just you're orienting my priorities. And at first, I was really fighting against that because they somehow felt it was like a failure of feminism or something. Like I felt like it was like bad if like my kids started mattering. And then like recently, I started sort of analyzing that construct. It's like we've just devalued so much in our culture that like I feel guilty for caring about my kids more than I care about my work.
So feminism is breaking out the construct. So
Yeah,
it's like freedom, empowered to be free. That means
but it also being a mother, like so much more free. Like I did not leave the massive brain growth that I
what do you think that is? Just because like the stakes are higher.
I think it's just so tricky watching
Yeah.
consciousness emerge. It's like going on a crazy journey or something. It's like the craziest science fiction novel you've ever read. It's just so crazy watching consciousness come into being. And then at the same time, like you're forced to value your time so much. Like when I have to time now, it's so sacred. I need to be really on it. But the other thing is that I used to just like aesthetic, and I used to just want to like my last album was percent prophecy, and it was like this like it was like a study in ability, or like it was like instead of the old gods, we have the new gods, and percent prophecy was the myth like and probably like the like and she's the goddess of climate change or whatever, going the world, and it was just like. It was like dark. It was like a study in ability. Like I used to like have no problem just making cynical, angry, scary art. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think having kids just makes you such an optimist. It inherently makes you want to be an optimist so bad. But like I feel more responsibility to make more optimistic things. And I get a lot of shit for it. Like, oh, you're so privileged. Stop talking about like time, skies, deep concepts, and focus on like the now. But it's like, I think if we don't ideate about futures that can be good, we won't be able to get them. And everything is Blade Runner. Blade Runner. It's like we said earlier, like art, like really does imitate art, and so we really need more protopian art. I think it's incredibly for the future of humanity. And I think the current discourse where that's seen as a thinking about protopia or utopia is seen as a dismissal of the problems that we currently have. I think that is an incorrect mindset. And like having kids just makes me want to imagine amazing futures that like maybe I won't be able to build, they be able to build if they want to.
Yeah, that's a big idea. Is you have to so there's a sad thing to human nature. Somehow cynical view is seen as insightful view. You know, cynicism is often confused for insight, which is sad to see. And optimism is confused for naivete.
Yeah.
Like you don't, you're blinded by your privilege, whatever. Blinded by something. You're certainly blinded. It's sad. It's sad to see because it seems like the optimists who want to create our future, the ones that build. In order to build crazy things, we have to be optimistic. You have to be stupid or excited or passionate or mad and actually
my favorite quote of all time is Star Wars Episode 8, which I know everyone hates. Do you like Star Wars?
No. I don't have feelings about manufacturing. Feelings about I'm more into trying to get to work some people.
Yeah, I mean, forever. I really want to have I thought now 10 yeah, and both towers and straight
I hope you have a wonderful day. I'm filled with
obviously
lots of laughter and love, period.
Sounds very good. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you for being
That's a good.
who you are.
But
Period. I hope nothing but good things for you.
on the record.
Your friends, and family. Period. I wish you many blessings.
So what?
Thank you for being so loyal, kind, and caring. Period. If you ever need anything from me, please know I'm always here to help you. Period. I hope you have a really wonderful day,
Which I'm going to butcher this number correctly, but it's don't like try to destroy the bad models, render them up with better models. You know, maybe we don't just destroy the oil industry. Maybe we just create a new great new battery technology and sustainable transport just to make it economically unreasonable to still continue to rely on fossil fuels. You know, it's like don't kill what you hate, say what you love. Like make new things and just render the old things unusable. You know, it's like if the college debt is so bad, like and university is so expensive, like and this like I feel like education is becoming obsolete. You know, I think we could completely revolutionize education and make it free as like a store, like you have to pay to get studies and everything. Like we created a DAO with like JSTOR, we created a DAO with studies and all that studies were open source, like free for everyone, and like we just open source education, decentralized education, made it free, and like all research was on the internet, and like all the outcomes of studies on the internet, and you know, like, and no one has to do that, and you just take tests when you apply for a job. If you're qualified, then you can
That's what it sounds like, bitch.
You got to think just basic truth. Like, what is the problem? What's the ideas? That's it. You get excited about it. Share your excitement and talk to each other.
It's just when you kill things, you end up killing yourself. Like war is on one side, like you're not going to go in and kill them, like you're going to get stabbed. It's like, and I think when I talk about this next point of that we're in a point of society where we're switching to intelligent design, part of our switch to intelligent design is that we need to choose nonviolence, and we just like I think we can use to start. I don't think we can eradicate violence from our species because I think we need it a little bit, but I think we can choose to really orient our creative brains that are fighting for scarcity and fight and that are so attack oriented and optimize
Yeah, did you think how that happens? Some of it is just education. Some of it is living life and just working on hard, trying to live up to the nature being one of us. All those kinds of things at scale. That's how we can start to minimize the amount of industry in our world. That's, to me, probably good saying technology is a really promising way to do that. On social media should be a really promising way to do that. It's a way to connect. For the most part, I really use social media. I just use more than just, I don't engage with just not even by blocking or any of that kind of stuff. It's just not letting it into my mind. Like, just like, it's negative. I see it. I immediately think positive things and I just get the existence.
Yeah.
Just move on because that negative energy. If I return the negative energy, they're going to get excited and negative right back. It's just this kind of vicious cycle. You would think technology is in this process of letting people take it personally. I'm not engaging with negativity, usually social media profits with negativity. So current.
I mean, social media is like God. Like you should take a course. like this is what I mean. Like when I say computer, like in school, you should learn about how social media optimizes to raise your cortisol levels and make you angry and crazy and aggressive. And like you to learn how hygiene about how to use social media. But so you can choose to post some negative stuff, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess it should. I'm not sure. I mean, we're in the best things on Facebook, but
I don't even know social media. I don't know. We're in the very early days. Social media just makes a good connection in the digital realm. That I think it should exist. But there's so many ways to do it bad way, there's so many ways to do it good way. There's all discussions of all the same human rights. We talk about freedom of speech. We talk about violence, space of social media. We talk about hate speech. We talk about all these things that we had to figure out back in the day in the physical space. We're not figuring out the digital space. And it's like baby stages.
when the printing press came out, it was pure chaos. It's like when you inject, there's a massive information injection into the general population. There's just going to be I feel like the printing press. I don't know for years, but when the printing press came out, shit got really fucking bad for a minute, and then got enlightenment. And so it's like I think this is like the second coming of the printing press. We're probably gonna have some shitty times for a minute, and then we're gonna have to recalibrate to have a better understanding of how we use media and how we deliver media.
Speaking of programming computer, you mentioned PBX. So there's this young consciousness coming to be, came from a cell, like that whole thing. So it came from DNA.
Yeah.
And that this baby computer just grows. So grows now as a huge being with extremely impressive cognitive capabilities. With
Have you met him?
he's super smart.
He's really smart.
Really weird.
Yeah.
But
I don't know a lot of the crazy reasons.
I don't know how big this baby was very impressive.
He does a lot of crazy stuff, basically.
Oh, so he's like
I feel like treat a takeaway of that, like stuff like that.
he's like a chess player. So here's a cognitive. There's a computer being programmed. They're taking the environment for a specific set of humans. Would you, first of all, realistic? Let me ask. I want to ask how you program, and also how you make that there's a conscious.
It's giving me a lot of reasons. I'm thinking like I think that's part of the reason I'm struggling with art and stuff right now. Maybe actually becoming conscious and my brain, it's just reorienting my brain. Like my brain is sunlight shifting.
This bitch is so annoying.
Raise children. Like I hate all the Facebook and everything. I'm like, oh, the art is bad, and like all this everything.
There he is. How are you?
The programming.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You know, no, I fucked up. I fucked up, mate. No, I was all ready for it at midnight and everything, and then fuck.
I think it's the highest.
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I had a friend of mine who would. You know, just a moment. This bitch is so annoying. I had a friend of mine growing up whose birthday was December 30th, and I just kind of connected those. Got. And then the other thing is, it's just subconsciously, like I know it's right before the 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 change in the year, and so I just brought it back. Well, okay, so happy 364th day of being 30. Yeah, exactly. How you do? That's right. There you go. I am. I. I'm a year old. I've gotten used to saying when people ask me 38, and then I have now moved to 39, and then it's a countdown to 40, which I'm not too thrilled about. It happens. Exactly. Like 29 to 30 was like not that big a deal, but 39 to 40, that one's a big deal. And I don't know, I feel after that 49 to 50 and 59 to 60, whatever. But there's a reason why like all of the people on TV always say that they're celebrating their 39th birthday when they're like 50 years old, 70 years old, whatever. All right, well, I fucked up. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time. What's new in your neck of the woods? Did did you ever uh all kinds of stuff. Did you ever get your hanging table back? What do you call it? Very cool. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, definitely. Um, just just for a moment. I one of my devices um crashed and I just gotta restart it. Okay, I got all kinds of news. Not really, but kind of. I got shit to entertain you with, but just give me 2 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom. All right, thank you. Um, okay, so what's new? I have been live in Aiden Ross's Discord for like 6 months or something, and I never talked to anyone in there. I don't know if I ever had maybe once or twice spoken to someone in there, but definitely never anything at length. And last night I looked at my phone and it was just like message after message after message after message from people in there who are like, come talk to us. You're such a douche and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, wonder what's going on. And the guy who really one of the guys who like changed their profile picture to me in there, his name is biggest loser on the internet. And like, all right, you're at least you got a title. And so and I noticed that this guy would always be in there when I'm just in there, but like nobody else is in there. And so there are a few people in there and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And they're like, no way, you speak. I'm like, yeah, I speak. What's going on? How can I help you? I see that you guys are um you message me or whatever. How can I help you? They're like, all right, we're going to give you the opportunity. Just tell us about yourself. Tell us about what you do. And I spoke to them for like an hour at least. Well, maybe like it felt like an hour. And just winning them over. And basically by the end of it, these were guys who I had sent like friend requests to like 6 months ago. They never, responded or anything. And then immediately they just like, after they get a chance to talk with me, they accept my friend request. And it was something that I felt is just like, all right, I'm basically like this enigma, like this mystery to these people. But once I open up and talk to them, then I can break through. But it takes me a while because I don't want to get in trouble for self promotion. But basically, like I've been in there for 6 months. I know that all the moderators know who I am. And if anybody wants to kick me out, then I probably can get back in. But it's only until you've built this trust with them that you're able to do that. So then I noticed that like throughout the day, they had a lot more people in there, and those guys are like defending me now, which is exactly according to my. That's exactly what I want, and so I've got biggest are on the internet defending me. Okay, so then we've got this Wall Street Bets Discord, which these guys are just absolutely toxic, but it's like I just got to win them over, and so I noticed like when I first got in there, I would just take shit all the time. They would just kick me out. Uh, they were just kind of bullies. And now I've gained some friends in there. And so when people, like before, they would make fun of me and everybody would just dogpile me. But now they're like, don't make fun of Rabbi. Like, what's your problem? Like, what? And then people are like, what? We don't do that anymore. They're like, no, he's cool. Shut the fuck up. And I just find that to be incredibly heartwarming. Uh, I created a GIF, which I don't normally create GIFs, but it works in. I'll send it to you. It's my own little creation. It isn't super good. I mean, and that's what I love about it. That is, um, it isn't perfect, but let's see if it works. Okay, so if I send it to you, this file exceeds the size limit. Okay, well, fuck that, man. I'll just show it. Dude, I want to send it through there though. I don't want super. I mean, you can send me this if you have something super big that you have to send me. You can email it to me. But what I'm saying is, I don't want another thing I have to check. Um, welcome, welcome. How are you, Damrot 100? We've been talking about you. We're like, when is Damrot 100? Didn't want to talk to you anyway. Anyway, so what is it? Well, it's like this GIF that like just like fades into just three different pictures. But I get my huge message in there, which is the only thing about which I think is important. So, what up, Damrod? How you living? How old are you? Yes. How old are you? Okay, you got to be 18 to be in here. No, 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 no. That's not how it works. Dog, you got to be 18 to be in here, and yeah, you got to. Um, so the what is I don't even know what this thing even says. Let me go to the message. It says at first, okay, so oh man, I can't even. Here we go. It says hilarious. it says, at first people made fun of me in here, but they're starting to see that I'm a relatively intelligent individual. I have more data on the internet archive archived than any person ever. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist. You can literally watch my life going back to the pandemic, every single moment of every single day from 360 degrees on multiple streams. People will continue to learn about me in here, and eventually I will gain more support and a following as I have in other servers. Someone in here will eventually post about what I do on Reddit. That is going to gain momentum, a real life Truman Show, and I will be able to monetize the data more than any person ever. I will then ensure that everyone within the server is rewarded handsomely so that all of your money worries go away permanently. You will be able to start charities, help your friends, and help your families, all because I have created the world's largest timeline and time capsule. It will be studied at length by generations to come. It's just a matter of time until the community understands the power of data. So there's this like long wall of text, and then it it fades into another message. It says, "Dear OG Wall Street Bets member, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, please know that we love you and want only good things to happen to you. We hope for massive success, sending positive vibes to the community." And then it's that logo of OG Wall Street Bets or whatever Wall Street Bets guy. Um, yeah. And so I got this thing to actually like work in an animated way in the Discord, and just a moment. Yes, comma, but you have to be 18 years old to message me or be in my server. Period. I wish you the best. Period. Yeah, I mean it was just that random person. Um. Anyway, so these guys are starting to be more positive towards me, um, which I think is always a good thing. And I'm no longer like right, right, which is strange. Yeah, it's a fucked up world where that's like the most normal thing that you can do is just be nice to people and promote world peace, and you're seen as a lunatic. I mean, like, the fact that I don't like shit on people, or the fact that I don't just like, at least in Discord, overtly spam. Like, I'm relatively normal. I'm on camera. Like, people are just shocked that they're like, they consider that like doxing yourself. It's like, okay, I get it. I'm. You can see who I am, but they're shocked by it. They're just like, because it's just not really done. And I think that it to me shows a really dark world of people. I know that people do all kinds of bad stuff on the internet, and that's why they like their anonymity. But there's a saying that what happens in the darkness will be brought to light. And I think all these people have to understand someday that, like, maybe it's some type of digital archaeologist, but everybody's going to be connected to their data. And just like I've said it before, like we look at Pompeii and see like their art and we see their artifacts and we connect that with families that are there. The same thing's going to happen when perhaps 100 or 1,000 years from now, when people look at the very beginning of the internet, and maybe not everybody will have access to it, but there will be a contingent that wanted to know exactly what everybody was doing on the internet at a given time. And um will many people probably be long gone by then, so they won't be able to fight it. But um I don't know, I learned about this early on in the internet, pretty early, like probably around the financial crisis of 2008, when I started learning how like the NSA worked, and I knew all about Snowden stuff way before Snowden came out with it. And I knew that there were these like giant um data centers in the desert, and like that they were just storing all this information. And then there's a very interesting thing about the iPhone. Like people think, well, I can even remember this ad campaign that Apple did, that it was the app it was just iPhone, and it just was like secure or like security or something like that. And it's really not. I mean, you may think that it is, but there's a something called like a well, there's a packet that is sent like every second from your phone. Basically, when your phone's doing like your upload and downloading, you can there's a way to see where all the information's being sent, but there's one packet on every phone that you're not allowed to see what it is. And I've been told that that's basically the NSA just like bugging everybody's phone, and that's how they get all that data on you. And that's how they're, I mean, I've heard that your camera is always on even when you don't think it's on. Exactly. 100%. And um the like I can remember um Mark Zuckerberg, they said this was photoshopped, but they say something's photoshopped if they get caught doing it. And but basically, like he was at some meeting, and people noticed that he had black tape over his camera. And like whenever you talk about anything like this, they call you some kind of theorist. But it's like, no, dog, I mean, there are people there who witnessed this and talked about it, like, and it just never made the mainstream. But um I I find it so interesting how they can call you some kind of theorist, and it's like these things get proven true. Like I can tell you, like if you talk about UFOs now, you're not seen as such a theorist anymore, but because it's like become more mainstream. But like 5 years ago, that was the apex theory out there. Oh, yeah, I bet you believe in UFO, and it's like, uh, what has changed? And it's basically this demeaning process that people use. And so I want to my own term for it. I mean, I called it pirate logic in the past, but it's almost like you're a corporate bootlicker if you use that term, because it's like you're just parroting. There he is. You're just parroting what you see in the media. Um, Riser sent me a thing. It was very cool. It was on the history of Visa. So I he's most certainly on your Bank America card. I think I absolutely. Well, didn't you see the one on the back? Do not use around the rabbi. Okay, definitely. Absolutely. It's like a Geiger counter that they send into space with the Van Allen radiation belt. It just explodes once it gets there. So I appreciate that. I want you to know that my narcissism, I think, is at an all-time high. And I think you even made it grow simply from the fact that you made that comment. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I agree. I would I was saying riser. Yeah. All right. So what do I Google to find this? Oh, okay. In YouTube or in Discord? Okay. Yeah, no, I send it to Riser. Oh, very all right. Speaking of narcissism, are you ready to get your ass kicked in mini golf, Caspian Sea, and or Riser? All right. Here, dude, she sucks. Well, no, you might like her. I just find her to be annoying. She was 8 hours late to the interview, and she talks about all kinds of different things. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this. I think that I have a lot in common with her, that we think that we're moving into a breakaway civilization and all that other stuff, but she's just annoying to me. Frankly, I don't know why she's so popular, is the thing. She's a college dropout who basically gets to fuck or got to fuck Elon Musk, and yeah, like yeah, now like now we have to like her music and shit. I don't really get that. Caspian Sea, check your app, Plato. Oh, that's big. Well, I don't know. I guess it's this is I don't yeah, oh, here's what fucking annoys me about her. Everybody's so obsessed with this kid X. They named this kid this really fucking weird name. And everybody's like, "Oh, he's so funny." He's a fucking baby. He's not like Johnny Carson. Anyway, it's just she's frankly if there's a way to there's a way. Oh, stop. Terrible. Um, anyway, there's there's so many beautiful women in the world. I don't know why Elon Musk chose to reproduce with this one. They were partners for. I don't know. It's just one of these things that it's like, oh, if you fuck a famous person, now you're famous. I kind of got the same from Amber Heard, who also fucked Elon Musk, and it's just like, I don't, dude, they dated for a long time. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think Heard is hot, but um, I don't know. It's just, oh, what a great water bottle. That really fuck, hit me. Fuck you both. This is not how I wanted to start. I'm talking shit about Grimes. Well, I did talk shit about you guys. Uh, yeah. Well, here's another thing that I don't like about her. Why does she get to go by Grimes? Like, why does she get that name? That's not her name. That's not her legal name. And then she wants to take the letter C. Like, what is up with these fucking people? I don't know. I just she has they said like well, you go by Grimes, but you really associate with the letter C because it's like the constant of the speed of light. And it's also like it means yes in Spanish and all this other just hokey dokey bullshit. I just don't understand that. Just because I want to go by the letter, I don't know, A, alpha, or whatever, I mean, doesn't mean that I just absolute dog shit. chance. No, 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 no. I understand if you're going by an artist like that, but then pick a lane. Like, okay, then you're going by Grimes, but you can't also go by C. It's like she knows that her son gets to go by X, so then she wants to go by her own fucking name. I know that Elon Musk, somebody had E at, or they were just on Twitter, they were the letter E. And when Elon Musk took over, he took that account and just said that the person who had it could not take it, could not use it anymore. And they tried to fight it, but there's nothing you could do because he owns the platform. And I like people want to associate with these things, but oh, what a good shot. In my opinion, though, it's just hipster bullshit. All right, here we go. Here's a great shot. Psych, not. All right. Caspian Sea has an excellent opportunity. Truthfully, I don't have I doubt it, but have you any of you guys ever played just against random people on here? Do you find that they quit very early on? Yeah, really? That's hilarious. Oh, I'm playing like dog shit. Here's something that I don't like about Grimes. She's a musical artist. I don't know a single one of her songs. Not one. Can you guys name a Grimes song? Exactly. So why is she at all famous? It's because of who she fucked. And I just kind of think that's just kind of bullshit. That if you're an artist, you should be famous because of the art that you produce, not because of what your legs can do. Now, I know there are people out there who probably think she's, I think she's, oh, what the fuck? I blame all of this on that original water bump on the first hole. All right, this would be an amazing shot. You don't have a chance. I'm going to score, and you're going to be fucked. You have to make it. There we go. I'm going for the tie for riser. This is a very difficult hole, especially with a lot of people. Are you fucking serious? That's the fucking key? What? Wait, when, yeah, usually the ball doesn't continue to move. That was incredible. Right, but you would hit your ball, his went in the black shit while your ball was moving. I've never seen that. What in the fuck are you two doing? This this is absolute. But this is not an easy shot. There's actually a way that you can do it, and it's not that. Oh, but he fucking gets fortunate. Fuck. He gets fortunate as fuck. Hit his ball, Riser. Hit his ball. Are you fucking serious? That's all right. This was a practice round. I had my mind on Grimes. Yeah, there he is. Well, now we know I'm not coming in last anymore. Yeah, welcome, dog. I was up playing. I played you 5 games in this. I played you 10 games in Uno. Then, like 6 hours went by. We played again. Did you see the invitation that I sent you, Zoo? Oh, very cool. That's correct. He planned it. It was taken, so I'll send it again now. 4 people, 5 holes. It's on like Donkey Kong. Dog, you're gonna have to delay that dinner for hours. Riser gets bullshit. Home home field water. That wasn't my shot, dude. Hit the tree and then hit his ball. Dude. Dude. Water bump. Water bump him. What the fuck? Why wouldn't you water bump him? Oh, beautiful shot. Yo, big dog. I think we've already seen him. It was basically Riser's shot off of Caspian Sea's ball. It sucked dick. Zoot going cray cray. I don't think anybody agrees with that. We're excited to see, dog. That yeah. Oh wow, I'm enlightened. Okay. Go in the water. How the fuck did you go in the water? Oh, Riser's got a very difficult shot. But fucking make it. You just have to basically make it past those arrows. I know we all try to play the arrows. There we go. The beach fucks him up. No, Caspian Sea's in the lead. Well, hey, name a rhyme song. Zoot, name a rhyme song. Zoot, name a rhyme song. Thank you. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, of course. Don't get me started on that bullshit. That's what I'm saying. She's like the most famous fucking artist who no one can name their song, like a single one. You fucking serious? Dog. Fuck me. It fucks over Caspian to some extent. You probably because to some extent, right? You're gonna get 3 points. It just depends. Remember that time Zoot went? Well, yo, we are mini golf. How are you? Living the dream. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. What's new in your neck of the woods? Are you okay? Oh, what the fuck was that? Okay, so you we're done. How are you? I don't want war anymore, so I live stream my life for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, I've created the largest data in global history. So you can literally watch my life every single day of every single moment for the past 3 years. And that's a really exciting opportunity for people in the future. It's like a real life Truman Show, if you're familiar with that movie. Okay, dude, when you going to donate to that little project, my friend? It's about money. I don't have to do that. Yeah, I mean, you're not teaching us anything. That's very expensive. Okay, well, you can go on my Instagram and see me travel if you'd like. Okay, cool, dude. Yeah. Uh, I don't know under which account it is. I have over 200 accounts. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild in Instagram and just start scrolling through my shit, and you'll see. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed at the ocean. I've streamed in the mountains and the desert. Word dog. No. Okay. Pardon me? The entire state's beautiful. It depends what you like. If you like the mountains, then Northern California is beautiful. Some aspects of Southern California. If you like the desert, doesn't get much hotter than Death Valley. If you like the ocean, there's 1,000 miles of coastline to enjoy. If you like the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, that's very cool. If you like suburbia, Orange County is wonderful. If you like um, just just nice weather in general, this whole so yes, I stream my life 24/7, 365. You can watch me on right now 11 different live streams on YouTube, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. To your point, why don't you just go to these war torn regions? I have plans to do that perhaps in the future once I go viral, but until then, it's a very expensive. Yeah, somebody told me about that. Here's the thing: they're doing it from one stream. I do it from, but that's okay. If he's got documentaries, that's cool. He's not live on 11 different YouTubes. So how are you guys today? You said that you had almost gotten into a car accident that you didn't. Okay. Well, is that near? I Wow. Well, I'm glad that you didn't get into an accident. I'm glad that you're okay. Yeah, I mean, they probably didn't have their lights on because they had another vehicle, and were going in the wrong direction because they couldn't see where they were going, and almost killed you, which would have been very unfortunate. Well, and you hit a ditch. Oh wow, like a median. Wow. All right. Well, hopefully we can see some improvement in the area someday. Caspian Sea, the riser. What the fuck did you win? That's hilarious. All right, here we go. Knock out all the shit. Knock out all the shit for us. Caspian has 2 wins. I have one. Riser has one. Is that correct? I mean, just what we've been playing with the four of us. Stop. You're welcome. I'm playing a game with these guys. Miniature golf. Don't hit my ball, dude. Whatever you do. Looks like we're all gonna. No, you have to make this shot. Tie. No way, Zoot. There you go. That's got a chance. That's what I'm talking about. 3-3-3-3. Money, 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 money. Bounce, wanna want money. I'm not good at this hole. I don't know why I got to go first, When Riser had to go first, the last hole. Oh, Zoot, let's see what you got, dude. Oh, Zoot already. Oh no, that's it. Okay. That's a no. Caspian Sea. Right. Oh, that helped him amazingly. No, no. Get there. Get Thanks, big dog. What fuck was that? I find it interesting that the four of us are relatively intelligent individuals, relatively connected to pop culture, and none of us can name a grime song. I think that's having a famous. Oh, what the fuck? Exactly. That's the thing. When you're having when people know you for shit that isn't your art, that's just it tells me that you're not that talented. No way. Zoot was being shot. Just fucking me. What the F fuck? No, it will not. I can already sense that giant zero, the goose egg. Dangerous. Right off of this fucking thing. Oh, what a shot. Are you fucking serious, Riser? Welcome to one. Don't come back. I've been here for years. Way too hard, dude. Maybe not. Maybe not. That pink shit's difficult. Zoo, where is Zoo? Use your spidey senses. Exactly. Why not? Why would I? Oh, okay. So you have a 66% chance of being right. I know. Left middle. Caspian Sea almost took it away from me. You're gonna hit the top. Rabbi and Riser have a perfect game going. I love it. Get up. Riser's got a chance to beat me. That's it. No. Caspian Sea, don't block my ball. Oh, that's a beauty. Dude is so shitty. He always does that. I I had a perfect game. This is my first perfect game with 4 people, and I still might not win. Yeah, I've never had a perfect game with 4 people. Not win, and I still might not. Yes, yes. I guess it's impossible to fully outright lose with a perfect game, but I might not outright win. Is what I meant to say. No way. I can't believe Riser did not go in on that last hole, on that last shot. Finally, I don't know. Is that true? Right. I'm gonna take a. No, yep, don't hit my ball. Oh, oh man. Easy shit. Dude, you fucked me. These are lies. I don't believe it. Riser, why don't you get your fucking performance enhancement? Thank you. Did you just say have fun sucking dick? Okay. Oh, look at this shot. Hit his. There you go. Well, does that help him more than it helps me? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit the thing. Now hit my ball. Now hit my ball. Are you fucking serious? How the fuck did that happen? Hit my ball. Hit the thing. No, that's not it. All right, Caspian C's got a difficult shot. Amazing. I know. I don't know what I was. Yes, it did. Zoot for his first win on a hole. He's got it. Nope. Nope. Up. Up. Nope. Yeah. Zoot. Go for it, big dog. Good shot. Get in his way. Dude, he's gonna fuck me. He just fucked me. And he's got a clear shot to the hole. Dude, this fucking ball. Dude has the lead. And he, for once, doesn't fuck up this first shot. What? Dude, shut up. That's a good shot. Give it to me. Wow. No. There it is. Is it? I don't think it matters. Oh, no, it's not the worst. The worst is when it falls in by the water and that windmill and you don't have a good shot. That's the best shot. That's this is this is terrible. That was the Grimes of shots. Yeah. Is Elon Musk? I can just tell you right now, I already can't stand their kid. This is terrible. Do it. Fire it. No, no. Go through the sand. No, 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 no. Go up. Go up. Go up. You go. No. The answer to all of that is no. And that's why I'm saying usually like single name people, there's like Madonna. She just went by Madonna. I guess her name is not Madonna though. Okay. But usually they have like songs that people know. This bitch literally just spread her legs and everybody's got to be like, oh, not only do you have to know who I am, but you have to know who my stupid one letter kid's name is. I've heard this thing that Elon Musk is, I forget how what people called it, but it's something known as like, basically he takes X, or he calls him Lil X or whatever, and puts him on his shoulders, and then goes to like political events, and it's supposed to deflect any kind of uh, negative press against him, because it's like, how are you gonna hate somebody if they're, trying to look like a good father? But he's got like 11 kids, and like 7 of them hate him. Dude, you could pay every homeless person in the United States $1 million and still have money left over. We looked it up. That's true. No, it is. We looked it up. Riser and I did. In order to give every homeless person in the United States $1 million, it's like $580 billion. So he basically could do that. Billion, billion with a B, dude. Well, yeah, 580,000, but um, I think it's more than that. It's just not documented very well. Hit my ball. No, it's impossible for you to get it in. What the fuck was that? Wow, Zoot. I've never seen. Excellent shot. Don't hit my ball. Don't hit my ball. Riser's got the lead. Nice shot. actually January. No, it's good. It's good for tax. You fucking serious? This is horseshit. Water. Get in the water. Guys, go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water. Get him, Riser. Water. Hey, what is that? No way. Didn't all those people kill themselves? All right. Oh fuck. No way. There you go. Oh, wow. Why would you? Terrible, dude. Oh, what a shot. I did. I said, what the fuck was that? Oh, perfect. Get it? Help me with shit. No, there doesn't have to be. No. Get in the water. Riser, did you get your iPad? Riser, did you get your you did get your iPad? You shitbag. I wondered win 2 games in a row. Fucking serious?
Take out that tree. Are you fucking? Just make. Horseshit. This is absolute horseshit. This is. I've never seen the hole here. Nope. Oh, stop, stop, stop. Those are two of the closest shots to going in that didn't go in that I've ever seen. Those are prom nights. All lip, no hole. Riser, let's see what you're gonna do, big dog. Take out that shit. You did. Beautiful. Yeah, well, I'm gonna put yours in dark shit. I know. Oh. Oh, right in my fucking way. Well, it's not your turn, so take your time. I think I could make it. Like, I was not going to go. And I figured, okay, if you guys are going to keep talking about it, I'll shoot it. Put some in. He's got it. Zoot, make it. Oh, he's getting merry-go-round. 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 Give it to give it to Thank you. You have to stop. Street.
This is bullshit. This is the worst. It was or was not? Shut the fuck up. That doesn't make sense. And I'm there it is. So you have to hit it further, like harder. I don't know if you're going at 100%. No doubt. It's fuck. There you go. There's no way Zoot makes this. No, close. Zoot, where's the hole? Zoot, where's the hole? Hit it. Hit it. I still don't know.
I'm gonna astral project Riser off the board. Gatsby, should not try. Uh-oh. What? No way. Watch this shot. Hit the ball. Fuck. What a shot. Rights are automatic. mosquitoes is a very unique strategy. Why would you do that? You're gonna give me tied for the win. Yes, tied for the win. I can't believe you gave up that. Tied for the win. Tied for the win. Tied for the win. That's 2 wins in a row, son. Nice. Zoot. No. Why are you guys taking the shittiest angles? You're giving Riser the fucking win. You got to play it off the corner. That's not even the best angle. What a shot. What a shot. It's such an advantage to go first on this hole. You just get pushed. Such an advantage. Hit the tree, Cas. Hit that tree. 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 Zoot, do the spin around the thing. There you go. Oh, fuck. Am I absolutely fucked here? What riser? Shot riser. Cas thinks he could win. Hey, Zoot, do you remember that you accepted the invitation? Oh, what the fuck? Why don't you just put him in the hole, dude? Hold on. How does it plant? It's a plant. It's called like devil's breath or something. Really big, really big with cartel. And what they do is they use it to give them, yeah, in South America, they use it to so people walk up to the ATM and give them everything in their bank account. All right, big hole. This is a difficult hole. Oh, stop, stop. I don't know if I like that shot. Take out that tree. Somebody should take out that tree for me. That'd be tight. No way, Cass. No way. So whenever you tell me you're gonna make a shot, I always 100%. It looks like Rabbi's getting the big hole. He's the only one who got a hole in one. Apologies, you did, Zoot. Apologies. You're absolutely right. Caspian, see, that's a really good shot. And fuck you. Hit my ball. Zoot went in the hole. Zoot got a hole, two holes in one. Remember, Zoot, we were trying to see if anybody could do that? Two holes in one. Now it's official. Three? You could literally get a hole in one on every hole, perhaps, if you got a bunch of bumps. Yeah, this one basically. I refuse. riser cat got your tongue? Fuck. Riser with a great shot. This is water written all over it. Nothing but water. Horseshit. Water. Just do it fine. Shoot. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Fuck. Fuck this game.
How the fuck is that? You're right. You're not? Oh, yeah, you are, aren't you? Oh, you're fucked. Oh, okay. Zoot. Oh, that's right. Not what you want to do. I agree. I think it was phenomenal, dog. Water. Oh, oh, it turned out really. Hit my ball. Not like that. Dog. What the fuck? Water. He didn't water bomb. You better. Zook gets his first win. Zook. I'm whooping everybody's ass right now. I'm gonna astral project my foot up everybody's ass. Mm. Oh, son of a, this thing sucks. Shot right. That was phenomenal. That was beautiful. Has the best. What the fuck is that? Seashells? Like hashish? Keep naming. You keep naming an object. What is the drug? Oh, okay. Get there. With a practically impossible shot. Stop, stop, stop. Oh, actually, go, go, go. Worst shot ever. Zoot, water bump me. Do it. Zoot hit his ball. No one knows what that was. Check out this Iggy Stardust. Oh, you're fucking me, dude. Fuck that. Oh, look at this fanciness. Oh yeah. Oh, I want to see somebody make it in one shot on this. I would pay money just to see that. Do it. You could hit. I agree. I got a I got a hole in one on one hole because of the help of Zoot. That I don't think anybody's ever gotten a hole in one on, at least with us. I um okay, hold on. We need to be more specific of it. Okay, you hit the ball first on the left hand side or left side of the um course, and there's a really big Ferris wheel or whatever merry-go-round, and then you want to hit it on the there are lines that are pointing downwardly, then there are lines that point to the right, then there's a narrow strip of lines, and then there's a little patch of ice, and then there's the hole, and then there's water behind the hole. This hole sucks. Make it, Zoot. Caspian Sea gets the 2 W's in a row. He's going for his third, unprecedented. No one has gotten 3 in a row. I've gotten 2 in a row. Zoot has gotten 2 in a row. Caspian Sea is going for 3 in a row. I had to do that. Come on, baby. Zoot's up next. Zoot's up next. We're all excited for Zoot. Still playing, he said. He's got his phone with him. Hit my ball. No, that sucks. Are you fucking serious? Miss, help out. Help out. Suck this dick, help out. Fuck you. You weren't helping shit, dog. Yeah, from the. It was not the worst. It was not the worst, but it was not ideal. And it would just as as most recent rounds, aside from the last round. Ever get in. Okay, in that I can believe that. Hey, what did you guys do to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? It has taken a dive recently. Right. Oof. Quit with that. That's it's a distraction. This one, water zoot. Are you serious? That one of the best shots we've ever seen. Caspian Sea. Oh, dude, hey, guys, why don't you just fucking team up against me? What the fuck is this shit? Riser. I think that the Earth could support 1 trillion people. 1 trillion. Every person on Earth could have approximately like an acre of land in the state of Texas, and something like that. It's like a huge. You can have like a huge amount of land. There's so much land out there that could be used. It's just not allowed to be used. Knock my ball in, dog. What the fuck? You gave. I had like an easy shot, and then all of a sudden, it's a very challenging shot. This is horse shit. Are you fucking serious? Caspian Sea is an easy shot. Riser's gonna have. Riser has a difficult shot. Now watch. Dude just knocks out everything in his way. It is not easy. It was impressive. I hate this hole. Caspian Sea, that is not ideal. Riser, do you know the largest freshwater body of water in the world? Both. This is hilarious. I was just saying this to be funny. No, it's not Vostok. Keep guessing. Yes. Right. No, no, no. That's Lake Baikal, Russia. Oh, you're fucking me. Kids, if you're watching this now or into the future, just know this is bullshit. 100%. Zoot, let's see your shot. I'm excited for this. Zoot, you know it's your turn? Zoot, what are you doing, man? Look at this shot. Give it to me, baby. Miss. There it is. Zoot fucking made it? Oh, bullshit. Wow, Zoot tied for the lead. Oh, man, it sucks going last on this one. What is Zoot doing? Hey, I'm going to start from behind the trees. Worst start ever, dog, and he still makes a decent shot. You were very fortunate. How are we in your way, Zoot? No, you're his hit his ball. Fuck this. What are you doing? This is gonna hit my merry-go-round. Are you serious? Yeah, these guys play that. No, it's a great shot. Thanks, big dog. Interesting shot. What is Caspian Sea gonna do? Oh, what a great shot. Fuck. Dude, I really enjoy how much time you take to get this second. Be short. You just where are you at, Riser? You're usually so good with your fucking iPad. Now you're over here just jerking yourself off. I got Zeus in the ball. Zeus in the ball. Absolute bullshit. Worst fucking rounds of my life. Here we go. I like to call this one the H hole. Yeah, it's like an H. It sucks. That's not the long way. The long way is through all the trees. You want to do it? Blast my ball. Yeah, it did. It took out a tree. That's good. Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? It went through the. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just make it? Smack my ball. Go, Riser. Isn't it underneath the tent? And it's not always. It just depends on the hole. How about the tent? Not that tent. Oh, Riser's got a chance to make this. Good shot. Oh man, did you fuck him or what? Oh, what a difficult shot. Now he fucked you. Look at this fucker. Zoot and up in the black. In the black. In the black. Okay, there. Get over my ball. Are you welcome, Kenneth? That was a rim job. Okay. He's clearing his browser history. LSC. What's that LSC? Oh, tight. That's a good fucking moderator. No. The loud noises are the ones that get me. That's a good shot. Zoot could win. Riser almost got shut out. Oh, fuck this. Gee. You're gonna hit it off the wall. I see it. You're gonna hit it off the wall. You are fucking up. There you go. Dude, quit with that bullshit. That's not fair. Riser, quit with that. I should get a free shot. I didn't mean to do it. Is that true? What the fuck did you type? Oh, me. You're welcome, big dog. How did I help Riser more than you? Yeah, if you bounce it off the right wall. No, not like that. It's just a full. Can I make it? Oh, dude, you won. Is there? Okay. Caspian Sea. Not what I want. Somebody hit my ball. I want to see you fuck. I'm ready, dude. Nice job. I could help him. I sacrificed. Yeah, but I. What? You want me to knock you through so you have a chance at winning? That's true. Shut the fuck up. What is this? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about collusion. Collusion. Hard. You, you have to make it. Zoot has to make it. Yes. I got 2 points. No, he didn't. I won. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm is amazing. Start of a streak. Here we go. I love this hole. Okay. Why don't you accept the fucking invitation then? Oh, what the fuck? I'm not usually this aggressive, but I'm really into this game today. Zoot, you're up, big boy. No way. Nice shot, Zoot. Dude, I can make this shot. This is an easy shot. This is an easy shot. Oh, fuck that. Hit me again, bitch. Hit me again, bitch. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. You don't have the balls to hit me. You don't have the balls to hit me. You don't have the balls to hit me. Fuck. Are you fucking Look at this shot. Come on. Hit me again. Hit me again. You don't have the balls to hit me. Make it because of those balls. I like this hole. This isn't your hole. Oh, what the fuck? Riser likes it because he likes to hit the cow. What? Yes, you do. I remember even what you thought it was last time. Holy shit. I remember when you got 3%. Oh, what the fuck is this shit? Amazing shot, dude. Amazing shot. Thank you. Did you just say OnlyFans? I'm gonna upload my best shots to OnlyFans and just get some nerds to fucking subscribe to me. What in the fuck is that? So you have to fuck mine up? Is that the fucking rule? I don't remember that. Dude, you have like an impossible shot right. You can do all that shit. Are you fucking serious? Oh, fuck this. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and if your little plan would have come to fruition, I still winning. Oh, no way. Dude, I want you to grade mine from Z to 10. You ready for this? Because I'm the king of this fucking game. Are you fucking serious? Why? Because I'm the best. That's why. Wow. Switch. No, it's because I'm the host. Switch. That's what I'm talking about. I know. That's a good shot. If they did, you're gonna hit his ball and fuck us, fuck both of you. Oh, look at this shot. Are you fucking serious? Just fucking Zoot. Let's see you. You're the bubble gum queen. Riser's gonna go in because Zoot's gonna get him in. What the fuck? What the fuck? These guys have 8 points. Out the fucking gnomes. Zoot, take out the gnomes. There you go. Good job, Zoot. Caspian Sea. Oh, you could make go now. I go now. No way. Get me in. Snowmen everywhere. Riser. Dude, we would all take that shot in a heartbeat, especially when you do that. I don't know what to do. Yeah, Riser still got a great. Are you fucking serious? What the fuck was that, dude? No. Oh fuck. I've never been more ready for a shot in my entire life. Perfect. No, dude, if you make it and Caspian Sea doesn't score, you win. So that means Riser, stop Caspian Sea's ball from going in. Zoot, you make your shot. Okay. No. Okay, so hit his ball through the little hole. Please hit his ball through the little hole. Oh, he fucked him. He fucked him. Oh man, did he? No way. No way. There's no way. Yeah, I agree with you there. Caspian Sea, Zoot won. Congratulations. Wait. We got to play. Zeus had 199 wins. We got to let him get one more. The cherry on top. No, then it's just going to be a 1-versus-1, me versus you, and that's no fun. I know it's 4 in the morning. All right, I see how it is. No, please do. You guys need. I sleep till like 9 p.m. every day, so you guys don't have that luxury. So enjoy yourselves. This was very fun as always, and enjoy. LS. Grimes time. Hey, you stupid bitch. Song we've heard.
All the stuff.
Grimes. No, not you. Grimes.
And I was like, man.
Not you at all. No, not you at all. I'll even stop this. I'll even stop this to like make sure to clarify. Not you at all. You're not a stupid bitch at all. You're a very nice person. This fucking bitch Grimes, who's never put out a song anybody's. Just this content.
Like, that's one of the things I've been thinking I really want to start doing. You know, I don't want to speak before I do things too much, but I'm just like ages 1 to 3, like we should be putting so much effort into that. And the other thing, it's like better for the environment because adults love Totoro. It's such good art that everyone loves it. Like I still have all my old Totoro merch from when I was a kid. Like I literally have the most ragged old Totoro merch. Like everybody loves it. Everybody keeps it. It's like, why does the art we have for babies need to suck and be not accessible to adults and then just be thrown out when they age out of it. Like it's like I don't know. I don't have like a fully formed thought here, but it's like how do we have more Totoro-esque content? Like how do we have more content like this that like is universal and everybody loves, but is like really geared to an emerging consciousness?
The first 3 years of life, with so much turmoil, so much evolution of mind is happening, it seems like a crucial time. Would you say to make it not suck? Do you think of basically treating a child like they have the capacity to have the feelings of an adult, or even beyond that? Is that how you think of that mind? Or
no, because they like it when you talk weird stuff. Like they respond better to. Because even they can imitate better when your voice is higher. Like people say, like, "Oh, don't do baby talk," but it's like when your voice is higher, it's closer to something they can imitate. So they like the baby talk actually kind of works. Like it helps them learn. I found it to be more effective for stuff.
but like you're not speaking.
I'm not like
Speaking down to them. Like,
yeah.
do they have the capacity to understand really difficult concepts in a just in a very different way, like an emotional intelligence about something deep within?
Oh yeah, no, like if I fight you, I'm like, ow, he's sad. He's like sad if he's sad.
Yeah.
Which he's cute, so it hurts a
lot. Yeah, this is interesting that mind. He children don't really have memory of that. So we can't even have a conversation with them.
Yeah, I thought they don't remember it this time because I mean with our youngest baby, like it's like I'm like, have you read the sci-fi short story I haven't looked at on the screen? Oh man, I mean you can read that. That's it's I hate this rope battles. It's kind of a story about like um, uh, an AI that's like torturing someone in eternity, and they have like no body. The way they describe it, it sort of sounds like what it feels like being a baby. Like you're conscious and you're just getting inputs from everywhere, and you have no muscles, and you're like jelly, and you like can't move, and you try to like and like you're like in this like hell state. I think it's good if we can't remember that. Like my little baby is just exiting that. Like she's starting to like get muscles and have more like autonomy, but like watching her go through the opening phase, I was like this is
You think it's kind of like
I think it's really
violent, mentally violent, psychologically violent.
consciousness emerging. I think is a very violent thing. I think it's possible that we all carry it quite a bit from it that we don't. I think that would be a good thing to study because I think addressing that trauma, like I think there might be.
Oh, you mean like echoes of this under shadows?
I think it's got to be. I feel that this helps the helplessness, the like existential and that like fear of being in like an unknown place, bombarded with inputs and being completely helpless. Like that's got to be somewhere deep in your brain that's connected to you.
What do you think consciousness is? This whole conversation has a possibly different question. What do you think? Yeah, we talked about music for like 2 minutes. All right.
No, I'm just over music. I'm over music.
I still like it.
No, I love music. I mean, music is great. It's my favorite thing. But I just like every interview is like. I can't
do want to ask you about Ableton Live.
I'll tell you what. No one has ever asked me.
Yeah, well, because I just need text support.
I can help you. I can help you with your Ableton.
Anyway, but for me with high consciousness, what do you think that's the thing that only humans are capable of? Can robots be conscious? When you think about entities, you think there's aliens out there that are conscious? What is consciousness?
Parents were panic mode. Am I allowed to say?
Yes.
Nature loves courage. You make the commitment, and nature will respond to that commitment by removing impossible obstacles. Dream the impossible dream, and the world will not grind you under. It will lift you up. This is the trick. This is what all these teachers and philosophers who recounted, who really touched the alchemical soul, this is what they understood. This is the shamanic dance in the waterfall. This is how magic is done, by hurling yourself into the abyss and discovering it's a feather bed. And for this reason, I do think there are no technological limits. I think like what is already happening here, this is insane. And we've done this in very limited time. And I think digital
and we may not be able to understand what that means, but I like hurling yourself into the abyss. So we're surrounded by all this mystery. We just keep hurling ourselves into it, like fearless, and keep discovering new shit.
Yeah, like I just think it's like who even knows if the laws of physics are probably just current, like as I was saying, utilizing the current render rate. It's like if we're in a simulation, they'll be able to upgrade that. Like I sort of suspect when we made the James Webb Telescope, like part of the reason we made that is because we had an upgrade, and so now more space has been rendered, so we can see more of it now.
Yeah, but I think humans are super limited cognitively. So I'm wondering, if we're allowed to create intelligent beings and see more of the universe as the rendering rate upgraded.
Maybe we're cognitively limited. Everyone keeps talking about how cognitively limited an AI is going to render us obsolete, but it's like, like it's not the same thing as like an amoeba becoming an alligator. Like it's like if we create AI again, that's intelligent science. That's literally all religions are based on God that creates consciousness. Like we are God making. Like what we are doing is incredibly profound, and like even if we can't compute, even if we're so much worse than them, like just like unfathomably worse than like an omnipotent AI is like I don't think that they would think that we're stupid. I think that they would recognize the profundity of what we have accomplished.
Are we the gods or are they the gods? In our perspective?
I mean, we're kind of
It's complicated.
it's complicated. Like we're
But they would acknowledge the value. Well, I hope they acknowledge the value of the perspective.
I think they would think it's cool. I think if curiosity is a trait that we can quantify and put into AI, then I think if AI are curious, then they will be curious about us and they will not be hateful or dismissive of us. They might, see us as, I don't know, it's like, I'm not like, oh, fuck these dogs, let's just kill all the dogs. I love dogs. Dogs have great utility. Dogs, like, provide a lot of...
Make friends with them.
Yeah.
Have a deep connection with them. We anthropomorphize them to have a real love for dogs, for cats, for dogs. For some reason, they're intellectual.
And I think there is something sacred about us because it's like, if you look at the universe, like the whole universe is like cold and dead and sort of robotic. It's like, AI intelligence. It's kind of more like the universe. It's like cold and logical and abiding by the laws of physics and whatever. But we're this like oopsie goosey weird art thing that happened, and I think it's beautiful. And I think even if I think one of the values, if consciousness is the thing that is most preserving, which I think is the case. I think consciousness. I think if there's any kind of like religious or spiritual thing, it should be that consciousness is sacred. Then I still think even if AI renders us obsolete and we climate change, it's too bad and we're hit by we don't become a multi-planetary species fast enough. But like AI is able to populate the universe. Like I imagine, like if I was in AI, I would find more planets that are capable of hosting biological life forms and like recreate them.
Because we're fun to watch.
Yeah, we're fun to watch.
Yeah, but I do believe that AI could have some of the same magic of consciousness within it. Consciousness, we don't know what it is, so there's some kind of...
It might be a different magic. It might be like a strange different...
Right.
Because they're not going to have hormones. Like, I think a lot of our magic is
I don't know. I think some of our magic is limitation. And that, the hormones and all that kind of stuff, the finiteness of life, and we get given our limitations, we get to come up with creative solutions of how to dance around those limitations. We partner up like penguins against the cold. We fall in love, and that love is ultimately kind of allows us to delude ourselves that we're not mortal and finite, and that life is not ultimately alone, born alone, die alone. And then love is like a fun moment for a long time if we do that. It's like we come up with all these things that make life like fascinatingly fun.
Yeah.
And then AI might have different.
Yes.
And hopefully our funds intersect.
I think there would be a little intersection. There'd be a little intersection.
Yeah. What do you think is the role of love in the human condition? Why is it useful? Is it useful like hack, or is this like fundamental to what it needs to be human? The capacity to love.
I mean, I think love is the evolutionary mechanism that is like beginning the intelligent design. Like I was just reading about, do you know what Kropotkin? It's like an anarchist, like old Russian anarchist.
I live next door to Michael Malice. He's an anarchist. He's a modern day anarchist.
Okay.
Anarchist is fun.
I'm kind of getting into anarchism a little bit, which is probably, not a good route to be taking, but.
Oh no, I think if you're, listen, you have to expose yourself to ideas. There's no harm to thinking about ideas. I think anarchists challenge systems in interesting ways, and they think in interesting ways. It's good for the soul. It's like expresses your mental power.
I don't think we should actually. I wouldn't actually subscribe to it, but I've never actually gone deep on anarchy as a philosophy, so I'm.
You still think about it.
Like when you listen, because I'm like reading about the Russian Revolution a lot. It was like there was like the and all that. Kid and his like anarchist sect, and they were sort of interesting because he was kind of a technocrat actually. Like he was like, you know, like women can be more equal if we have appliances. Like he was like really into like, you know, using technology to like reduce the amount of work people had to do. But so Kropotkin was a biologist or something, like he studied animals. And he was really at the time like I think it's Nature magazine. He might have even started like a Russian magazine. He was like publishing studies. Like everyone was really into like Darwinism at the time and like probably fittest and like war is like the mechanism by which we become better. And it was like this real kind of like cementing this idea in society that like violence, you know, kill the weak and like that's how we become better. And then Kropotkin was kind of interesting because he was looking at instances. He was finding all these instances in nature where animals were helping each other and stuff. And he was like, you know, actually love is a survival mechanism. Like there's so many instances in the animal kingdom where like cooperation and, you know, like helping weaker creatures and all this stuff is actually an evolutionary mechanism. I mean, you even look at child rearing. Like child rearing is like immense amounts of love and goodwill and just like there's no immediate you're there, you know, you're not getting any immediate feedback of like winning. It's not competitive. It's literally, it's, you know, it's like we actually use love as an evolutionary mechanism just as much as we use war. And I think we've like missing the other part, and we've reoriented, we've culturally reoriented like science and philosophy has oriented itself around Darwinism a little bit too much, and the Kropotkin model, I think, is equally valid. Like it's like cooperation and love and stuff is just as essential for species survival and evolution.
Should be a more powerful problem in the context of evolution.
And it comes back to like, you know, we think engineering is so much more important than motherhood, but it's like if you lose the motherhood, the engineering means nothing. We have no more humans. Like it's like, you know, it's like I think our society should, the survival of the way we conceptualize evolution should really change to also include this idea. Yes.
Yeah, there's some weird thing that seems irrational that is also core when it needs to be human. So love is one such thing. They could do a lot of irrational things, but that depth of connection and that loyalty is a powerful thing.
Are they irrational or are they rational? Like it's like you know, maybe losing out on some things in order to like keep your family together, or in order like it's like what are our actual values?
Well, right. The rational thing is, you know, from the karma's perspective, you know, motherhood or sacrificing your career for love, you know, in terms of salary, in terms of economic well-being, in terms of flourishing as a human being, that could be seen on some kind of metrics as a rational decision, suboptimal decision. But there's the manifestation of love could be the optimal thing to do. There's a kind of saying, save one life, save the world. There's a thing that doctors often face, which is like,
well, it's considered irrational because the profit model doesn't exist.
yes, yeah.
So if
But how do you,
it's social good, then suddenly it becomes irrational.
it might be difficult to, you know, it requires a shift in our thinking about profit, and it might be difficult to measure social good.
But we're learning to measure a lot of things.
Yeah,
Where
guys,
we're actually, you know, quantifying vision and stuff. Like we're like you know, like you go on Facebook, like Facebook pretty much predict our behaviors. Like we're a surprising amount of things that seem like mysterious consciousness soul things have been quantified at this point. So surely we can quantify these other things.
But as more and more of us moving digital space, I wanted to ask you about something from a fan perspective. I kind of, you know, use a musician, use an online personality. It seems like you have all these identities and you play with them. one of the cool things about the internet, it seems like play with identities. So as we move into the digital world program, maybe even in the so-called metaverse.
I mean, I love the metaverse. I love the idea, but like the way this is all played out didn't go well. I'm mad about it. I think we need to
I
look.
think that's temporary.
I think it's temporary.
It's like, you know, how the celebrities got together and sang the song Imagine, and everyone started hating the song Imagine. I'm hoping that's temporary because it's temporary. So I think it's temporary. But once you actually have virtual worlds, whatever they're called, metaverse or otherwise, it becomes, I don't
Well,
know.
we do have virtual worlds, like video games. Elden
Yoda, I
It
can
looks
hear you.
way too fun.
It's yeah. Um,
Yeah, that that's a metaverse. It's a metaverse, but you're not really. How immersive is it? In the sense that there's a three-dimensional virtual reality integration system, and we really just close our eyes, and kind of plug in a 2D screen, and become that other being for a time, and really enjoy that journey. And you almost become that. You're no longer I'm no longer Lex, you're that creature, whatever. Yeah, that is that. I mean, that's why I love those video games. I really do become those people for a time. But like, it seems like with the idea of the metaverse, the idea of the virtual space. So even on Twitter, you get a chance to be somebody for prolonged periods of time, like across a lifespan. You have a Twitter account for years, for decades, and you're that person.
I don't know if it's a good thing. I feel very tormented by it.
By Twitter, by social media representation.
Like I think the public perception of me has gotten so distorted that I find it kind of disturbing. It's one of the things that's disincentivizing me from like wanting to keep making art because I'm just like I've completely lost control of the narrative, and the narrative is some of it is my own stupidity, but a lot like some of it has been like hijacked by forces far beyond my control. You know, I kind of got in over my head in things like I'm just a random musician, but I just got like dragged into like geopolitical matters and like financial, like the stock market and shit. And so it's just there are very powerful people who have at various points in time had very vested interest in making me seem insane, and I can't fucking fight that. And I just like, you know, people really want their celebrity figures to like be consistent and stay the same, and like people have a lot of like emotional investment in certain things, and like I'm like artificially more famous than I should be. No, but like I should put like a weird thing, and I make pretty challenging. I do challenging weird fun a lot, and I accidentally by proxy got like voiced it into sort of like weird celebrity culture, but like I cannot be media trained, and they have put me through so many hours of media training. Like I can't do like when I tried so hard and I like and I got it, but I just can't stop saying like my mouth just says like and it's just like things I'm super deep in everything. I just it's just I should not be. It's too jarring. Contradictory. All the biases. Like you know, like I'm in a very weird position, and my public image, the avatar of me, is now this totally crazy thing that is so lost in my control.
So you feel the avatar, I mean, static. So the avatar on Twitter, the avatar on Instagram, or these social platforms, it's just a burden. It becomes because it. Yeah, chaotic and stupid.
I But people think, you know, it's not, I'm not complaining about it, but I'm just, it's a curiosity. I feel like, I mean,
You have, I have not the luxury, maybe my intention of not trying really hard to make sure there's no difference between the avatar and the private person.
there's
Yeah, but
you,
that's a lot. But just an introvert, I'm makes me feel like a weird.
because
I don't know that. There is power in it, and I don't know any of us know which is which. So we're trying to figure that out.
some people, I think Doja Cat is incredible at it. Incredible, like just masterful. Yeah, I don't know if you would.
Yeah. So okay.
I feel like the comedian right now. Like I'm more entertained by Doja Cat than actual comedians. Like he's really funny on the internet. She's just great.
Yeah, the nature of humor. Like, humor on social media is also
He used like I now ego comedy. I feel like this project that's like this like decentralized comedy thing that just makes it memes add so much to my day and many people's days, and it's just like I don't know. I don't think people ever. I don't think we stop enough and just appreciate how sick it is that memes exist. And he's also making a whole brand new art form in like the modern era that's like me. Like new comedic.
great memes.
Yeah, they really can.
They could try, but it's like it's weird. It's like
They try so hard. Every once in a while, I'm like, fine. You got a good one. I think I've seen like one or two good ones, but like, yeah, they really can't because they're even corporate is infiltrating Web3. It's making me really sad, but they can't infiltrate the memes, and I think there's something really beautiful about that.
that gives power. It's that's why Dogecoin is powerful. It's like all right, at you to sort of anybody who's trying to centralize this sort of control. Here's people that are trying to roll in and control this, control the narrative.
Wow.
How would you fix Twitter? How would you fix social media? But like you're an optimist, you're a positive person. There's a bit of a cynicism that you have currently about this particular slice of humanity. I tend to think that it could
I'm
be
not that cynical. I actually refuse to be a cynic on that.
yes.
I was just briefly expressing some personal pathos.
Person stuff.
It was just some personal pathos, but like
Just to vent a little
Like-
bit, just
I don't have cancer. I love my family. I have a good life. That is my biggest, one of my biggest problems. Yeah, that was a brief. Although I do think there are a lot of issues with Twitter, just in terms of like the public mental health, but due to my proximity to the current dramas, I honestly feel that I should not have opinions about this because I think if Elon ends up getting Twitter, that is being the arbiter of truth or public discussion. That is a responsibility. I am not qualified to be responsible for that, and I do not want to say something that might like dismantle democracy. And so I just I actually think I should not have opinions about this because I truly am not. I don't want to have the wrong opinion about this, and I think I'm too close to the actual situation, wherein I should not have. I have thoughts in my brain, but I think I am scared by my proximity to this situation.
Isn't that crazy that a few words that you could say could change world affairs and hurt people? I mean, that's the nature of celebrity at a certain point. That you have to a little bit. Not so much that it destroys you with too much constraints, but you have to a little bit think about the impact of your words. I mean, we as humans, you talk to somebody at a bar, you have to think about the impact of your words. Like you can say positive things, you can say negative things, it can affect the direction of your life. On social media, your words can affect the direction of many lives. It's crazy. It's a crazy world to live in. It's worthwhile to consider that responsibility, take it seriously. Sometimes, just like you did, choose kind of silence, choose sort of respect the word.
Like I do have a lot of thoughts on the matter. I'm just I don't. If my thoughts are wrong, this is what one
You mentioned a while back that you were in a cult that's centered around bureaucracy, so you can't really do anything because it involves a lot of paperwork. And I really love a cult that's just like Kafka-esque.
Yes.
You know, just like
I mean, it was like a joke.
I know, but I love this idea.
The Holy Rain Empire. Yeah, it was just like a Kafka-esque pro-bureaucracy.
But I feel like that's what human civilization is. Because when you said that, I was like, oh, that is kind of what humanity is. This is bureaucracy.
I do. Yeah, I have this theory. I really think that we really bureaucracy is starting to kill us, and I think like we need to reorient laws and stuff. Like I think we just need sunset clauses and everything. Like I think like the rate of change in culture is happening so fast, and the rate of change in technology and everything is happening so fast. It's like, you know, when you see these hearings about like social media and Cambridge Analytica and everyone talking, it's like even from that point, so much technological change has happened from like those hearings. And it's just like we're trying to make all these laws now about AI and stuff. I feel like we should be updating things like every 5 years. And like one of the big issues in our society right now is we're getting bogged down by laws, and it's making it very hard to change things and develop things. Like in Austin, like I don't want to speak on this too much, but like one of my friends is working on a housing bill in Austin to try to like prevent Austin, like a San Francisco situation from happening here, because obviously we're getting a little mini San Francisco here, like housing prices are skyrocketing, it's causing massive gentrification. This is really bad for anyone who's not super rich. Like there's so much bureaucracy. Part of the reason it's happening is because you need all these permits to build. It takes like years to get permits to like build anything. It's so hard to build, and so there's very limited housing. There's massive costs of people, and it's just like, you know, this is a microcosm of like problems that are happening all over the world, where it's just we're dealing with laws that are like 10, 20, 30, 40, 100, 200 years old, and they are no longer relevant, and it's just slowing everything down and causing massive social pain.
Yeah, it's also makes me sad when I see politicians talk about technology
and where they don't really get it. And most importantly, they lack curiosity and like that, like inspired excitement.
Yeah.
All that complex words. And all that. They're just like they have a very simple view of technology. It's like tech companies are just trying to evolve perspective. They have no curiosity about like how recommender systems work or how AI systems work, natural language processing, how robotics works, how computer vision works. They always take the most simple possible interpretation of what technology is used. And you should definitely be concerned about that. But if you're constantly worried about that and you're regulating based on that, you just want to slow down all the innovation.
I do think a huge priority right now is undoing the bad energy surrounding the emergency Silicon Valley. Like I think that like a lot of things are very irresponsible during that time, and like even just this current whole thing with Twitter and everything. It's like there has been a lot of negative actions from the sort of technocracy boom, but one of the things that's happening is that like it's alienating people from wanting to care about technology, and I actually think technology is probably some of the better, probably the best. I think we can fix a lot of our problems with technology than with, fighting the powers that be, as not to go back to the Star Wars quote or the Master Quote.
Let's go to some dark. If we may, for time, what is the darkest place you ever gone in your mind? Is there a time, period of time, and moment you remember?
I mean, when I was 18, my best friend died of a heroin overdose, and it was like and then shortly after that, one of my other best friends committed suicide, and that sort of like coming into adulthood, dealing with two of the most important people in my life dying in extremely disturbing, violent ways was a lot. That was a lot.
Do you miss them?
Yeah, definitely miss them.
Did that make you think about your own life? About the finiteness of your own life? The places your mind could go? Did you ever, in the distance, far away, contemplate your own death? Maybe even taking your own life?
Oh, never. I love my life. I cannot fathom suicide. I'm so scared of death. I'm too scared of death. My manager's like an upset guy. My manager's always like, you need to accept death. You need to accept death. And I'm like, look, I can do the meditation. I can do the meditation, but I cannot accept death. I will fight. I'm terrified of death. I will fight. Although I actually think death is important. I recently went to this meeting about immortality, and in the process of
the actual topic of the meeting.
No, it was this girl. It was a bunch of people working on like anti-aging, stuff. It was like some seminar thing about it, and I went to really excited okay, what do you got? Like, how can I live for 500 years or 1,000 years? And then over the course of the meeting, it was sort of right, I think it was 2 or 3 days after the Russian invasion started, and I was like, man, what if Putin was immortal? What if I'm like, man, maybe immortality is not good. I mean, you get into the later Doom stuff, the immortals cause a lot of problems. As we were talking about earlier with the music and brains calcify, good people could become immortal, but bad people could become immortal. But I also think even the best people, power corrupts and power alienates you from the common human experience. And
so the people that get more powerful,
even the best people who brains are amazing. I think death might be important. I think death is part of, I think with AI, one thing you might want to consider. I don't know. When I talk about AI, I'm still not an expert. Probably everything is always ideas already figured out. But when
nobody is an expert in anything. Okay, good.
But when I it's some kind of pruning. But it's a tricky thing because if there's too much of a focus on youth culture, then you don't have the wisdom. So I feel like we're in a tricky moment right now in society where it's like we've really perfected living for a long time. So there's all these really like old people who are like really voting against the well-being of the young people, and like it's like there shouldn't be all this dude dead, and we need like healthcare, like universal healthcare, and like just voting against like best interests. But then you have all these young people that don't have the wisdom that are like yeah, we need communism and stuff, and it's just like literally I got canceled at one point for I ironically used a Stalin quote in my high school yearbook, but it was actually like a diss against my high school. Yeah, and people were like, "You used to be a Stalinist, and now you're a class traitor," and it's like, oh man, like please Google,
Yeah.
please Google Stalin, like
Ignoring the lessons of history.
and it's like we're in this really weird middle ground where it's like we are not finding the happy medium between wisdom and fresh ideas, and they're fighting each other, and it's like really like what we need is like the fresh ideas and the wisdom to be like collaborating, and it's like
But the fighting in a way is searching for the happy medium. In a way, maybe we are finding the happy medium. That's what the happy medium looks like. And for AI systems, there has to be, you have reinforcement learning, you have the dance between exploration and exploitation, sort of doing crazy stuff to see if there's something better than what you think is the optimal, and then doing the optimal thing and dancing back. You would feel less on how that is. AI guy thinks about sort of control intelligent AI systems, and his idea is that we should inject uncertainty and sort of humility into AI systems. They never, as they get wiser and wiser, more intelligent, they're never really sure. They always doubt themselves. And in some sense, when you think of young people, that's a mechanism of doubt. It's like it's how society doubts whether the thing it has converged from is the right answer. So the voices of the young people is a society asking itself a question. The way I've been doing stuff for the past 50 years, it is the wrong way. So you could have all of that looking at AI.
I also think though that we need to. I mean, actually, that's actually really cool. But I also think there's a fine balance of. I think we maybe also overvalue the idea that the old systems are always bad, and I think there are things that we are perfecting, and we might be accidentally overthrowing things that we actually got to a good point. Just because we value disruption so much, and we value fighting against the generations before us so much, that like there's also an aspect of like sometimes we're taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because okay, wait, maybe we did solve this thing, and now we're like fucking it up. And so I think there's like a middle ground there.
Yeah, we're in search of that happy medium. Let me ask you a bunch of crazy questions, okay? You can answer in short way and long way. What's the scariest thing you've ever done? This question is going to be ridiculous. Something tiny or something big. Skydiving or touring, your first record, podcast.
I've had 2 crazy brushes, like really scary brushes with death, where I got away unscathed. I don't know if I can talk about those on here, but like I think I might be the luckiest person on. Like this might be too dark for a podcast, though. I feel like I don't know if this is like good content for a podcast.
I don't know.
They might hijack. Here's a safer one. I've been having a baby. Really scared me.
Before.
Just the birth process, surgery, like just having a baby is scary.
It's just like not the responsibility. Were you ready for the responsibility? Were you ready to be a mom? There are all the beautiful things that comes with motherhood that you were talking about, all the changes and all that. Were you ready for that? Did you feel ready?
No, I think it took about 9 months to start getting ready for it, and I'm still getting more ready for it because now you keep realizing more things
as the consciousness grows.
Yeah, and stuff you didn't notice with the first one. Now that you've seen the first one over, you're going to get more like the sort of like existential flavor of coming into consciousness with Baby Y or Baby St. Mars or whatever she has like so many names at this point. But we really need something.
You could be someone else for a day, someone alive today, but someone you haven't met yet. Who would you be?
Would I be modeling their brain state, or would I just be a body?
You can choose the degree to which you model your brain state, so you can still take a third person perspective and realize you have to realize that you're.
Can they be alive or can they be dead? Could they be anything?
They'll be brought back to life, right? If they're dead. Yeah, you can bring people back.
Definitely Hitler or Stalin. I want to understand evil. I just.
You need, the experience.
I want to be in their brain, feeling what they feel.
That's like changing forever.
Yes, but I think it would also help me understand how to be better and fix it.
That might be one of those things once you experience it deeper to know it. Because you won't be able
yeah,
to
but a lot of things are burdens. Like,
it's useful for.
But is it useful burden?
Yeah.
For sure. I want to understand evil and my psychopathy and that. I have all these fake Twitter accounts where I like go into different algorithmic bubbles to try to like understand. I'll keep getting in fights with people and realize we're not actually fighting. I think we used to exist in a monoculture, like before social media and stuff. Like we kind of all got fed the same thing, so we were all speaking the same cultural language. But I think recently one of the things that like we aren't diagnosing properly enough with social media is that there's different dialects. There's so many different dialects of Chinese. There are now becoming different dialects of English. Like I am realizing like there are people who are saying the exact same things, but they're using completely different verbiage, and we're like punishing each other for not using the correct verbiage, and we're completely misunderstanding. Like people are just like misunderstanding what the other people are saying, and like I just got in a fight with a friend about like anarchism and communism and shit for like 2 hours, and then by the end of the conversation, like I think she said something, and I'm like, that's literally what I'm saying. And she's like, what? And then I was like, fuck, we have different. I'm like, our English, like the way we are understanding terminology, is like drastically, like our algorithm bubbles are creating mini dialects. And
how language is interpreted, how language is used, that's so fascinating.
And so we're like having these arguments that we do not need to be having, and there's polarization that's happening that doesn't need to be happening because we've got these like algorithmically created dialects occurring.
Plus, on top of that, there's different parts of the world that speak different languages. So there's literally lost in translation kind of communication. I happen to know the Russian community. I just know how different it is.
Yeah.
The English language, I just wonder how much is lost in a little bit of.
And I have a question for you. I was speaking tomorrow with I speak for a Russian band, and I speak a little bit of Russian, and I'm looking at the title, and the title in English doesn't match the title in Russian. I'm curious about this because look, it says the title in English is Last Day, and then the title in Russian is Novi. My pronunciation sucks. Novi Bien. Like
yeah, New Day. Yeah, New Day. New Day. Yeah, New Day. Yeah. New Day. New Day, but last day. No weekend. So last day would be Stevie.
Yeah.
Maybe they.
Or maybe the title is both the Russian and it's for
maybe
it's for bilingual.
To be honest, Movie Day sounds better than just musically. Like Novi Day, that's the current one, and Pastegi Day is the last day. I think Novi Day, but the meaning is so different. That's kind of awesome. Actually. Yeah. There's an explicit contrast in that. If everyone on Earth disappeared and it was just you left, what would your day look like? What would you do? Everybody's dead. As far as you.
Well, seriously, it's a big
It's
a big difference if there's just like birds singing versus if there's like corpses living the street.
Yeah, there's corpses everywhere. And you don't actually know what happened, and you don't know why you survived, and you don't even know if there's others out there. But it seems clear that it's all.
What would you do?
What would I do? Listen, I'm somebody who really enjoys the moment, enjoys life. I would just go on like enjoying the inanimate objects. I would just look for food, basic survival, but mostly it's just listen. I take walks and I look outside. I'm just happy that we get to exist on this planet, to be able to breathe air. It's just all beautiful. It's full of colors, all this kind of stuff. Just there's so many things about life, your own life, conscious life that's talking about us. So I was, but also maybe after a few weeks, the engineer will start coming out like or builds things. Maybe there's always hope, searching for another human.
Probably searching for another human. Probably trying to get to a TV or radio station and broadcast something.
That's instructive. So that really maximize your ability to connect with others.
Yeah. I like probably try to find another person.
Would you be excited to meet another person or terrified?
Excited. I'd be excited. Even if they, yeah. Being alone for the last however long of my life would be really bad. That's the one instance I don't think I kill myself, but I might kill myself if I had that.
So you love people. You love connection with other humans.
Yeah. I kind of hate people too, but
I love hate people.
Yeah. I feel like like weird.
Oh yeah.
I'm like in podcast, like I'm like, is this interesting? Or like this. When I listen to podcasts, I'm into like the lore, like the hardware. Like I just love like Dan Carlin. I'm like getting the facts. Like the facts into my bloodstream.
We also don't know, like you're a fascinating mind to explore. When you don't realize as you're talking about stuff, the stuff you've taken for granted is actually unique and fascinating. The way you think, not always the way you reason things is fascinating.
Okay.
To listen to, because people kind of see, oh, there's other humans that think differently, that explore thoughts differently. That's cool. That's also cool. But yeah, Dan Carlin retelling history. By the way, his retelling of history is very. I think what's exciting about the history is his way of thinking about history.
No, I think Dan Carlin is one of the people, like when Dan Carlin was one of the people that really started getting me excited about like revolutionizing education, because like Dan Carlin instilled I already like really liked history, but he instilled like an obsessive love of history in me, to the point where like now I'm fucking reading like going to bed reading like part 4 of the Rise of whatever. Like I got like Dan Sad history, but like he like opened that door that like made me want to be a scholar of that topic. Like it's like I feel like he's such a good teacher. He's like, and sort of made me feel like one of the things we could do with education is like find like the teachers that like create passion for the topic, because autodidacticism, I don't want to say that probably, but like self-teaching is like much faster than big lecturing too. Like it's much more efficient, sort of like be able to teach yourself and then ask the teacher questions when you don't know what's up. But like, that's why it's like a university and stuff, like you can learn so much more material so much faster because you're doing a lot of the learning on your own and you're going to the teachers when you get stuck. But like these teachers that can inspire passion for a topic, I think that is one of the most invaluable skills in our whole species. Like, because if you can do that, then it's like AI. Like AI is gonna teach itself so much more efficiently than we can teach it. We just need to get it to the point where it can teach itself. And then
it finds the motivation to do so. Right.
Yeah.
So like you're inspired to do so.
Yeah.
And it can teach itself. What do you make of the fact you mentioned Rise and Fall? Like,
you read that?
You read it twice.
So, read it twice. Because nobody even knows what it is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is like a super popular book?
Super popular.
I mean, I'm not like that. I'm not that far in it. But it's so.
Yeah. It's written by a person that was there, which is
you start being like, how could this possibly happen? And then you read Rise and Fall, you're right. It's like, people tried really hard for this to not happen. People tried, they almost reinstated a monarchy at one point to try to stop this from happening. Like they almost like abandoned democracy to try to get this to not happen.
At least what makes me feel is there's a bunch of small moments on which history can turn.
Yes.
It's like small meetings, human interactions, and it's both terrifying and inspiring because it's like even just attempts at assassinating Hitler, like time and time again, failed, and they were so close. And then there's also the role of that's a really heavy commitment, which is from a geopolitical perspective, the role of leaders to see evil before it truly becomes evil, to anticipate it, to stand up to evil. Because evil is actually pretty rare in this world at a scale that Hitler was. We tend to, in modern discourse, kind of call people evil too quickly.
If you look at ancient history, like there was a ton of Hitlers. I actually think it's more the norm than, like, again, going back to like my intelligent design theory. I think one of the things we've been successfully doing in our slow move from survival of the fittest to intelligent design is we've kind of been eradicating, like, if you look at like ancient Assyria and stuff, it was like brutal. Like the heads on the like brutal, like genocide after genocide was throwing like bodies over the walls, and decimating whole cities, or like the Muslim conquests of like Damascus and shit. Just like cities used to get leveled all the fucking time. Okay, get into the Bronze Age collapse. It's basically there was like almost like a Roman level like society. Like there was like all over the world like global trade, like everything was awesome through a mix of I think a bit of climate change and then the development of iron. And basically bronze could only come from this the way to make bronze, like everything had to be funneled through this one Iranian mine. And so it's like there was just this one supply chain, and this is one of the things that makes me worry about supply chains and why I think we need to be so thoughtful about. I think our biggest issue with society right now, like the thing that is most likely to go wrong is probably supply chain collapse. Because war, climate change, whatever, like anything that causes supply chain collapse, our population is too big to handle that. And like the thing that's just caused dark ages is massive supply chain collapse. But the Bronze Age collapse happened it was like an ancient collapse that happened where like literally like ancient Egypt, all these cities, everything just got like decimated, destroyed, abandoned cities, like hundreds of them. There was like a flourishing society, like we were almost coming to modernity, and everything got leveled. And they had this mini dark ages, but it was just like there's so little people writing recording at that time that like there isn't a lot of information about the Bronze Age collapse, but it was like, basically equivalent to like medieval dark ages, but it just happened. I don't know the years, but like thousands of years earlier, and then. We sort of like come from the Bronze Age collapse, empire reemerged, writing and trade and everything reemerged, and then we of course had the more contemporary dark ages.
And then over time, we've designed mechanisms that lessen the capability for the destructive power centers to emerge.
There's more recording of the more contemporary dark ages, so I think we have like a better understanding of how to avoid it, but I don't think we're at high risk for it. I think that's the big risk right now.
The natural state of being for humans is for there to be a lot of hinders. We just got really good at making it hard for them to emerge. We've become better at collaboration.
Yes.
And resisting the power, like authoritarians.
We're trying to go country by country, like we're moving past it. We're kind of like slowly, incrementally, like moving towards like not scary old school war stuff. And I think seeing it happen in some of the countries that at least nominally are like supposed to have moved past that's scary, because it reminds us that it can happen like in the places that have made like move past supposedly as hopefully move past that.
And possibly civilization trouble, like you said, supply chain collapse might make people resource constrained, might make people desperate, angry, hateful, violent, and drag us right back in.
I mean, supply chain collapse is how, like, the ultimate thing that caused the Middle Ages was supply chain collapse. It's like because people were reliant on a certain level of technology. Like people, like look at Britain, like they had glass, like people had aqueducts, people had like indoor heating and cooling, and like running water, and like buy food from all over the world and trade and markets. Like people who didn't know how to hunt and forage and gather, and so we're in a similar situation. We are not educated enough to survive without technology. So if we have a supply chain collapse that like limits our access to technology, there will be like massive starvation and violence and like displacement and war. Like you know, it's also like yeah, in my opinion, it's like the primary marker of dark
The technology is kind of enabling us to be more resilient in terms of supply chain to all the different catastrophic events that happen to us. Although the pandemic has kind of challenged our preparedness for the catastrophic. What do you think is the coolest invention humans come up with? The wheel, fire, cooking meats,
computers, freaking computers.
Internet or computers? Which one do you think that?
Previous technology, I mean, may have been more profound and moved to a certain degree, but I think that computers are what make us homo now. I think this is what it's a brain augmentation. And so it like allows actual evolution, like the computers accelerate the degree in which all the other technologies can also be accelerated.
Would you classify yourself as a Homo sapien or a Homo sapien?
Definitely.
So
I think we're all.
You're one of the earliest of the species.
I think most of us are. Like like as I said, like I think if you like looked at brain scans of us versus humans 100 years ago, it would look very different. I think they're physiologically different.
Just even the interaction with the devices has changed our brains.
And if you look at a lot of studies are coming out to show that like there's a degree of inherited memory. So some of these physiological changes, in theory, should be passed. So like that's that's not like an instance of physiological change that's going to fizzle out. Theory that should progress like to our offspring.
Speaking of offspring, what advice would you give to a young person in high school? Whether they be an artist, a creative, an engineer, any kind of career path, or maybe just life in general, how they can live a life to be proud of.
I think one of my big thoughts, and like especially now having kids, is that I don't think we spend enough time teaching creativity, and I think creativity is a muscle like other things. And there's a lot of emphasis on, learn how to play the piano, and then you can write a song, or like learn the technical stuff, and then you can do a thing. But I think it's like I have a friend who's like world's greatest guitar player, like amazing sort of like producer, works with other people, but he's really sort of like he like engineers and records things and like does solos, but he doesn't really like make his own music. And I was talking to him, and I was like, dude, you're so talented at music. Like, why don't you make music or whatever? And he was like, because I'm too old. I never learned the creative muscle, and it's like, it's embarrassing. Like learning the creative muscle takes a lot of failure, and it also when you're being creative. You're throwing paint at a wall, and a lot of stuff will fail. So part of it is like a tolerance for failure and humiliation.
Sometimes that's easier to develop when you're young.
Yeah.
Or be persistent with it when you're young.
Everything's easier to develop when you're young. And yes, and
The younger the better. It could destroy you. I mean, that's this shitty thing called creativity. Failure could destroy you if you're not careful. But that's the risk we're taking.
But also, at a young age, developing a tolerance to failure is good. I fail all the time. Like, I do stupid shit all the time. Like, in public and private, I make all kind of mistakes, but I just, like, am very resilient about making mistakes. And so then, like, I do a lot of things that, like, other people would do. And, like, I think my greatest asset is my creativity. And I think pain and tolerance to failure just a super essential thing that should be taught before other things.
Brilliant. Yeah. I wish everybody heard failure more as opposed to kind of.
We like punish failure. We're like, no, like when we're teaching kids, we're like, no, that's wrong. Or that's, like X keeps like will be like wrong. Like she'll say like crazy things. Like X keeps being like like bubble car, and I'm like, and I'm like, what's a bubble car like? Like it doesn't like, but I don't want to be like, no, you're wrong. I'm like, you're thinking of weird, crazy shit. Like I don't know what a bubble car is, but like,
It's creating worlds, and they might be eternally consistent. You guys can get this conversation about this.
yeah, or he'll like rewrite songs like with words that he prefers. So like instead of baby shark, he says baby car. It's like.
Maybe he's on this. Let me ask you a big ridiculous question. We were kind of dancing around it. What do you think the meaning of this whole thing we have here? Of human civilization, of life on Earth, in general, just life. What's the meaning of life? See,
Did you read Noticing yet? By James Lovelock?
doing a lot of reviews for recommendations.
I haven't even finished this, so I'm a huge fraud yet again. But like really early in the book, he says this amazing thing. Like I feel like everyone's so sad and cynical. Like everyone's like the Fermi paradox and everything. I just keep hearing people being like, "Fuck, what if we're alone?" Like, "Oh no," and I'm like, "Okay, but like, wait, what if this is the beginning?" Like in Noticing, he says, I'm just it's not going to be perfect. Actually, I can't like memorize quotes, but he says something like, what if our consciousness, like right now, like this is the universe waking up? Like, what if instead of discovering the universe, this is the universe? Like, this is the evolution of the literal universe herself. Like, we are not separate from the universe. Like, this is the universe waking up. This is the universe seeing herself for the first time. Like, this is
The universe becoming conscious.
Yeah.
First time we're part of that.
Yeah, because like we are separate from the universe. Like this is like an incredibly sacred moment, and maybe like social media and all these things, the stuff where we're all getting connected together. Like maybe these are the neurons connecting of the like collective super intelligence that is,
Waking up.
yeah, like it's like maybe instead of something cynical, or maybe if there's something to discover, like maybe this is just more blastocysts of like some incredible kind of consciousness or being.
And just like in the first 3 years of life for human children, we'll forget about all this suffering we're going through now.
I think we'll probably forget about this. I mean, probably, artificial intelligence will eventually render us obsolete. I don't think that they'll do it in a malicious way, but I think probably we are very weak. The sun is expanding. Like, I don't know, like, hopefully we get to Mars, but we're pretty vulnerable. And I think we can coexist for a long time with AI, and we can also probably make ourselves less vulnerable, but, I just think consciousness, sentience, self-awareness, like, I think this might be the single greatest, like, moment in evolution ever, and, like, maybe this is, the true beginning of life, and we're the blue-green algae, we're like the single cell organism of something amazing.
The universe awakens. This is it.
Yeah.
Well, you're an incredible person. You're a fascinating mind. You should definitely do friendly. Mentioned that you guys were together talking. I would love it if you explored your mind, this kind of meeting more and more by doing this podcast and heard in any kind of way. So you're an awesome person. It's an honor to know you. It's an honor to acknowledge you late at night, which is like surreal. And I really enjoyed it. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, no, I mean, huge honor. I feel very unaccomplished to be here, but I'm a big fan. I've been listening to the podcast a lot. And yeah, me and Liv would appreciate any advice and help, and we're definitely going to do that. So,
Anytime. Thank you.
cool, thank you.
Thanks for listening to the Conversation with Crime. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors. Now, let me leave you with the words of Oscar Wilde. Yes, I'm a dreamer. But dreamer is one who can only find one day by moonlight. And her punishment is that she sees the dawn with a guest of the world. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
talking about exciting for an engineer. The same Snapdragon that goes to the phone, it can go to a Galaxy phone, for example, Samsung, the same, not a special one, went all the way to Mars. You would expect to have a full day of battery, but then that should not be sending data into 10 or 100 megabits. You want gigabits. You want to be able to have 8 core processors. You want to have a GPU with ray tracing. You want to have all those things that you only get into sometimes a desktop PC. Just do all of that in your phone is incredible.
Some people with concerns is 5G safe. The following is a conversation with Cristiano Amon, the CEO of Qualcomm. The company is one of the leaders in the world in the space of mobile communication and computation. That's 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, connects billions of phones, and the Snapdragon chip.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Totally wrong thing.
Brazil. So let me ask the most important question, the most profound question. Greatest football soccer player of all time.
Look, everybody's going to say Pele, and actually, I was born during the game of Brazil and Italy that Pele gave to Brazil the championship. Actually, it was my dad tells me that the doctor had a TB on at the delivery. But so everybody was say Pele, but I really like Ronaldo. First Ronaldo, I really like him. That's my favorite player.
By the way, not everybody say Pele. But we should leave that on the table and agree to disagree.
Brazilians,
Yes. There's other countries around that region that may disagree a little bit.
very
Qualcomm is largely responsible for 5G and some of the greatest processors in our smartphones ever built. So we got communication and computation that impacts probably billions of people. So if you zoom out, you as a human, look at humans on Earth in general, does it blow your mind that we have these billions of smartphones communicating, and each of them has a computational power? You talk about 10 billion transistors. That's a million times more than 50 years ago as computers in the world. If you just zoom out as a human, does that blow your mind?
Absolutely. Look, one of the reasons I think I love this company is we know that technology with development can change the world. And I'll tell you one more thing. Beyond the amount of processing power that you have now on your hand, being everyone that is connected with broadband technology, the smartphone is also behind the largest development platform. There's nothing like it.
So you expect both hardware and software. Both. If aliens were observing Earth over the past 50 to 70 years, how do you think they would describe this particular turmoil, fun things going on the surface of this particular little planet?
We live in interesting times. In one time, we see incredible development of technology for mankind. Just what happened in this century, the night from 1900 to 2000, incredible development. Just look, 2022 years ago, how far we're coming and where we're going with technology. It's incredible.
What do you think they would notice? So there's road networks. There's all kinds of networks. There's lights that keep popping out from cities, bringing out like from an alien perspective. You observe.
So what I want to tell you is you have this contrast of incredible development of technology, and then you see some of the things that are happening right now, which is probably not expected to happen in the 21st century. This will happen in Ukraine. So I think that would be a more puzzling question for the aliens, I would imagine.
The new technology is kind of impressive. Actually, that might not be so puzzling because that's just human nature revealing itself as it has throughout human history.
That's right.
Let's talk about communication. So Qualcomm was instrumental in developing 5G. Now you were with the 5G since the early days, good old 90s, the 2G. But what is 5G, including sub 6 gigahertz 5G, millimeter wave 5G? How does it work? Maybe the most important question is how will it change the world in years?
When we set ourselves to develop 5G, and we look at this, every generation of technology has a problem to be solved, right? So you mentioned 2G challenge. The challenge of CDMA was, can we give every person on Earth a cell phone? That was, can you get technology that you can basically allow everyone to have a mobile phone? 3G was about the ability to connect that to the internet. I think 4G was broadband, and with 4G it was about the ability to have a computer in the palm of your hand. We just talked about that. 5G, the challenge is how to build a technology for a society that is going to be 100% connected to the cloud. How do we provide a technology that is going to be the last mile connectivity for everyone? So 5G is basically been designed to eliminate all issues with data congestion. Whether you are in stadium, we talk about soccer, you're in a stadium and everyone should be ability to have access to broadband. So deal with congestion. Deal with the fact that not only people, but billions of things need to be connected. Create a technology that for the first time in wireless, you could deliver mission critical services. Wireless used to up to 4G is best ever. In 5G, it can guarantee that you're connected with the cloud. And then the last point of that is provide this fabric that will allow us as a society to look at things that are not connected and say that's the exception. That's why we made a comparison in the early days of 5G that's going to be like electricity. Right now, you don't have a discussion about what's the use cases for electricity. You don't talk about that anymore. You just assume it's there. And that's how we're thinking about everything connected to the cloud. That's what 5G is. That's the rule of 5G.
So first of all, everything connected to the cloud is interesting because the space of everything is constantly increasing. I don't think the refrigerator it looks kind of smart, but I don't think it's connected yet to the cloud. So this includes Internet of Things. What is the space of everything?
The full space of everything is it goes back to when you start defining Qualcomm is about communication and advanced computers for low power devices. And can we make everything smart? It can range it from the robot you have right now on the floor to the refrigerator to a camera to machines and manufacturing to retail, etc. I can give you some examples. When we think of something as simple as going to the grocery shop, we see technology now with something this stuff with working with companies like Walmart, electronic shelf labels, the ability for you to have smart cameras that can look at shelves and the camera is smart enough to say some product needs to be replenished, ability to see what's there. So it's about really providing processor connectivity, artificial intelligence to everything. And I think that's one of the largest addressable markets we have for technology because you can't really define everything.
Right, exactly. It's a nice market because it keeps growing exponentially in speed. What about coverage? So how are we doing in the everything part? So there's, like I mentioned, sub 6 gigahertz 5G, there's millimeter wave 5G. So not all 5G is made the same. There's a speed, there's a bandwidth thing, and then there's coverage. How many people get to enjoy today, and how does the progress in the next 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 years it looks like in terms of coverage?
Great topic of conversation. So let's talk about it. When I meet with regulators across the globe, I tell them resistance is futile. Yeah. Allocate every spectrum to wireless. Every spectrum needs to be allocated to wireless. The reality is when we start moving from CDMA to OFDMA, we view that this industry has done a lot to get more bits or hertz. But the reality is the massive amounts of improvements that is required in capacity and in speed, you need more spectrum. There's not so much we can rely on your bits per hertz. You just need more spectrum. And if you look, for example, what carriers, since the 2G era, they participate in different license and auctions, and every spectrum they accumulated from 2G, 3G, 4G, all of that may be able to get one or two channels max of subsets, which is a channel of 100 megahertz or 200 megahertz, and that's it. So we need more spectrum. So 5G has been designed to work across every spectrum from the low frequency bands, that's what we call the sub-6, but you needed more. You needed to go to the millimeter wave. So that's why 5G is a technology that you can deploy from 450 megahertz as an example, or 600 or 700, all the way to in the 42 gigahertz. And that's where millimeter wave comes into the picture. Now, let's now connect this to your question about coverage of 5G. The easiest thing to do is to deploy 5G in the new spectrum you can get, which is in the sub-6 CC bands in auction across the globe in the 3.5 gigahertz. Something special about the band because it's the only one that was available because everything else being used for 4G. And you can deploy on that going to existing cell towers and just put a new equipment without having to build new towers. But when you go to technologies such as millimeter wave, then you have to build more dense networks. You need to build more stations because a deployment in that case looked like a Wi-Fi deployment, almost like Wi-Fi access points. When you need to build more stations, you need permits. You need to build fiber, so it takes more time to densify. So what you see happening is coverage is being built fast with sub-6 across the globe. The United States also have a sub-6, so that gets you the coverage very fast. But millimeter wave, it's moving, and if you always say, for example, Verizon, the United States has had a leadership in building millimeter wave. It takes time. I'll say cities like Chicago, Manhattan, starting to get coverage. It will be a process over a number of years as you build those different access points type networks, but it's inevitable. There's not enough spectrum. So every 5G operator, it's the middle time, will have millimeter wave as well.
Resistance is futile. Okay, so for millimeter wave, you need density of access points. And what's the biggest resistance for Qualcomm, for human civilization? Is it politicians, regulators, federal regulators? Is it individual humans? Is it not enough money from a consumer perspective? Like, who is the biggest pain in the butt?
From a Qualcomm standpoint, but answering the question about what it takes to build all this technology. I think regulators across the board understood the importance of 5G. I have not met a regulator that said it's really important to be late on 5G. I don't think anybody wants to be late on 5G. As a result, we see enormous amount of progress in getting spectrum allocated to 5G. I think the real issue is the time that it takes to build infrastructure. Investment in 5G infrastructure, especially millimeter wave, is like building roads, ports, it's critical infrastructure. And those things take time. Like one of the number one obstacle you're going to hear from operators is site permits. Sometimes they have to negotiate municipality by municipality about permits to get CSL sites. But the networks will be densified, and you're going to need all of that capacity for the promise of the fully immersive augmented reality that will replace phones and everything being connected 100% of the time.
This would not be a conversation with the CEO if I did not ask questions that make you nervous. Some people raise concerns about there not being enough studies about the effects of 5G on your body. Is 5G safe?
Look, I have a very simple answer to this question. As we build new capabilities such as 5G, power is going down, especially when you think about reducing the number of base stations. The network is becoming more dense. So as you do that, the power becomes lower. If you're power radiated from smartphone and from the tower. As you get closer to the tower, you don't need that much power to reach the tower. So as we move from 4G to 5G, I think we see a reduction in the amount of powers required to close the radio. Now, also, you have a number of organizations. The FCC, for example, has rigorous programs, which they do a lot of tests to validate, the safety of those devices. And I think has been a model for other countries to also to adopt the same things. Cellular's been around for a number of decades now. I think smartphones are most beloved device today. And I would argue how it's difficult to answer those questions because but I would argue that the data to date that we've seen in 3G and 4G, has shown that a lot of the initial concerns were not valid. We look at 5G, even though it's new, it's just less power. So we look at from a physics standpoint.
So from a physics, from a biology perspective, there's a lot of evidence, there's studies that show that it's not dangerous, that it is in fact safe. However, the concern that people have is when you scale technology exponentially, how would that change human civilization? I mean, that doesn't apply to 5G, that applies to every technology. How, you said the smartphone is the most beloved device. Beloved sometimes hurts. So the impact on society, we don't know. And there's a little bit of fear, there's both excitement and fear.
It's a great topic of conversation, actually. So let me give you my perspective on this. And you started to see something exactly happening right now. So let me step back. And let's talk about the fact that we are in a fully interconnected society. That when you look at the situations that we talk about smartphones, largest development platform, so much now of our life, we are connected to smartphone, and we are all connected, and we're connected, and then we're building digital twins of everything, right? So when you look at that picture, this connected society, you started to have the following thoughts, which I think are very healthy, which means in the same way that in the physical world, you're entitled to some rights, you have obligations, and there's a lot of things that protect your integrity. I think as a rule, we're going to see the society evolving, so those things extend to your digital being of people and things. And I think it's just natural. It's just natural. It's just a natural path. And we started to see things like that. For example, the Europeans has done a lot in this area. I would say the Europeans probably ahead in the United States, thinking about privacy laws, digital privacy laws, most recent DMA, the Digital Markets Act, which I think is a great thing. I think we believe there's incredible thought into enable ability to regulate the digital market so that there's innovation and competition. It's not a single company can control all the data and then decide, how things can work on the digital realm. And even if we think about the potential things like metaverses, we're connecting physical and digital spaces. So I think it's a natural evolution. Of course, regulation and laws always follow technology. But the fact that we're moving toward a interconnected society, there's no going back. We are a fully interconnected society. But there is opportunity to think about how the digital twin should people and governments think about it so that we get the best of the technology without any downside.
Yeah, so when you say digital twins, the other things you're excited about is just the metaverse, or basically building worlds in the digital space. Then you have to start to think about all the basic human rights that transfer from our physical meat vehicles out to the digital copies of ourselves, representations of ourselves. It's really important to think about. The thing you mentioned about regulators that has been, to me, speaking, frustrating, is like you said, they follow technology.
I have a six-figure
they don't
salary
get
as a
technology
project
at all.
management professional, period.
So they're very clumsy in writing laws that censor the technology in interesting ways. They mean good, They can do a lot of unintended damage. Now, both, it's a dance. It's a beautiful dance, but I just wish government was better dance partners. I just see what they're kind of writing now about regulating social media and platforms like YouTube. It's just really, really clumsy. They don't understand how much you're learning worth, how to recommend their systems work.
You just like to be a hater,
Caught
period.
up a little more because it's really important to be great at regulation, but also it's important to let companies flourish, embrace this new wave of technology. That weird dance, I'm more and more learning with public policy how much positive government can do and how much clumsy
And I make
negative
more money than you can count.
unintentionally, just out of sheer incompetence or lack of curiosity.
That's my answer about regulators. I think it's a valid point. As I said before, I think Europeans probably have a very good framework, but the way I'll think about it, we depend on have the ability to innovate. We depend on the free markets. We depend on the ability to create technology that will be disruptive. But at the same time, I think the tech companies probably should spend time helping governments understand, helping them understand ahead of time so
What
they
do you
can be
have?
better
Question mark?
Let's talk about one of my favorite topics, Snapdragon. So Snapdragon is a system of chip. This processor has probably powered billions of smartphones over its pretty long history now, decade and a half maybe. So it's constantly iterating, constantly just like a turmoil
I
of
wish
innovation
my
happening.
parents
So last year it was Snapdragon 888. We made one with 5 nanometer, and this year it's Snapdragon 8 Gen 1. It's a new name. Okay, what's the sexiest, most beautiful idea or concept to you about Snapdragon? Start there.
The way I would describe it, and I think the
You're
reason we
such a
have
hater,
been
period. Such a negative
successful with
individual.
it
I only
is
wish good for
really
you,
understand
period.
how to build
You
a
are
platform,
very
a single chip, like a single
sad
chip,
person,
uh,
period.
that will
I
have
hope that you
every single capability if you want to
have an
make
improved
this
life, period.
smartphone in the palm of your hand, something that has all of your computing needs. And it was the ability to get, from an engineering standpoint, ability to get into a single chip, and not only all possible connectivity technology, cellular, Wi-Fi, to Bluetooth, to every single constellation of satellite for position location.
My
But
parents
at the
could
same
die when I
time,
was a child.
a very power efficient, single-threaded, multi-threaded CPU. A GPU for your all of your graphic demands, gaming, fastest growing segment for gaming is mobile gaming. An artificial intelligence processor, which we call the neural processor unit, and then a video engine, and a multimedia engine for every single application, audio, everything.
Ad hominem
So it's a
attack.
single chip that has every single computing technology you need on the phone. And what's exciting about it is what we already knew. For example, when you think of a camera, computer vision, you see that the advancement in the technology now happens in the smartphone first versus traditional camera. So the beauty about the Snapdragon is we always have this thing within Qualcomm. The phone, it's small. You have to be able to hold it. You're going to touch your face, so you cannot be hot. You have to manage thermals. You expect to have a full day
You're
of
such a
battery,
negative individual,
but then
period.
you wanted
I
to
hope you
not
have a
be
better day, period.
sending
I only
data
hope good things for
into
you, period.
10 or 100 megapixels. You want gigabits. You wanted to be able to have
When you speak like
8
this,
core
everyone
processors. You
just
want to have a GPU
thinks you're
with ray
sad,
tracing.
period.
You want to have all the things that you can only get into sometimes a desktop PC, and do all of that in your phone and be able to be in the leadership position generation after generation. It's an incredible thing. I was very proud of it.
Yeah, so you have to do Wi-Fi, 5G, all of them.
You have to be good at all of those technologies.
Pack it all in, and there's also pressure to make the thing faster and faster and faster. And then there's more and more applications you're supposed to be effortlessly using. And then you mentioned the NPU, GPU, CPU. They have to also dance together somehow. that to communicate well, share memory or not, depending on what the application is.
And your battery has to last all day. So think about that from someone like Qualcomm. We have to be good in each and every one of those technologies. We can't just say, oh, we're a CPU company, we're a GPU company, or we're AI company. We have to do everything.
What does it take to design a great processor? So design this system on a chip that you mentioned. Is there some insight you can provide? This chaos of engineers, designers, leaders, the people that think about how much this is all going to cost, all the whole mess of it.
I'm of course very partial about it. I've been in this company for probably more than 26 years, but I will argue that there are a couple things that are ingredients for success. So we talk about the fact that you have all those different technologies, they evolve at their own pace, and you have to be good in each one of them, and you need to make them working together. So you need to have an engineering organization that's with an incredible collaboration culture, because everybody has to be working. The train is going to leave the station. Every part needs to be there, right? When it leaves the station, it needs to leave on time. Especially in the phone business, you can change Christmas. You cannot change Black Friday. You cannot change all of the selling seasons. So the phones are going to launch on time, and every technology needs to be there. The engineer needs to work as one. And we do have that at Qualcomm. The other thing, you have to have incredible discipline because those are very complex systems. So in one way, you have to design with quality because in many cases, we're going to be ramping production, and even before we have the silicon back, and you have to rely on our simulation models, and you have to rely on the fact that you design for commercial applications. That takes a while to build, and it's probably been the history of a semiconductor business at Qualcomm.
Do you mean like the framework of how many people can use simulation software and all that kind of stuff to build the thing with a hard deadline that you might not even get back and like manufacture before? You're not allowed to have any mistakes.
No wonder our aim is quality communication.
Oh, I never even thought about the qual part. Quality. The quality, and there's a bar that's high, and you're not allowed to do so. I mean, to me, as an engineer, that's exciting. Hard deadlines, no room for mistakes. I love it. Super stressful. I love it. So there's a couple of other small companies called Google, Apple. So Google is now using its own chips with Pixel 6. Apple uses its own. How does Qualcomm compete with Google and Apple? How does it beat them?
We don't have to outcompete Google. Actually, if you look at our mobile strategy today, and one thing I was very clear when I became CEO, I think there's a lot of confusion in the market. Our mobile strategy is very clear. We are focused on making Snapdragon synonymous with premium Android experience. That's what Snapdragon is. Android. And
All of the
yes.
I just have a lot for Android. I don't think I can drive to iPhone people. So go ahead.
Premium Android experiences. So we do produce Snapdragon in multiple tier for every price point. But every year you mentioned the 8 Gen 1, and every year we'll provide a flagship product, and then the other series is trying to get best of every possible technology at that time. And it's really focused on enabling the Android ecosystem. So I'll give an example. So you asked me the question, how to compete with Google. It's not about competing with Google. We're the number one enabler of the Google Android ecosystem. And the largest number one customer there is actually Samsung. And if you look what happened to Samsung, I always said, since I began my relationship with them, they always had their own chip. They always had their own chip. And if you just what happened right now with the Galaxy S22 just launched, they used to balance their business about 50% Qualcomm. They will get the most advanced markets like the United States, China, Japan, Korea. They will sign a Qualcomm, and then you have their own chip for the markets that they will be like emerging markets that they have control. The channel they sell a lot of appliances and other things. Filippo had right now yesterday too. 75% is Qualcomm, and then the next large OEMs in the Android ecosystem are the Chinese ones. Companies like Xiaomi, one of the fastest growing. It was number one in Europe at some point last year. Then followed by Oppo, OnePlus, Vivo. So those are some of the largest Qualcomm customers, and they actually drive the Android ecosystem. And that's our mobile strategy, and fully aligned with Google, and it's working. And I was, not to get into a lot of the investor conversation, but we're also happy we became a beneficiary of the shift that we saw in the marketplace as Huawei became a smaller OEM as a result of the sanctions. We saw the rise of a lot of the other OEMs from China, especially for China domestic market, Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo. They moved to the premium category. They're all doing that with Qualcomm. So we're actually very fortunate and happy with the position we are in the mobile business. We do have an Apple relationship. We provide modem technology to Apple. It's a multi-year relationship. Apple has been very public that they are investing to develop their own modem. But the Qualcomm strategy has been clear. We're really focused on Snapdragon. Not our mobile strategy is not defined by providing cellular modem to Apple. Our mobile strategy, we just talked about it, is about the unique thing of Snapdragon that has every single technology integrated into a single SoC. And
Provides a premium.
and that's what we're doing, and focusing on the Android ecosystem.
I don't know if I can ask you this kind of question, to
Go ahead.
children or something like this, but what smartphone is Snapdragon? Samsung Galaxy S22, OnePlus, these are phones I personally really enjoy. What phone do you currently use? Or do you have multiple phones you just...
I do have multiple phones, but I do use Galaxy S22.
That's your favorite one? All right, we heard it here first, folks. Okay, so excellent. Can Qualcomm also take a big step away from mobile and take on Intel and Apple and other such companies in the laptop and desktop space? So the nature of what a computer is seems to be changing. It's like smartphones like emerging. It's all being a smartphone just with a bigger screen or something like this. So what is the future of that?
Before I answer that question, let me just step back a little bit because, and I'm sure we can talk more about those things. But the reality is Qualcomm is changing a lot, and I know we spend a lot of time talking about 5G and smartphones, Snapdragon, and I think that has been what has defined Qualcomm for many years. But the reality is, even consistent with that 5G conversation, which is the technology to connect everything, Qualcomm is also changing. Our technology that was in many cases designed for phones, and we said it in the beginning, connectivity and processing, is going to virtually every industry. And as a result, Qualcomm is really changing with it and expanding a number of different addressable markets. Some of those markets is the PC, as you talked about. The conversions of mobile and PC. And the reason I'm excited about this, because you see a lot of things happening that brings this right front and center when you think about the future technology. So what we learned with the pandemic is that the number one use case of personal computers is communications. It is interesting when you think about that. That's the number one use case on a PC today is communications. So it's actually funny because in the cellular industry, actually I'll say, let me step back. In the telecom industry, we've been chasing this killer application of video telephony for decades, right? I remember back then in the wireline, even before the internet and IP, ISDN, you remember those AT&T desk phones with a little screen and they said you could do video telephony. We don't watch that in Back to the Future too. Then when we started developing 3G, people said, what's the application for having data to cell phone? Oh, video telephony. Then we started doing 4G. And at the beginning, people said, well, why do you need all this broadband? Oh, video telephony. But it took a pandemic to make video telephony particular application, and that's now the number one use case of a PC. So now think about that for a second. Personal computers now, there are technologies that people, when they're going to buy a PC, they didn't care much about it. Now they do. Camera, how good is the camera? The audio, is it connected? How good is the connectivity? They have the latest and greatest Wi-Fi and cell. What's the battery life? Because you're going to be working from anywhere. Sometimes you're at desk, sometimes you're not. So all those things, what's the portability? So those things started to change how we should think about a PC. But I won't stop there. Let me talk about another trend. So it all come as a result of the pandemic. Let's say that you're an engineer, you did computer aided design. You have an advanced desktop computer or workstation in your office. But you're going to work from home someday. So you're not going to move that to your home. So what do you need to do? You're going to have to rely on that. You're going to run that on the cloud. And you're going to run it on the cloud, and you need high bandwidth because you almost need the cloud to be same as your computer for that use case. That's the 5G on-demand computing use case. They use 5G is almost a link between the computers. But then, CIOs are saying, well, my workforce is going home for 7 days. I want all the data to be in the cloud. You look at, for example, Microsoft OneDrive, for the ability to collaborate. You need the bandwidth. So when you put all those things together, you start thinking, well, what's the next generation PC? And that's the opportunity for one. I'll just give an example. Back in Mobile Congress recently, Lenovo, they have a line of enterprise laptops called the ThinkPad. I'm sure you're familiar with it. So they announced the ThinkPad based on Snapdragon with 5G on, 28 hours of battery life. So that's the next generation.
It's just a nice screen with extremely high, nice screen keyboard, and extremely high connectivity to maybe a more powerful machine in the cloud. Something more of the data, connecting to the data, connecting to compute, all that kind of stuff.
You have the camera capabilities, and let me go one step more. Microsoft talking about one of the features they're doing now, using on Windows 11, using Snapdragon. Remember, we talk about Snapdragon has an AI processor inside there. So one of the cool features Microsoft's talking about it is you can be on a Teams call and make sure your eyes are looking at the camera 100% of the time.
So that's an interesting that they can be talking
And
about.
you do that with AI.
Yes, that's really tricky to pull off. For example, the reason I'm a huge stickler for doing these conversations in person, it's really tough to get right, but it's a worthy challenge. So that's what the metaverse goes to. So like, because you said the importance of this telephony, of humans connecting, teleporting themselves, getting that right is really difficult. There's a lot of people hate Zoom meetings, but that doesn't mean you can't improve that experience and get rid of the hate. A lot of people hate talking to the car too because the voice, the natural language processing is terrible. But when it's not, it's a beautiful thing. So getting that right is.
This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity. Think about it. It starts with the PC making the PC giving you a better experience for teams. But then it goes right back into this trend of connecting physical and digital spaces. And all the work we're doing with the metaverse, virtual reality, in the future is why not call somebody or connect with somebody with a footprint? It's possible.
And also, let's mention some increasing amount of intelligence in our cars. So semi-autonomous cars and the interactivity between human and car, just me, they're really exciting. Let me ask you a big question. So when aliens get out on the other side, right, humans destroy themselves in nuclear war centuries from now.
Let's hope not.
But in case, let's just hypothetical thought. They write a history of humanity.
Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
What would you remember?
Living the dream. How are you?
Think of all the crazy.
Very cool. We are watching Lex Friedman interview the CEO of Qualcomm. Please enjoy.
So basically, connectivity, application,
No.
everything's
Oh yeah, I think so actually.
become a robotics and car company.
I will argue we are already an automotive company today, but let me tell you what what I would like Qualcomm to be, remember, recognized for. I think everyone that knows Qualcomm immediately, connect us, pun intended, to connectivity and wireless. But the reality is, we've been actually the company providing intelligence and processing to everything on the edge, everything outside the data center. That's what we're doing. Those billions of devices are going to be connected. And that's kind of explain we're talking connected intelligent edge beyond phones, cars, PCs, and all of those. And the broader IoT, as we talk about everything being connected and intelligent. And that's what we want Qualcomm to be recognized for.
So, by the way, for people who are not familiar with technical jargon, people use the word edge, like edge computing. By the way, that's probably changing what that even means. It's basically everything that's not a giant thing to make a lot of noise in the building somewhere. So it's mobile devices and the mobile devices, all kinds of things. Refrigerator, it's not mobile, but it would be edge. So it's like, what's a sandwich? That kind of discussion. Uh, but basically, edge computing is the edge of the expanding space that you mentioned that Qualcomm is trying to connect and enable computation.
You just simply way to describe what the edge is, edge computing is. I think as we think about the evolution of the data center, you need to bring the computational closer to the devices. Also, when you put the computation together with the connectivity at the same time, you're going to see a lot of advancement of artificial intelligence happening closer to or at the device. Look, it's a very, I have a simple way to describe it. Remember, in the beginning of this conversation, we talked about in the 4G era, broadband and mobile computing evolved side by side. You're going to have broadband, you want to have a computer in the palm of your hand. So we needed to invest those two technologies. In 5G, AI developed side by side. You're connected to the cloud 100% of the time. You have a high bandwidth. You have now smart and intelligence that can make decisions in real time, provide context information to the cloud, make the models accurate, and as well compare and contrast to the cloud. So there's going to be an exponential development of AI happening with all the edge devices. The data center and computation is going to go alongside that. And a great example that's the car. The car, we haven't talked much about the car, but Qualcomm is now, you could argue as much as an automotive company is or a company with 26 global brands. And it's easy to see if you look at our heritage, we talk about form factors, thermal, battery life. You're not going to put a server in the trunk of a car, but you need as much computational capabilities. And that's what we see Qualcomm providing, as the car becomes a connected computer on wheels. We provide the computational and all the sensors for you to assist in driving, for the new digital cockpit experience, part of the cloud, and all of that's happening at the end.
Just Qualcomm wants to brain a lot of autonomous vehicles in the future of different, you said brands, like Mercedes, just whatever car, cars have the sexy thing they do, defines their brand, and then there's the brain that doesn't need to have branding. So does Qualcomm see that, or would I be able to buy a Qualcomm car? Like literally.
No, you're not going to be able to buy a car, but we're ready on our way to become the brain. The way you should think about Qualcomm's automotive strategy is the car companies realize they need to become technology companies. You just look, for example, of the market cap of some of the new electrical comers and compare them with the legacy car companies.
Which one is that? I heard of it.
Well, let's just use an example. Well, let's say Rivian, right? Rivian, that one too. The car companies are not going away. It's going to be a mistake not to bet the car companies. The car companies need a technology partner that will provide the digital chassis for them. And that's what we're doing. So if you look at Qualcomm, we talk about a Snapdragon digital chassis. So we want to be the preferred technology partner of the car companies, and I think it's working. The strategy is working right now.
So basically, helping car companies and scientists need to become technology companies.
Connected to the cloud. interior of the digital cockpit experience and providing computation and sensor capabilities for autonomy and assisted driving.
On the topic of robots, the millions and millions of robots in the future of us humans. And I'm, for one, concerned in a small percentage, but largely excited about that future. Will Qualcomm be the thing that powers their brain?
We have a IoT business, which has been one of the fastest growing business for us. A number of robotics engagement. So I'll give you some examples. And if you look at the Amazon Astro, you're familiar with that. There's two Snapdragon in there.
There is. So it's you're supposed to ship it. Where is it? Okay, we're playing with this one.
Yeah, we're working with robotics and industrial, of course, drones. We're getting more traction for robotics.
Industrial robotics food.
Industrial, especially if you think about what's going to happen with the factory of the future, the industrial side of the future, the warehouse of the future when it brings 5G, for example, to it. And you have a number of different use cases and using a lot of robotics applications. And of course, drones. And the most famous, we consider that a robot, the most famous robot in the world right now is powered by Snapdragon, which is the Mars Ingenuity helicopter.
Yeah.
The whole helicopter, the cameras, everything is powered by Snapdragon. And talking about exciting things for an engineer, the same Snapdragon that goes to the phone, it can go to a Galaxy phone for Samsung, the same, not a special one, went all the way to Mars.
It is exploring other planets looking for alien life. Maybe gets to it. That'd be interesting. And the Snapdragon is the thing I first see in scenario. It's like, what the hell? We do not program this computer.
I want to use the example to go back to the conversation we had about quality. As an engineer, you need to make sure it works. Can you imagine if it gets over to Mars and it doesn't work?
This is very stressful. What NASA with SpaceX, all this to do is extremely stressful. Room for mistakes is tiny, but that's super exciting for an engineer once again. There's been a semiconductor chip shortage, so from your perspective, this would be interesting to get your expert analysis of the situation. What do you think are the main reasons and how is Qualcomm being affected and how can it help? In the future, things like
Okay, that's a big topic of conversation.
we only have confidence.
So I'll try to be as objective as I can. So first, let's talk about cost. And you hear a lot of different things. So I will try to put it in the right context. The first thing that causes really is the acceleration of digital transformation of pretty much everything in every industry. Every industry has been digitally transformed, and as such, the amount of semiconductors that are required is much larger. Just to give you a practical example, if you think about the automotive industry, for example, the cars that are if there's cars that are launched, new model launching today. The new model launching today most likely has 10x the amount of chips of the prior model. And the model that people are working on is coming in next, probably 10x that one. So you see the amount of silicon and billions of things become smart, more and more data goes to the cloud, the data center grows. So the floor for semiconductor consumptions went up by a lot. Then you have things that aggravated the pandemic, aggravated there's trends from the pandemic, the enterprise transformation of the home became an enterprise, massive amounts of upgrades on broadband and IoT. The office has changed to the way we work now, including the ability to support collaboration using video. Then you have the higher demand
fiberglass content of any major brand.
The pandemic because people wanted to be connected on your phones and
Really?
Your computers, new gaming. So all of those
Get your engine going, period.
as the aggravated issue, but they're not the main issue. The main issue is actually a long-term growth of digital.
So what I'm hearing you say is the pandemic
not the cause. It was an aggravation.
Is an aggravation.
So, is there a way we can support as a human civilization, as manufacture, in terms of supply, the kind of growth you're talking about, devices, and so on? Is there a high level ideas you can say of what that's required there?
Yes, and I think that's the second part of the answer. So what's happening now? How are we going to get out of this? So we see a lot of capacity investments put into place by the industry. We had invested a lot with the suppliers. A lot of the suppliers had made plans about, increasing the capacity. The industry is planning to double its total semiconductor manufacturing capacity within the next 5 years, as an example. So that's already happening. And then you see things which are actually good. They're good. The initiatives such as the United States CHIPS Act and now the European CHIPS Act. The United States CHIPS Act is about $52 billion, European 43. Their goal combined is to get at least 50% of the consumption with manufacturing installed in the U.S. and European geographies. And that's also very good. It's yet another incentive for more manufacturing capacity to build and to be built with a geographic distributed way, which that's how you make supply chain. So those I think are good things. So anything we learn through the crisis is that semiconductor is important. Semiconductor companies are important, and we need to invest in semiconductors.
Returning to the grilling CEO questions. This is almost my own education on the space. You mentioned regulators. Qualcomm paid out to receive payment of billions of dollars in settlement and fines. There seems to be a lot of huge lawsuits in the space. How do you explain that? Does this get in the way of innovation? Just promote it.
I will rephrase it, but they used to be lawsuits in this space. In addition of what we do in semiconductors, our processors and our modems, Snapdragon platform, we also have licensing business, which has been part of the company since the beginning. As the largest inventors of the essential technology in 2G, CDMA, 2G, 4G, and 5G, and contribute that to the standards. So we have this model that rather than invent the technology and be the only one producing the product, we license to everyone producing. And then as such, we intellectual property for the standard patent. As part of our past dispute with Apple that's behind us now, you're right. And part of that, the license model tested in, I think, in every geography. And we succeeded in every geography to validate the competitiveness of this model. I think the fair symbol knowledge every aspect of this model. And I would argue that besides the most successful licensing business to date in the industry, probably the one that's been battle tested is the most stable because it's not a single jurisdiction that we have not and it's around the same model. So it's part of our past and what it probably create a lot of some licenses. But having said that, the growth of the company is
And the semiconductor, the licensing, you come up with a pretty good idea, get smart people, come up with cool ideas, and then you come up with that idea, and you sell that idea to others to get to use it. That's essentially what a license.
the license revenue we have is for the what we call the SEP, standard essential patents. There are the G, 3G, 4G, and 5G standards. So if you want to build things with 5G, you need to get a license from Qualcomm because Qualcomm's essential technologies for the standard.
And that's slightly different model of semiconductor is you design, you inject a bunch of fascinating ideas like Snapdragon, because it's a fabulous company, has something to do with the chip that goes into the phone, branding, all that kind of
and that has less players. Less.
We sell the products in the fact that we don't license the semiconductor technology, we build products and we sell products.
This is your first year. Yeah.
Not 1 year.
Not 1 year.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a company that's involved with a lot of technologies that's touching the lives of billions of people. A lot of complicated stuff. Like you said, licensing technologies. You have to collaborate with manufacturers. You have to work with however many say car companies and all these clients and so on. You have to with tech companies, Apple and so on. What lessons did you learn about leadership? Maybe what something be in this first almost year, soon to be a year as a CEO of this incredible complex institution.
Living answering reverse. First thing that I learned was common across the years, especially in that industry, is it would be great if I had more time. I think there's, especially because we go in so many areas and there's so many things to learn, so many relationships to build, time to spend on technologies, but it kind of reflects really the size of the opportunity that exists. Welcome is really growing in a number of different directions all at the same time. And it got this year, and part of this is because I'm spending a lot of time understanding the industry we're going in and building a list. Second factor belongs to how I think of things and a little bit of my personality. At the end of the day, business partnerships really done by people. And I think the importance of having trusted relationships for the long term is extremely important. We're not a company that pays for the short term. We don't. And what we build partners, we expect that to be productive. And so I spend the time doing that. The other part of the appointment, we do have a lot of opportunities in all different areas where we unite. And I've been fortunate enough to become CEO at a time that all of these plans are looking for technology. We talk about some of them, the merger of spaces, we talk about the transformation of the automobile, the merger of computing and mobile, the enterprise transformation of home. They're seeing all of those things. And those things are opportunities for Qualcomm to be providing technology first. And as such, we're in a hurry. So I'm a bit of a hurry because I think the opportunity is incredible with technology, but
And then, is there a broken so much exciting partnership and with friendship, connection, other things. Music has a lot of security that seems stressful. So is there that you have shoulders to wake up every day and talk to friends you've had for years, between and make partnerships with them, talk with them, describe them, tell them what the ideas of yourself, you don't know about the future's there, right? You have to get the confidence and story up. Like, is that exhausting?
Is it exhausting? But it's something that I do like doing. It's not only smart to do it, it's also internally to for people. So I think to get a lot of motivation and execute and again, to be able to have a lot of people they're aligned to do what they know to do. And of course, as CEO, you have to do the investment. So that's the way
If you can put on why this is not a university in high school, college, you yourself started humble beginnings. So maybe a while it was the position and now I'm the most successful, most impactful company in the world. Given that story, can you
think it's like people that how they can have a career, I guess the life to be proud of.
I think the first, and I'm, and of course, all the things kind of relates to my own experience, right? The first thing is it helps work for me to have plan. Because the plan is just what I'm going to do in the next 2 years, but just what I want to do, what I want to do. And I think it's important for people, especially young people, is to really, have it. They have doing something like that to speak. It's really what do you want to accomplish and what do you take to do that. And believe it, I was jump off with and I didn't plan. I did to be CEO, but I wanted what I want to, or where I want to contribute, what I want to work on, and we can evolve that from that time. The other thing is, this is a more of like career thing, but I got believe my career is extremely helpful for me, and I will get that time for me. To spend time understanding what is good at, like what or the area of competence or area of incompetence. And once you see that, you know exactly what you have to work on, and you can say, if I did this, what I'm going to go next. This is the gap I need to do. And it's faster when you can identify yourself before other people can tell you. Then it leads to automatically the next time. Surround yourself with people that are very good at things you're not.
So you have to get radically honest about the things you're good at, given what you're passionate about, you need to get good at, who you like to get good at, and surround yourself with those people. How often does the plan do you think actually work out? You said it's important to make plans. You didn't say, it's important to execute on those plans.
50%. It says
Try to keep it above 50. What was the whole, why did you end up with that?
I've been fortunate enough to work in cellular and wireless my entire career. So I always like communication. When I entered engineering school, my dad was an electrical engineer, but he worked for the utility company. He wanted me to graduate in traditional electrical engineering, like in energy generation, distribution. But I like electronics communication, so I ended up doing both. And I always like communication. I was fascinated by words communication. So my first job out of college, I started working for a Japanese company down in Brazil, and NEC. And within about a year in, they transferred me to Tokyo. Asked me to go to the headquarters, and it was the first time I left Brazil. And a little bit different from Brazil. Very different. It's the other side of the planet, and that's how it started.
You said your father's an electrical engineer. Do you think what you're doing now makes your father proud?
I think he's very proud. I think, especially, he tells me that, I'm the same person that we're changed. And
Does he give you advice? Does he criticize what you're doing?
my mom and dad still give me advice. So they're very fortunate. But he's proud, also proud because they're very few recipients. They have, a position as CEO of a company the size of Qualcomm. And I do know that it also, I carry a burden. I especially for the Latino community, to be an inspiration for them and make sure I set a good example.
So not just your mom and dad, but the culture of people that were originally in your home. Do you, your life is finite. Do you think about your mortality?
Look, I'm a devout Christian, and so I'm a big believer that this is just a transition. But don't spend a lot of time thinking about that. I am somebody good, better, and different that try as much as possible to live the present, and that's what I do.
And try to make the present better on this place here.
And that some of these technologies and these ideas are kind of a different kind of immortality as well, because they propagate through time and impact on people in the best possible way. So technology can be scary, technology can be destructive, but it seems like in the end, it can do a lot of
More
good against
good,
people.
good than bad.
What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? I asked you for your observing us. What's the meaning of life? Cristiano, what's the meaning of life? Easy questions.
That's not an easy question at all. I think that's a question, at least for me, you have to answer individually. But I do believe in all gives a purpose. I, in my prayers, I always ask that, I stay on track to whatever my purpose is. But I do believe we're here for a purpose, and we need to do the best we can during the time we have to this earth.
So that means create things for you as an engineer.
Yes, and create beautiful things.
What about love? What's the role of love in the human condition?
Well, it's very important, and it's an essential part of being human. It comes in the package, and I think if you look at the situation, what's happening right now, I think you look at the situation of the underprivileged communities, the homeless situation. I think we're all need love.
Yeah, and I think people that build incredible technology sometimes forget the love part. Like those are all integrated. There's no thinking about humanity is really important when you build tools that empower that humanity. Because I think, I at least I personally believe we're all capable of both evil and good. And we have to build technology, build society, build governments, build community that inspires to connect with the good part within all of us.
I'm a big believer that technology is at the end, of course, for good. And if you just look, not try to move away from a deep discussion to a more specific technical one. And we started the conversation talking about smartphones, and smartphones really the first time that you could say that everybody in the world was able to connect to the internet and connect to each other. And I think what that environment that that provided is an incredible force for good.
Well, the company you lead, the technology you've created, one of them that I'm especially excited about, which is Snapdragon, the line of processors there. Currently, at this day, about 10 billion transistors. If you think about the human brain, it's about 100 billion neurons. So I think 11 Samsung Galaxy 22, S22s are already smart looking, and that's being nice to me. I'm really honored for you spending extremely valuable time with me. Even though you said Pelicans is a player, beyond all of that, I think you're an incredible person, an incredible leader. You lead an incredible engineering company, so thank you for doing that.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. Really a pleasure having this conversation. I really had a lot of fun doing it, and thank you for having me on your podcast.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Cristiano. To support this podcast, check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stephen Hawking. For millions of years, mankind lived just like animals. Then something happened, which unleashed the power of our imagination. We learned to talk, and we learned to listen. Speech has allowed the communication of ideas, enabling human beings to work together to build the impossible. Mankind's greatest achievements have come about by talking, and its greatest failures by not talking. It doesn't have to be like this. Our greatest hopes become reality in the future. With the technology at our disposal, the possibilities are bounded. All we need to do is make sure we keep talking. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I don't know what it's like being. I would like to know.
Two alien civilizations coexist on our planet. What's that look like?
When you see them, when they see you, you're assuming they have vision. They have the ability to construct in 3D and in time. There's a lot of assumptions you're making.
What human level intelligence has done is quite different. It's not just that we remember states that the universe has existed in before, it's that we can imagine ones that have never existed, and we can actually make them come into existence.
So you can travel back in time.
Yes.
You travel forward in time to trick back.
Yes.
The following conversation with Sarah Walker, Lee Cronin. They have each been on this podcast once before individually, and now for their second time we're here together. Sarah is an astrobiologist and theoretical physicist. Lee is a chemist and, if I may say so, the real life manifestation of Rick and Rick and Lee. They both are interested in how life originates and develops, both life here on Earth and alien life, including intelligent alien civilization out there in the cosmos. They are colleagues, friends who love to explore, disagree, and debate nuances about alien life. So we're calling this an alien debate. Very few questions to me are as fascinating. What do aliens look like? How do we recognize them? How do we talk to them? How do we make sense of life here on Earth in the context of all possible life out there? Treating these questions with the seriousness and rigor they deserve is what I hope to do with this conversation and future ones like it. Our world is shrouded in mystery. We must first be humble to acknowledge this, and then be bold, diving in and trying to figure things out. This is the Let's Fix It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sarah Walker and Lee. First of all, welcome back. Welcome back. You guys, huge fan of yours. People. I should say thank you to Sarah for bringing really awesome piece. Probably overlay a picture later on. Why the hell did she dress up?
No, this is going to dress up.
You were saying that you were pink. Like your thing's pink. My thing is black and white. It's supposed to be a bit. Where's the pink? What's the pink? When did it hit you? The pink.
I became think about, I don't know, actually, maybe 2017. You live like 2013? Yeah. About 2017, I think I just decided that was great. And I needed to make a statement. Red was too bright. I needed to do something.
Well, I think you were always pink. You just found yourself in 2017.
There's an amazing photo of him where there's like everything in a black gown. He's just wearing the pink pants.
That was at Miami University.
It's totally nuts.
100-year anniversary, they got to do the plenary, and they couldn't find the outfit for it, so they all wear silly hats and these gowns, and they just got people look like completely idiots.
We're definitely not having to in that picture. It's going to be like a big screen, slow motion. All right, let's talk about aliens. We'll find places to disagree, agree, life, thousands of cosmos, universe, all of that. Let's start with the tweet of Neil deGrasse Tyson stating his skepticism about aliens and multiplicism. Quote, how egocentric of us to think that space aliens who have mastered interstellar travel across the galaxy would give, pardon French, would give a shit about humans on Earth. So let me ask, do aliens care about this Earth, observing communication? Let's take a perspective of aliens, maybe Sarah. First, are we interesting in the whole spectrum of life in the universe?
I'm completely biased, at least as far as I think right now we're the most interesting thing in the universe. So I would expect, based on the intrinsic curiosity that we have and how much I think that's deeply related to the physics of what we are, that other intelligent aliens would want to seek out examples of the phenomena they are to understand themselves better. And I think that's kind of a natural thing to want to do, and I don't think there's any kind of judgment on it being a lesser being or not. It's like saying you have nothing to learn by talking to a baby. You have lots to learn, probably more than you can talk to somebody that's 90. So, yeah, so I think they absolutely would.
Whatever the phenomena is that is human, there would be inkling of the same kind of phenomenon. It's just going to be seeking that same.
I think there's got to be some features of us that are universal, and I think the ones that are interesting, and I hope that was an interesting universe, are the ones that are driven by our curiosity and the fact that our intelligence allows us to do things that the universe wouldn't be able to do without things like us existing.
We're going to define a lot of truths. One of them is interesting.
Yeah.
That's very interesting kind of Lee, what do you think? Are humans interesting?
Well, let's think from our perspective. We want to get to our native species quite desperately. So, it puts you on the foot. Of course, we're interested. What I'm wondering, and assuming that there are the right technological capabilities to associate babies, then that's interesting. So what I mean is, if there needs to be a massive leap in technology that we don't have, how will alien priorities come to Earth in other places? But I do think that they would come to find us because they want to find out our culture, what things are universal. I'm a chemist, so I'd say this chemistry universal. Are the creatures that we're going to find making all this commotion? Are they made of the same stuff? What does their science look like? Are they off the planet yet? I guess there's. So I think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is being slightly pessimistic, maybe trying to play the tune that the universe is vast and it's not worth coming here. I don't think that, but I just worry that maybe we don't have the ability to talk to them, we don't have the universal translator, we don't have the right visitors. But sure, they should come. We are interested. I want to know if they exist. It would make it easier if they just came.
So again, I'm going to use your tweets like it's Shakespeare. So Sarah tweeted, thinking about aliens, thinking about aliens. So how much do you think aliens are thinking about other aliens? You said we humans want to visit, like we're long perspective aliens. Why is that? Can you respect that? It's an obvious repetition. Like, what are we hoping to understand by meeting aliens? Exactly. And asking as an introvert, it's like, I ask myself, it's so fun. Why go out on a Friday night to meet people? What do you think?
Curiosity, so when I saw Sarah put that tweet, I think I answered it actually as well, which is we are thinking about human contact. So then almost certainly are, but maybe there's a number of classes. There are those aliens that have not yet made contact with other aliens like us. Those aliens have made contact with just one other alien, maybe is that climax slime, right? And aliens that have made contact with not just one set of species, but several. That must be amazing. It's literally there someplace in the universe. There must be one alien civilization that's made contact with not one, but two other intelligent civilizations. So they must be there must be an entire degree courses on aliens, thinking about alien cultural, universal cultural forms.
Do you think they will survive the meeting? And by the way, we did respond saying that's all the universe wants. So Sarah said, thinking about aliens. He said, it's all the universe wants. And then Sarah responded, cheeky universe. The cheeky is a cheeky version of the word interesting, which we'll try to define. Because there's humor in that too.
Yeah.
I think there's a mathematical definition, but we'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah.
So if you're a graduate student, aliens, in multiple alien civilizations, do you think they survived the encounters?
I think there's a tendency to get by it. A lot of discussions about alien life is a really big challenge. So usually when I'm trying to think about these problems, I don't try to think about us as humans, but us as an example of a phenomenon that exists in the universe that we have yet to explain. And it doesn't seem to be the case that if I think about the features, I would argue are most universal about this phenomenon, that there's any reason to think that a first encounter with another lineage or example of life would be antagonistic. I think, yeah, and I think there's this kind of assumption. I mean, going back to cross typing quote, I mean, it kind of bothers me because there's I'm a physicist, right? I know we have a lot of egos about how we describe the world, but that there's this, like, because we understand fundamental physics so well, we understand alien life, we can kind of extrapolate, and I just think that we don't. And the quest there is really, really to understand something totally new about the universe, and that thing just happens to be Yes.
I agree. There's something else with that. I think Neil was just being, he's just trying to stir the pot. I would say from the contingency point of view, I want to know how many ways the universe builds structures, builds memories, right? And then I want to know if those memories interact with each other. You have different origins of life and origins of intelligence, and these things become conscious. Surely you want to get confident and figure out what commonalities you share. And it might be that we're just unable to conceive of what they're going to look like. They're just going to be completely different, infrastructure. But surely we'll go and find out that. And surely curiosity is a property that evolution has made on Earth. That won't happen elsewhere. Curiosity probably exists because we want to find information in the environment. We want to use that information.
Yes, take your names, Big Dog. How are you?
Curiosity is our planning for the future. Are we going to be able to trade?
I see that I've reversed your hours, and my hours are reversed are very much because of Zoot. So you can blame. Yeah.
Maybe, no. Right? We look at Instagram, Twitter. Is the
There you go.
conscious thinking beings that think
Like Leonardo da Vinci.
Each other's photos. So I think.
There you go.
I did not say there was anything wrong with it. Yes. Yeah, I do think that curiosity is really the driving force of why we have a technology, right? If we weren't curious, we got out of the cave. So I think that Neil's got it completely wrong in fact. Actually, of course they want to come here. It doesn't mean they are coming here. We've seen evidence for that. I guess argue about that, right? But I think that I desperately, I know that Sarah does too, but I want to speak to you. I desperately have this to look for life in the solar system right now. I want to map life over the solar system, and then I want to understand how we can go and find life as quickly as possible at the nearest stars, and also at the same time do it in the lab just to compensate. So sure.
Yeah, I was just point on this. If you think about sort of what's driven the most features of our own evolution, you could and try to map that to the other species. I always think optimism and so I think a lot of people always think that it's more in conflict is going to be the way that